Chapter 54. Larian sat cross-legged on the thick maroon rug staring at the brass bowl with unblinking disbelief. Two tall thin candles were lit to either side of her to cast a clear glow on the blood that bubbled one final time in the bowl. She swayed drunkenly, light-headed from the blood loss, after shoving her blood out of two deep gashes in her palms with her will. The Chronomancer could have healed her wounds, or extracted blood from one of his greatness's many songbirds kept below. But Larian could admit she also enjoyed the way it made her feel. It was like clinging to a tree while being caught in the eye of a storm. Everything spun and whirled around her, and only concentration kept her from spinning with it. All the while, pain burned in her open wound, but she was so carefree then that it made her giggle with hysteria. Blood sight, as she called it, served two purposes now. It kept her useful and gave her an escape from the tedium and the fear. Larian shuddered but forced herself not to think about the one thing that made her cold at night. There was no point in thinking about it. No one would listen to her anyway. Instead, she turned her mind back to the images that came to her in her own blood. Larian made it a habit to use blood sight to look at each town, village, and city later in the day it was scheduled to be cleared out. It gave her an idea of how many were coming, how fast they were traveling, and when his greatness could expect their arrival. When she viewed Tilzen in a red hue, she expected to see an empty former hub city. She expected to shift the images west and discover the cumbersome series of wagons and horses making their way further west. It would have been faster to meldwalk them all, but the men were not strong or trained enough to handle so much at once. Also, Cassian's blood iron blocks made some paths and destinations fatal. But nothing of the sort was evident in Tilzen. Quite the opposite. The cages were broken into heaps, city lamps and torches burned, and the patrols did not belong to his greatness. In the late night, even in the snows, people hurried quickly looking for warm shelter. Those people were previously marked for harvesting. There were none of Amorlik's playthings, no soldiers, no nothing. There must have been a break, a revolt, and a counter-takeover. But with so much, a great deal of sorcery would have to be present. When did they find magic strong enough to rip down an entire occupation in a day? Larian held her palms down over the blood, and it was drawn back into her hands. The blood emptied dry from the bowl, and the splits in her skin closed. Regretfully, the pain and the haze subsided and her mind cleared. She stood up after blowing out the candles. She looked at her reflection in the tall brass frame mirror, smoothing down the most obvious of tangles in her hair, and nodding with satisfaction at the bloody handprints and smears on her pale blue velvet dress. In her view, wearing what she could do was a mark of her skill, and everything else was an indicator of her devotion to her magic. It was dark, so it was hard to see much else, but it didn't matter. Larian ignored her leather slippers and left the bedchamber. The hallway was dark, lit only by the distant bobbing torchlights. The sleepy quiet was broken only by the far echo of stomping heavy boots against the marble. She didn't feel like shaping a current sphere just then. She was in a hurry, and the torchlight, however scarce, was enough for her. She walked with fast and purposeful steps, mulling over what she saw in blood sights as she went. It wasn't long before she found Amorlik's bedchamber, a boring and plain room in her mind. But Rack and Ben didn't stand their usual watch outside his door, signaling his presence. Larian furrowed her brow in consternation only for a second before her lips upturned in a slow, maniacal grin. If Amorlik wasn't there, and it was much too late for him to be in his throne room, he could only be in the lower levels. Larian hurried her steps almost to a jog as she headed for the stairwell. She loved the lower levels, all the naked people packed together in the wide cells, their delicious and pure terror swallowing them up. In that way, only their screams, only their songs mattered. They weren't driven busybodies. They didn't have work to do, and they could do nothing for their loved ones. Only fear and pain were in their minds. The pain of starvation and thirst in their bellies, the fear of an inevitable end. It gripped them tight, stared into their eyes, and made them cry and scream such crystalline and exquisite songs. It was a place of blood spilt from veins in such quantities that even the ravages of war paled to a kindness. While the air was cold and damp so far below, the blood was pushed and yanked into imposed obedience. Fates! Such pain intoxicated Larian, making her lightheaded and giddy. She released a mad giggle that echoed ahead of her as she departed the ground floor. She was answered with a delightful, unified note of people screaming, terrified of what the insane laughter boded for their fate. She descended into the darkness of the lowest levels. Larian skipped as playfully as a little girl while people recoiled from their cell doors. They pressed back in a crush against the slime-covered far walls. Mothers and fathers concealed their children protectively. Cassian told her that when there was no more threats, a third of the cells would be emptied. The people would be set in guarded pens, where they would gaze and mate like sheep. Larian giggled at the image in her mind of wearing their hides like sheared wool. Maybe in those days, his greatness would cease to be so high-strung, though she never knew him to be otherwise. When Larian first met Amorlik, she was attracted to him in a very carnal way. She thought he might even entertain her and thrill her in new and exciting ways. While he was alluring, especially when he donned the rugged and roguish look, there was no fun to him at all. Then he asked Larian to show him how to shape her magic. She thought it might loosen him up and make his company more pleasurable. But he never took in the one rule. He did not let go of his logic and footing in the world. He did not spread his arms, dance to the music of screams, and let himself fall carefree into their blood. Larian listened to the booted footfalls ahead. In the brightly lit infusion chamber, no one ever seemed to notice it, but there was a hollow quality to the ground beneath their steps. She was certain there was a mystery to that, a deep secret no one ever bothered to contemplate. It was as enticing as using bloodsight to peer into a person's most well-kept secrets, past the lies and illusions they tell themselves. When Larian was a child, her mother and father fought to keep such secrets from her. The entire house did, aside from her twin sister. In time, Larian thought she could hear those words squirming and pulsing beneath their skin. It was only inevitable, thoughtful, and kind of Larian to release those secrets from the prisons of their bodies. She could fling open the cages and let it run free into her loving hands, where it could tell her everything. Larian opened all those cages. Her will sang out, and the blood answered her siren song, a melody of liberation. Blood spoke to her then, and she painted their words on every wall and surface. All the while, it swirled around her a red liquid cocoon, a transformation born of 1,000 whispers. Her arms were wide, her eyes were closed and lost in revelry, and she laughed and hummed. In that moment, Larian was an embodiment of madness, and she delighted in it. Larian passed into the brightly lit, now sprawling infusion chamber. Where before it was a dozen stone slabs with stacks of barrels and tubes, this chamber now had 20 pairs of slabs, all perfectly lined in a row, one side for infusions, another for extraction. To the far wall, parallel to each extraction slab, there was a thick steel door. Even with the heavy barrier, Larian could hear the panic and desperation begging on the other side. They were different rooms meant to hold the next batch of people for extractions. And the infusion slabs held a full complement of 20 men, bare-chested and eager for the next injection of raw energy. Most of them were Amorlik's highest-ranking officers, but the Emperor was also present, his muscled form appealing as he flexed his fists in anticipation.
Too bad his personality's so boring and ugly, Larian thought to herself, and he knows things he won't tell any of us.
Besides Amorlik, Rack and Ben stood in rigid and stoic attendance. Their eyes were bored, and Larian empathized. Perhaps if Ben would allow her to prove how entertaining she could be, he might not be so silent and disinterested all the time. And then there were the thralls. Cassian was so proud of them. There were 20 of them present wearing crude, filthy brown robes stained with blood and mixtures. Their eyes were blank and unblinking, while their mouths hung open and slack. Cassian explained something boring about them, that they had parts of their brain cut out, and something was injected with Macellan's old concoctions. They were hairless, with unusually sloppy scars forming a crown around their bald heads. Now the thralls were dusting off the extraction slabs and sweeping the floor. Larian would have to put the remains in the barrels for later basic polymancy. It was one of the few points she agreed with the Order on. Never waste anything. If anyone knew about the reeking waste heaps in Narrenmoor's rancid water, no one would argue that point. The memory of that smell alone caused her to wrinkle her nose and shudder. Amorlik was on a different mind of the matter. He declared that once they had what they wanted from the people, the dust and dry bits were worthless. They were unworthy of memorial recognition, and burning them was more effort than he wished. They were dumped in pits and heaps far beyond the palace. When the chamber was clean and the remains were taken away in a handcart, the thralls stood ready by each door. A metal shutter opened, only big enough for an arm to fit through, and a gauntlet-covered hand shoved the appendages into the opening. The arms wriggled and struggled, but each thrall grappled the wrist and drew a small metal syringe from a holster attached to the wall. They plunged the needles deep into the flesh below the elbow and pressed a tiny drop of reapermite venom into the arms. The arms were withdrawn, the doors were opened, and soldiers pulled their subjects. The venom sapped their will to fight free. They would be paralyzed by the time they were laid on a slab for the thrall to strap down. There was only one part of this that fascinated Larian, and that was next. The ceiling and floor were a mosaic of glittering faceted gems and a complex pattern of iron beams. There were bottles and tubes ending in needles, all filled with bubbling concoctions. They were pumped from barrels positioned on the floor above. The ground above each slab had a series of steel trigger plates and depressions that could only be activated in the proper sequence. Once activated, the gems would lower on the metal arms, rays of light would pour over the naked bodies, taking in the details of their energies and bodily rhythm, and preparing for steps where needles would emerge. After that, more gems and arms would lower and gather energy into the blood iron to form the spell shades formerly performed by Larian and her sister. The energy would be gathered, and the dried-up body would be nothing but dust when it was over. Where once they had to fight with each subject and the process required an hour, the machines could perform it in half the time. The cleanup and preparations required the other half hour, or many of the cells would be empty already. But Cassian once supplied the numbers to her, a relief since Larian hated counting, and told her 480 people could be processed every day. Larian could have stood still and watched it all, but she was in a hurry.
"Hold your greatness!"
The interruption earned Larian an angry glower as he sat up and reminded her of another revolting feature. The blonde mustache and closely trimmed goatee were hideous. What possessed him to believe it was any variety of fashionable? "Delay the infusion!" Amorlik ordered, swinging his legs off the slab. The thralls were conditioned to obey only the orders of Cassian and Amorlik. Honestly, it was mind-numbing that they achieved so much in those few weeks. But Amorlik focused the entirety of his empire and resources into creating the swift engine following every direction Cassian suggested. Amorlik stormed before Larian as everything stilled motionless. As he drew within several feet, Larian struggled not to scrunch her nose with distaste. There was another smell that she would place as bad as Narrenmoor's middens. The thick reek of male body odor. Amorlik was covered in a sheen of sweat. "This best be worth my while, Larian," Amorlik growled, low and threatening. His fingers twitched in the direction of his favorite plaything, Emperor's Thirst, as it leaned against the wall in a golden scabbard. The encrusted rubies gleamed along the length of the sheath. But Larian wasn't afraid of a Morlock and his blustering. True, he was infused with the energies of more than 100 people, and his spells came with either a thought or a twitch of the finger, but his knowledge was little more than amateur. There was no indication he would rise further and learn more. It made Larian want to giggle, because he was the equivalent of a large, powerful bear who only knew how to threaten her with a brittle twig.
The Tilsen occupation will not be coming with their songs,
Larian stated with a wiry smile. A Morlock clenched his fist and teeth. Why? Larian answered in a playful sing-song drawl.
All the Emperor's forces, all his boys and toys, broken to bits, burned and broken.
Larian paused to giggle before whispering,
Red and black, all red and black.
It was the first bit of fun Larian had in weeks. A Morlock's arm shot forward and wrapped around her throat. Larian giggled and cackled twice as hard.
All the boys and girls set out to play, no more cages for them. The hounds are loose and they growl and bite. They will not tuck their tails and obey.
Larian laughed harder and harder, drawing the curious gaze of the soldiers, and uncaring of the threat poised at her neck. A thought flared against the Emperor's steel-blue eyes as his arms sagged away from the grip. As fast as a day, yes? Larian's mirthful grin remained and she whispered,
One day it's yours, then yours no more.
I assigned a sizable outpost there, many awakened and infused. The streets were lined with RATs, placements. There shouldn't have been a large enough force in all province to tear it from my grasp, let alone in a single day. A Morlock walked away, pacing and mulling it over. He's appeared much sooner than I expected. I thought I would have time to gather more power and prepare for him. It seems another instance where my superiority will be tested through quick wit and improvisation. A Morlock's eyes were directed at the ground as he voiced his thoughts out loud. Again, Larian had the nagging suspicion that there was something that a Morlock was not telling her. Her mirthful smile tightened in a frustrated scowl. If he was not an emperor, if he hadn't bolstered his will to ridiculous levels, she would be yanking the blood from his arteries so that she could learn everything he kept from her. At least some of her impatience leaked into his introspection as a Morlock's gaze snapped up to find her. We are going to see this uprising personally, Larian. I will assemble the bulk of the forces stationed in the palace. We will bring no less than 20 rats, all rounds coated. Your sister will ride with me to hasten our journey with as much meld-walking as we can endure. But I have a vital task for you, Larian. A Morlock pressed 2 fingers to his lips and sounded a shrill whistle. Rack and Ben were quick to fall into flanking him at either side. You are to meld-walk to a discreet distance from Tilsen. I need you to probe them from concealment. Find out anything you can. Enemy positions and preparations, possible weaknesses, and counter methods. Rack and Ben will accompany as your bodyguards. A Morlock leaned closer, his eyes blazed with hateful fervor. I have reason to believe Raiden is alive, and that he is aiding them. The highest priority is discover as much as you can about him. Consider this a hunt, Larian, and I am relying on you to find out as much as you can about our prey. Collect as much information as you can and relay it to me as quick as you are able. Bring missive sheets and contact me often. We need strategies before we engage this uprising. Larian curtsied in rare obedience. She was eager to do something so large, but her smile was half-hearted with anxiety. Light Rylan was alive? While she always wanted to bathe in his blood, for reasons based in unresolved anger, she could acknowledge that his power were many miles beyond her own. She had hoped he had died with Light Ishel during that day. Larian sighed as she led the way for Rack and Ben down the hallways. 2 soldiers dragged a middle-aged, red-haired Tyrillian woman by the arms. She kicked and thrashed, screaming for help as she was forced closer to the end of her life.
It could be worse,
Larian thought to herself.
I could be sent after the Void Hand.
Chapter 55. Jorikin Baranal drew deep into the folds of his long black weather coat, trying to keep away from the heavy flakes of snow. The cold still bit into his nose and ears, while his breath misted and escaped the top of his hood. His feet pressed and crunched through the snow that layered the cobbles up to his calves. Tilzen buzzed and clattered with commotion. Much of it came from outside the city limits. The strong and able-bodied worked tirelessly there, digging a wide trench around the city's edge. Without Ryland's displacement fields, it would have been impossible. Livestock was kept in makeshift pens close to the east end of the Katani quarter. They were herded in from the pastures and farms to the west. The Parali were too fair and dainty to be much help in digging and fortifying. They remained close to the city center where they supervised children or cooked meals for the people at their labors. They might have had the advantage of staying indoors, but no one remained idle. Jorikin chanced the sight of a green-coated figure every so often, working dozens of tasks at the same time. Jorikin would not ponder that too closely. Thinking about Ryland's magic and how it worked often gave Jorikin a headache. The last time Jorikin tried to put a name to this everywhere-ness that Ryland did, he could not pronounce it. His attempt to do so was answered with doubled-over laughter from Ryland and Amreen. 2 Rylands were in sight, even now. One was assisting a Terillian butcher, using that strange copy art to make twice as much meat as the large man with the cleaver. Another was assisting a team of cooks in a tavern in the Katani quarter. Jorikin was certain that Amreen and Ryland were also side by side with Borvis, digging deep in the wet, muddy trenches. Jorikin confirmed this when he emerged from the western road. The 2 Solas drew stares and glances in awe as they speared free spadefuls of wet dirt and heaved it into piles ahead of them. They worked shirtless, oblivious to the gray, foggy skies and the ever-increasing snow that layered the ground. Jorikin and the Stormers once thought a Solas would only ever do anything with sorcery. That was proven incorrect, and it led to another misconception. He thought they would have a weak physique from lack of exertion. Borvis and Ryland barely broke a sweat, and their arms and torsos were tight with corded muscle. They had a lean and fast look, not the bulky look of fighters better suited to hammers. As Amreen shoveled spadefuls of her own, her green eyes strayed to her husband, watching him as he bent into his work. Jorikin chuckled low to himself at the display before he trudged into the snow-covered road. He had a long patrol ahead, climbing a series of the western hilltops. Back and forth before he would return. No one knew how a Morlock would send an army, but it was best to watch carefully. He left behind the edge of New Tilzen and glanced back at the spectacle of labor. There was a constant buzz, like a mix of hummingbirds and bees united in song. The digging people had a blur at the outline of their bodies, but they were otherwise still and unmoving. Ryland explained that there was some sort of time difference outside of his fields, and it would make communication virtually impossible beyond that point. Jorikin was on his own now. Jorikin climbed up the south rise, directly across from where the Stormers sprung their ambush. The valley of Tilzen was easily more than 80 miles from east to west. It was surrounded by a series of mildly tall rolling hills, now covered with drifts of snow over brown slush. The grasses of the plains were mostly buried, but there were defiant green stalks that poked through the white blanket. Jorikin climbed the first rise and stopped to view the road and the land to the west. So far, it was quiet and uneventful. Jorikin spent another 2 hours descending and climbing a higher hilltop. The snow slowed and stopped for a time, permitting a much larger view. Jorikin watched the deep gray clouds as they drifted lower against the hills. Further in the west, there were more downward sheets of white promising more snow. This all looked like an unusually early winter spread throughout Stratia. "Jorikin!" Borvis's voice sounded in his head. They must have abandoned the trenches in the field for a rest for them to speak with him. "You do not need to wander too far into the south. Their attack will likely come from an approach directly west." Jorikin answered out loud. "We depend too much on that idea. They could choose to do the exact opposite to catch us off guard, without that blood iron." Those words made Jorikin twist his mouth with revulsion. "They can discover what we are about. Aimrine interjected on Jorikin's behalf.
The Knight Captain isn't wrong to look every direction.
Rylan would have to be aiding Aimrine to allow her thoughts to be voiced inside Jorikin's mind. Jorikin became disinterested as the debate continued. He retrieved the collapsed brass tube from a leather pouch at his belt. The break in the snowfall was a perfect opportunity for his father's invention to give him the best possible view. He stretched the metal and placed the narrow end close to his eye. Jorikin focused the view to the west and north. The day was too cloudy to cast a reflection against the half-sphere of glass at the other end. He twisted the brass end, bringing the north hills and woods into sharper clarity. Jorikin cursed in a low grumble as he investigated the dense tree line. There were deepening shadows as the forest descended the north slope and rose into the gradually taller peaks. Jorikin glimpsed flashes of movements in those shadows that were not the deer or wolves of the woods. A bright red cloak also briefly flourished in and out of view. It was too fanciful and stylized for any but highborn. Jorikin collapsed the tube and stuffed it back in the pouch. The hill he stood on was mostly bald, and his black clothes were noticeable against the wintry backdrop. Maybe he wasn't visible to the intruders from several miles away. If he could descend the west and circle their view, he might be able to blend into the woods at the northern rise. The approach would require a couple more hours. The snow had already resumed their downfall, and by the time he crossed the western road, he was pushed against a white, full blizzard. He was blind to anything beyond a few feet in front of him. The winds violently shoved against him, forcing him to lean forward and pull his hood tight. It was possible that the snows were obscuring him from the sight of the intruders. Jorikin believed it would be better to err on the side of caution anyways. The woods slowly came into view as a dark blur. Jorikin came closer to their sheltered canopy, and the snowfalls lessened. Jorikin tightened and slowed his steps after he heard the first loud snap of a twig beneath his foot. After an hour, he was close enough to see the locations of the intruders he spotted. It would be easy to dismiss them after several hours of attempted stealth. The clouds were getting darker, and the day lapsed into later afternoon. The air turned frigid with a more insistent bite. Who would remain in this place for so long in this weather? There was another quick flash of red movement not so far away, skirting the other side of the trees. It was there 1 minute and gone the next, vanishing like a spirited haunt. Jorikin was nagged with the tiny suspicion that he was being toyed with and led on. This was no refugee, but they were aware of him. He crouched low to the ground, continuing a much slower and quieter approach. Rylan and Borvis gave Jorikin no further communication for some time now. They must have ended their rest and returned to their labors, leaving him alone to discover more about this stalker. Jorikin came to a small clearing, sheltered by a ring of trees with wide tops that provided ample shelter from the weather. Only some of the large flakes of snow filtered through the high boughs. Jorikin found his target. The figure was short, and the long red cloak didn't reveal much from behind. Whoever it was, their back was turned, and their hood was up. The solitary and unassuming nature of it all made Jorikin doubly uneasy. For one thing, the red cloak wasn't the only movement he viewed in the trees. Jorikin tensed and drew his long sword and dagger. "Turn about and raise your hands. Then call out your cohorts." The figure did not move or speak. Jorikin moved closer with his sword held level and pointed at the figure. "My words were clear. Do as I command." A low, feminine chuckle came from the figure before she lifted her head and cackled loud with frightening madness. Jorikin responded to the fear this woman's laugh instilled. There were no more words. He dashed with his longsword. His blade was caught and wrapped in a length of barbed leather, wreathed in hot orange flame. The attacker emerged from the trees to the left. Jorikin recognized him instantly. The other Vodesian magic soldier emerged from the trees to the right. Jorikin only encountered the two men once in the ruins of Dunel months ago. He was broken and battered from it. He only barely managed to escape the silent fighters with his life that day. In the end, he battled just to dislodge his blade from the clash. He staggered into the peaks using the trees for cover, and the dips and logs for hiding. Many of the wounds Jorikin sustained were badly infected, oozing with maggot-white pus. Some of the wounds were burned with frost. Korvik needed days to properly treat him. Jorikin grinned and tossed aside his long cloak. He yanked his sword away in a risky, graceful back handspring. He crouched deep and his eyes shifted between the two Vodesians. The first recoiled his fiery whip in a loud snap as the flames vanished. "I haven't thanked you two for our last dance yet. Allow me to be a gentleman and repay you." Jorikin taunted, tightening his grips on the creaking leather wrappings of his weapon. The third figure turned. Everything about the diminutive woman struck Jorikin with a wave of revulsion and recognition. Jorikin didn't personally know all the renegades from the war. Most of them were known to him in passing. The Bloodskate twins were among those he did not know well. Their disappearance occurred before he could remedy that. But Jorikin did remember the filthy, tangled blonde hair and the jagged veins of those red-wide, crazed blue eyes. Whatever else might have changed about her, Larian's telltale features were unmistakable. "Traitor witch!" Jorikin spat in an acid hiss. Larian pursed her lips in a fake pouting. The man on the right lashed low at Jorikin's leg. Jorikin evaded with a quick stationary backflip. He landed and raised his longsword in time to catch a downward cut from a black-bladed short falchion. That was new since their last battle, and it posed a problem for Jorikin. The new sword added a new range to their combat. The throwing daggers, whips, and sorcery were dangerous at a distance, but all he needed to do was close the gap. That was no longer true.
"Raktin,"
Larian chastised, lowering her eyes at him.
"I need this blackbird to sing. We don't invite the crows for him."
Fates! Jorikin forgot how chillingly insane Larian sounded. The exchange provided him with a distraction and an opening. Jorikin dropped low and delivered a powerful slash at the top of Raktin's ankle. Muscle and bone were sliced clean, and blood splashed the dirt and snow. Jorikin made a hard roll away as a jagged bolt of white lightning blasted the ground he vacated. Rocks, dirt, and leaves sprayed high in a cloud. The low cut should have been enough to draw an agonized cry from Raktin, but he didn't flinch. Jorikin rolled into the obscuring debris and attempted to stab the end of his longsword into Raktin's bowels. His black falchion forcefully deflected the stab. Raktin followed his powerful defense with a bone-jarring kick to Jorikin's chin. The knight captain flew back, heels over his head. The other Vodesian lashed with his barbed whip and wrapped Jorikin's ankles before he could hit the ground. The Vodesian yanked him back, his whip ripping through the pants and flesh of Jorikin's legs and ankles. He kicked Jorikin in the ribs. Jorikin battled the dizzying impulse to pass out and sat up. He quickly severed the whip with his dagger. He tore the barbed length of his leg, ignoring the blood and pain as he ripped his wounds wider. He spit out a tooth with a wad of bloody spit from Raktin's kick. Jorikin gambled on a forward roll to the nameless man. He spun his dagger once and stabbed downward at his thigh above the knee. It was a feint, and he was met with a drawn falchion to redirect the blow. Jorikin's dagger slid off the black blade in the shower of sparks. Raktin underestimated the damage to his ankle. He moved in with another cleave with his falchion. Jorikin redirected the black sword this time. The overextended momentum sent Raktin stumbling into his fellow. Jorikin ignored the fervent waves of pain assailing his senses and rolled into the crashing duo. Jorikin lanced his long sword into the forehead of the second Vodesian. Bone crunched as Jorikin ran his blade completely through his skull, impaling him to the ground. Raktin was on his feet, and there was no time for Jorikin to retrieve his longsword. The Vodesian uncoiled his whip in a loud crack, and the length hummed and popped with vivid sparks of white lightning. He lashed at Jorikin. His teeth were clenched in a snarling rictus. Jorikin caught the end of the lash with the blade of his dagger. He avoided another flesh-rending strike, this time to the arm or chest. But the electricity coursed through the metal and shocked his arm. Everything below the shoulder convulsed once with stringing pain, then went limp. Jorikin dropped his dagger after his arm was rendered numb and useless. Rakton reached for a throwing dagger from his belt, but Larian interjected. Larian shook her head with disapproval.
No spider bites, Rak. I need him to sing.
He killed Beneath. The voice that sounded from Rakton croaked weak from disuse. Larian's jaw hung open as she gaped speechlessly. The magnitude was lost on Jorikin, and he seized the moment. He dashed several steps, fighting down his pain in the warm wetness at his feet. He clenched his teeth and braced as he launched into a leap that twisted in alternating directions. He delivered a devastatingly powerful kick with each turn striking into Rak's head and sternum. The first kick knocked him back. The second broke his nose and smashed out several teeth. The third kick crushed his ribcage above the sternum with a crunch that reverberated in the trees. Rakton was slammed onto his back. Jorikin landed in a one-handed cartwheel that placed him on top of the fallen Vodesian. Jorikin moved quicker than Rak could lift his arms and yanked a dagger free from the belt before jamming the full blade into Rakton's neck. Rakton twitched once before his body seized into a rigid lock of limbs. Jorikin winced with disgust when he realized that the throwing dagger must have been coated with a unique poison. But it was the only weapon close at hand. Jorikin yanked another throwing dagger from Rak's belt and spun on his heels and knees to throw. The pain in his wounds flared hot, and all-encompassing as it caught up to him. Jorikin held enough endurance for one more move. Jorikin would let himself lose consciousness after. But the poisoned blade never left Jorikin's hand. His arm was wound back with enough momentum to pierce the dagger deep into Larian. She smiled knowingly. While Jorikin never let the projectile loose, his arms slowly lowered and sagged at his side. The weapon fell from his hands. Jorikin's body would not obey his mind to move. Larian sauntered to Jorikin and cupped his chin in her hand. She spoke in a coo that was better suited for a pet.
Naughty, naughty blackbird. I tried to invite you to perch on my hand, but you were so stubborn.
Jorikin caught the meaning then. He didn't know why Larian, a skilled sorceress, was standing back and allowing her henchmen to do the work. It was foolish to think she was sitting on her hands the whole time. The lives of the two men were spent to give her time for placing this bodily mutiny.
And look at the mess you made.
Larian pouted as she looked to the bloody corpses.
They were such loyal hounds. They wouldn't even bark until the very end. Did you know they could bark?
Larian forced Jorikin's head to move from side to side.
Neither did I. I thought Her Majesty cut out their tongues or burned them out with one of her potions.
Larian stomped over to Beneath's corpse and gave him an angry kick to the ribs.
But no! They just would not talk, no matter how much fun I promised.
Larian walked over to Jorikin and held his head up as she bent close, her face inches away from his. Her bloodshot, crazed eyes engulfed his field of vision. Her breath filled his nose. Jorikin's stomach turned when he smelled the thick reek of blood, even on her breath. He could not bring himself to ponder how that was possible.
But you won't just talk, will you, little blackbird? You're going to sing and sing and sing!
She straightened and covered his eyes with her hands.
Sleep.
She spoke in a soft and gentle voice. Jorikin didn't feel his eyes close or his sideways fall to the twigs and leaves. Larian scrambled to the dark fighter's bloody legs as soon as he fell asleep. The blood hold was far more difficult to shape on him than she expected. He didn't have magic, so it should have been easy to slip around his will. But the struggle he gave was innate and raw. In the end, it cost her 2 of her favorite living playthings. But this was just the chance she was waiting for, and better than she expected. One lone soldier scouting about, thinking to catch her by surprise? Larian felt his blood from far away. How could she not? It was all alone and humming with vitality. Larian could have maintained Cassian's boring merchant charm, but revealing herself was a calculated risk, with a reward her sister would have been proud of. She knelt in the wet leaves and dipped her finger in his wound. She felt the whispers and secrets in his blood. She concentrated on the sound and narrowed her awareness. The endless current shot into her like an arrow, piercing her mind. Larian simplified and perfected her blood read over the last 5 years. It was faster and more detailed than the version she was familiar with for so many years before. She licked the blood off her fingertips. The blood read began, filling her head with new thoughts and images. The whispers became clear voices in past conversations. Larian was surprised to discover that this Jorikin knew her. She didn't know him. He had a passing memory of her from the war with the belligerent Kasarans. She laughed, but she didn't remember seeing him. He was a survivor of Malkanor's old army. That was certainly an entertaining tidbit. She licked her lips and mulled over the taste as well as the thoughts that came with it. There were lots of juicy secrets to Jorikin. Then Larian found his connection to Rylan. To care now, was it? Wasn't that the noble name of the girl Amorlik used to have such lust for? Imreen Zakar, wasn't it? Larian continued to hone in on anything involving that husband and wife, and what she found made her grin and giggle. Larian's eyes widened, and she gasped before she sang in a childish taunt. I knew a little secret, I knew a little secret. There was so much to do. Larian would not suffer from boredom today. The seeds of a plan formed, and she relayed the details on the light blue missive sheets with a golden-tipped quill. If his greatness could obey her for a change, this could end in their favor. Chapter 56. The city of Tilzen was as well fortified as it could be with such short notice. A wide trench ran the entire outer edge of the city. It was deep, too wide to jump even by horseback, and it was filled with steel lance-like spikes as tall as a man. The main roads in and out of Tilzen were still open, and there was no wall. Meldwalking forces could always turn any walled city into a trap. The trench would not be the only defense. The stormers and solas would not suffice against the coming assault. The citizenry of Tilzen was assessed for any combat capacity. Borvis and Rylan constructed training grounds aided by hastened displacement fields. Everyone was outfitted with spears, broadswords, and round shields. Hours of training were condensed into moments as Amreen and Jorikin combined their methods with the Stormers and the Tilzen militia. There were a handful of pastime hunters among the Katani and Tyrillians. They were current-bred and given transmuted bows to fit their preferred abilities. They were then set into improvised archery ranges to hone their skills as much as they could. The remaining arbalists of the Stormers tried to add as much help as they could, but they were more familiar with crank draws of arbalists and hard draws of crossbows. The Stormers readily admitted that bows and crossbows were very different. Borvis shambled into the warmth of the inn, leading the way for Amreen, Jorikin, and Rylan. They were all tired and bedraggled, exhausted beyond their limits. The efforts to prepare for war could not be shared in the capacity they held. Their efforts were made difficult by the ceaseless snowfall. The weather did little more than slow for a brief period, and it lasted for more than 2 weeks. The snow now came up to Borvis's knees. Borvis's eyes drooped and his mouth hung ajar. His words slurred when he spoke. I'm fairly certain the forces of creation did not intend for current cleansing and refreshing as such frequent options. Jorikin and Rylan remained silent. It was strange to hear Amreen slurring her words too.
If you didn't, I would be asleep on the cobbles days ago.
The warmth of the fire in the receiving lounge washed over the weary four. They stood swaying slightly as the heat soothed them of their constant state of cold. The innkeeper, a wiry bald man behind a counter, gave them a worried and pitying look. He didn't ask for coin, and they all knew better than to insist. He gave them rooms permanently. He was one of the men carted away in the caravan, and he coupled his gratitude with his understanding of the times of war. At first, he wanted to push them into the finer suites on the top floor. The 4 war leaders insisted on rooms on the ground floor to have a closer proximity should battle break out in the streets. The rooms were now a blessing with as tired as they were. The smell of food enticed Borvis, though it was faint and cold by hours. His belly grumbled at the thought of salted dried beef and stale bread. They were already in front of the hallway to the left with a stairway that led to the upper floors. The kitchen aromas wafted at Borvis from the other way.
"We'll get you a warm meal straight away," the innkeeper declared.
Borvis turned his gaze to offer the Katani man a weary but genuine smile.
"Such divine words are unrivaled, my good man."
The innkeeper responded with a throaty laugh and waved the four along. Borvis found his solitary room and allowed a moment to appreciate the innkeeper's generosity. It was a successful and mildly expensive establishment. It boasted the Katani dark granite walls, decorated with brightly colored paintings framed in artful woodwork. The floors were made from the smooth, rainbow-tinted Perali house stone. Each room had a glass-topped table holding a crystal vase filled with silk flowers. Jorkin paused at his own door, giving a wordless blank stare to each of them. He fumbled with the doorknob in uncharacteristic clumsiness before it opened and he stumbled inside. Borvis looked at the night captain's closed door with wary scrutiny. His brow furrowed with consternation. He didn't dare voice his assessment out loud, for fear that it would somehow make real what could only exist in paranoia. But there were moments that Jorkin seemed off. That started after his patrol over a week ago. He came back unharmed and unworried, but Borvis detected something in the young swordsman. His dark eyes would have blank and unreadable movement, followed by a quick blunder of some kind. It was absent when he trained the people to fight, so Borvis kept it to himself. If Jorkin could still do what was needed, there was no reason to question it. Borvis was too tired to look at Aimrine and Rylan. While he wouldn't say anything out loud about this subject either, there were solitary moments where he could not be around them. He tried to keep his mind on what needed to be done, but sooner or later, silence and thought were inevitable. Borvis needed the constant labors. It was better for him. He could clear his mind for hours focusing on the memory and creation of weapons, armors, or the various supplies they needed. It demanded all his attention, which left no room to feel his grief and the wounds it made. Borvis hated going through such lengths. He hated that he couldn't hide it and appear the same jovial Tyrillian everyone was familiar with. Every smile was skin deep, every jest was half-hearted. Then there were the changes in his magic. Borvis subtracted the whistling of his own volition, but the razor-edged spheres and makeshift daggers were new and unexpected. He welcomed their deadly edge during battle, but he had time to reflect on it. Borvis was certain it was caused by his anger and grief, his desire to make his enemies feel his pain. He didn't feel remorse or regret as he sliced the Morlick's men open. There was no sickening revulsion at his projectiles but gaping holes through them. He ended that battle soaked in blood, and he felt nothing for it. Borvis closed the door behind him. The latch clicked shut, and the sound reverberated in the hollowness inside him. He was as cold and sick as the war he fought. Whatever facade he donned, he knew he was no longer the man he used to be, and that changed his sorcery into this malignant, bloodthirsty thing he brought into the world. It was a true sign that he was no longer right with himself. What did that really mean for the times after war, if they were all so fortunate? He was overjoyed when Rylan told him his daughter was still alive. But Borvis had time to look at who he was in battle and the aftermath of the Day of Poisoned Light. He wondered if the man he now was could raise and care for such a wonderful little girl, when he didn't know if he could trust the change coming over him. Borvis sighed and crossed the room to a bed that was a little larger than it needed to be for one man. Torchlight poured in the windows from the streets, and he pulled shut curtains as gauzy as Perali garments. He pulled off his robe and sat down. He always held a secret reserve capacity for the endless current. It was small, only enough for one transmutation. He held out his hand and shaped a small tin cup. It was filled with a strong Kassaran rum, thick and potent as it burned down his throat. He swallowed it back quick and didn't even cough. The drink instantly brought tingles to his head and arms. It wasn't enough to render him intoxicated and useless, but it would scatter his thoughts, relax his body, and put him into a sound and dreamless sleep. Dreams were haunting and painful for him now, waking him with weeping fits. This was better. Borvis only pulled off his boots before he wrapped himself in blankets. He fell into the void of sleep within minutes. He was oblivious when the innkeeper placed the steaming plate of seasoned chicken and warm buttered bread on the table by the flowers. Rylan and Aimreen did not dismiss their hunger. The meat was tender, and the seasoning added a savory delight that only paved the way for the sweet Tyrillian peach tea. They were given a slightly bigger room, and it allowed them to sit across from each other at the small round dining table. They ate with fervent hunger and unapologetic abandon. When it was done, Rylan dismissed the light of a current sphere and dressed down to his trousers before covering himself with blankets. They wrapped their arms around each other, laying warm and entwined. They were too tired for thoughts and worries to obstruct their sleep. Rylan drifted into black dreamlessness for several hours, but it did not remain that way. Rylan did have a dream version of himself, and he stood in an all too familiar void. As troubling as it was to be here, it paled in comparison to an immediate observation. Rylan could not feel Aimreen in the dream. Negistrissus materialized in front of Rylan, directly after he discovered the solitary feeling. Createn floated, wreathed in black fire with the staff of the abyss clasped against the back of his arm. The tiny black pupil of his eyes bore into Rylan, but his expression was flat and empty. He didn't speak as he stared at Rylan. Rylan couldn't tolerate the pierced feeling in the pall of silence. His shouting voice created an infinite echo in the dark. "What do you want, Createn?" Rylan would have accepted a smirk or any other expression, but Negistrissus continued to remain blank. Negistrissus' eyes filled with blackness like smoke and ink until they were dark, opaque orbs. Then he spoke without emotion or inflection. His quiet and low voice infused dread into his words. "Soon we will see." Rylan looked to him with his eyes scrunched and perplexed. "What is your meaning? What nonsense is this?" "The cumulation of millennia, the collected consequences of countless actions, the rewards for wagers made beyond comprehension. All debts are about to be counted, and their cost paid in full." The dreamscape changed, subtle and gradual. The void was filled. First came a flat, barren landscape of cracked, parched dirt. Dust clouds stirred in winds reeking of thick blood, rotting meat, and sulfur. The howls of the unimpeded winds were coupled with tortured, haunting moans and animal hissing. The skies were black. In flashes of wicked bright lightning, clouds were revealed as black as night, boiling and swirling, blocking out the light of the heavens. Rylan stepped back slow. His mouth gaped and his eyes were wide in horror. He knew what this was. Rylan shook his head. No, never. This is too much, Negistrissus." Negistrissus shrugged with indifference. "Perhaps, and perhaps not. It is intended." "In what way is this the justice you so loudly proclaim to champion?" There was no answer. The bleak world vanished as fast as thought, and Rylan opened his eyes. It was dark, and he lay in a bed. Only a few torches cast their glow from the streets outside. He took a moment to bask in the warmth beneath the covers. Aimreen lay close, her head nestled in the crooks of his arm and shoulders, with her hand resting on his bare chest. He felt her mind flicker with concern as she stirred slightly. Something of his distress from the nightmare came to her, if not the nightmare itself. The silence was tense and oppressive. But Rylan felt Aimreen's thoughts and feelings now, and that was a relief he clung to. She was here. They were still part of each other. They could restrain any effort from Negistrissus because he could not break through their united souls. Rylan rested his free hand on Aimreen's waist and took greater comfort in her presence. It was enough to take him back to a dreamless sleep. Borvis did not escape his dreams as he hoped he would. At first, it was a disturbing, incoherent collage of garbled images. All of it bled together like wet paint hurled at a canvas. Then the images took on clear definition. The backdrop was hazy and gray like a thick winter fog. Every particle of the mist was determined to saturate with numbing cold. Isha was there, in front of Borvis. He wept with the desperate need to hold her and never let go. She wore her preferred worn brown apron blacksmith dress under her gray robe of the order. Her sandy blonde hair stirred in a gentle breeze. Her brown eyes were heartbreaking and sad, but filled with severe urgency. "I can't do this, Isha!" Borvis tried to tell her, but his words made no sound. Isha tilted her head and furrowed her brow. She didn't understand. "I'm not the man I was. Without you, I'm all wrong. I'm no good a father for our little Mary." Again, the words made no sound and Ishel didn't understand. Could she not read his lips? Ishel shrugged and spoke, but her words also made no sound. When she tried to speak, the air warbled around her as though she was speaking from under turbulent waters. "I don't understand," Borvis shouted, hoping for better clarity. Ishel looked at him with confusion for only a moment before realization washed over her expression, followed by despair. Ishel slowly turned away, her eyes glistening with tears. Borvis swept into her, folding her in his arms to comfort her. He didn't know if this was just a dream, or if she was truly there. But he would be there to hold her, and take her tears regardless. Borvis passed through Ishel as though she was made of air. He lowered his head and sobbed. This was too much for him. He couldn't escape the truth, even in his deepest sleep. The dreams would always come back to break him, finding the moments when he was alone and vulnerable. For all his powers to create changes, he couldn't alter the unfair barrage of the truth. But Isha was ready to prove to Borvis that this wasn't just a dream. She didn't continue to walk away or disappear from his sight. She turned to look at him with loving sympathy and worry. She reached up for his cheek, pausing only briefly with gentle trepidation before her hand touched his cheek and rubbed away a stream of his tears. Borvis woke up just then. He touched his cheek where Ishel's hand was. He sat up and swung his feet to the floor. He broke down into uncontrolled tears, hunching forward, haunted and broken by the dream. Ishel's touch was so vivid, so real. It was as though she had been in his room. Ishel could touch and console Borvis, but he could do nothing for her. The look in her eyes wounded him deeply. It recalled the last week of her life, when she was distant and unreadable. It drove him mad that he couldn't figure out what was wrong with her and help her navigate it. Borvis knew it wasn't about Meravith. Not directly, anyway. Ishel sent their daughter far away because she knew as he did. Meravith could thrive on her own if need be. He taught her how to transmute anything she needed with nothing but her will. Ishel taught her how to shape the elements in a rudimentary way. With all that knowledge, Meravith teetered on the edge of taking the endless current into her being. Her awakening could happen any day. She was such a witty and fearless child that she left no room for anyone to doubt. Borvis's heart sank with another realization. Meravith was only a little girl, likely alone, and very likely believing she was an orphan. She saw her mother on the brink of death. How could she hope to deal with that by herself? She needed to know he was still alive and there to help her through the pain. They should face their grief together. Borvis shoved back his tears and laid back into bed. He needed to rest while he could. A terrible, bloody war was imminent, and they needed to withstand it. Then, Borvis could find his daughter and bring her back to Stratia. Amorlik impatiently paced the perimeter of the deployment advanced ground. His heavy black steel cuirass greaves and bracers clattered as his heavy boots crunched in the flat snow. One hand rested on the pommel of Emperor's Thirst, eager to draw the blood magic sword and kill wantonly. He watched the unoccupied square of snow with a hard gaze, waiting. To one side of the square, a legion of 1,000 men waited, still and stoic as their training demanded. Their ranks were headed by rows of men armed with polearms and armored in the glossy black winter's glance. The rearmost soldiers were 2 bandoliers lined with multicolored vials. Their unblinking stares were alert and fixed forward. These men were the true embodiment of crushing imperial force, and they were not alone. More than 15,000 soldiers were already meldwalked and ready with their orders at a forward deployment camp. It was located only a couple miles west of the Tyrillian Pass outside of Tilzen. Amorlik worried at first that such a large force positioned so close to the enemy would be easily detected. But Larian gave her word on her life that they would be unnoticed until they were ready to strike. With so many forces so far ahead, there was no reason to doubt now. That left the question of the Sanguimancer's plan. She wasn't known for the expert planning and counsel that her sister often gave. But when asked, Cassian's shrug was one of encouragement.
You gave her a challenge, Your Greatness. Her desire to prove her worth may have stirred something rare within her. It may all be a gamble with a high cost, but I believe her strategy may have hidden merit.
The problem was that it left Amorlik waiting. He also wouldn't personally collect his blood debt from Rylan. But what had posturing and strong-arming gained him as a child? Another strategy struck because of this truth. Amorlik's eyes widened briefly before he walked to his command tent with hurried steps. When he arrived, 2 tall black-armored guards straightened their claymores against their shoulders in rigid salute. Their armor clattered in perfect unison. Amorlik paid them no mind. He entered a torchlit war room, partitioned at the far end for his sleeping quarters. There were 4 iron braziers filled with glowing red coals for warmth. The ground was dried and covered with a maroon rug. The center of the room held a rectangular polished red oak table with a map of the area, and markers to signify both enemy and his own forces. The desk to his right was his focus. It was covered with quills in a bottle, as well as several organized stacks of paper and parchment. This included the light blue-hued missive sheets. He drew a gold-feathered quill from the pocket of his doublet and infused it with his will before he scribbled orders for his forward officers and the twins. Amorlik paused to look at the map when he was done writing. Tilzen was ringed by a deadly trench. There were more trained fighters in the city than expected. Some of them were only given basic training and lacked the experience of his forces. But numbers and detailed knowledge of the city were advantages they hoped for. There were crude traps and archer placements along every street, more so closer to the center of the city. The training of the citizens came as a surprise, particularly with outfitting them. But Cassian supplied information on Ryland's known chronomancy skills. That explained the speed of their preparations. The trench alone should have required months to complete. Amorlik took time to absorb Cassian's information and then coupled it with the detailed view of his enemies, assessing their strategy. It was obvious they wanted to keep Amorlik's forces out of the city. Once removed, they could erect one of those massive stasis barriers to protect the cattle while leisurely raining attacks on his forces. But one expectation was clear to Amorlik now. They expected he would roll the entirety of his forces over the hills during the light of day to crush their morale. It would have been a clash of forces, and the cattle might even succeed. They were also counting on Amorlik's ignorance. That was their greatest mistake. Perhaps Ryland and Amorlik's former betrothed thought him to be the same as the child of years ago, thoughtless and brutish. It was time to give them a rude awakening in every sense of the word. Chapter 57. Ryland and Amarine awoke with abrupt fright, several hours before dawn. They were greeted with shouting and the clang of steel blades. Their room was illuminated in an orange glow pouring in from the streets outside their window. The glass shattered from a hurled projectile as they leapt from bed and dressed. The floor instantly caught flame from a broken vial of fluid. Their room filled with choking clouds of smoke in seconds. Ryland focused his will and shaped an intangible blanket of airless, heavy gravity over the base of the flames. The upper flames licked once before the would-be inferno was suffocated into darkness. By that moment, Imreen was pulling up loose trousers under her bedshift, lacing them up quickly. Ryland shaped a displacement cloak of haste to grant them more precise minutes to ready for battle. The chaos of the streets of Til Zen slowed to near silence. By then, the commotion heightened his alertness and filled his mind with alarmed questions. How did the jackals breach so deep into the city without warning? How were they unseen until now? Imreen led the way out of their room. They emerged into the cold autumn night into a slow panorama of war in the streets. Fire and lightning moved lethargically to blast the upper floors where archers were supposed to rain arrows. The resulting explosions would topple the buildings and crush anyone inside. There were 4 of the defenders of Til Zen in evidence, a clear sign that no one saw this coming. What few were in the streets were under-equipped, surrounded and overwhelmed, and only an instant from death. Borvis and Jordican were also caught off guard, as proven by their current absence. They would need a few more minutes to prepare. There was no time to take broader stock of the situation. Ryland pulled aside his thoughts and questions, shunned out his worry and panicked nerves. His mind slipped through the endless current and into the linear patterns of the temporal current. His hand traced green light into several shapes in large numbers as he maximized the speed of the displacement cloak. Everything around himself and Imreen slowed into stillness. Imreen read Ryland's plan in their bond and immediately approached the immobile enemies, ramming her saber through the heart of each. She aimed her blade from under their ribs, below their armor, so she could retrieve her saber quickly. Ryland felt her uneasy discomfort at striking enemies who were so completely vulnerable. She understood the need for it, that these men were already using similar repugnant strategies. That didn't offer her enough justification to clear her innate disdain. It was just so dirty and vile. Ryland had already confronted such a dilemma. He watched cities held hostage, and his friends and allies rendered powerless. These were methods not unlike Mayselin, her son, and the jackals. If halting the battlefield was the step needed to distinguish and sweep aside the enemy threat, then there was no place for hesitation. Ryland erected stasis barriers in front of the windows that served as archers' roosts. The barriers would dissolve quickly, but it would be long enough to stop the blasts. He picked their chemist vials out of the air and hurled them in the direction of their owners. They halted in mid-air after leaving his hand, but they would resume with their new course when the cloak faded. The displacement cloak would fade on its own. Maximized acceleration of time was equally as challenging as the large-scale multi-fold displacement. They would only have enough time to clear the threat in the streets for a mile in both directions. Ryland was struck with a queasy lurch in his bowels an instant before his speed returned to normalcy. The sudden removal caused an amateur forward fall, face first, into the slush and cobbles. The buildup of momentum created several jarring, painful impacts. Imreen was also affected. She slid on the wet and snowy streets with more grace than him, before falling on her side in a crumpled heap. They were both reminded of the cold as they tumbled. But the mud caked in between the links of her chainmail. Her steel armor nipped at her with freezing teeth. Ryland winced against the pain as he rolled onto his side. In the streets behind him, the jackals were screaming as death caught up to them. Everything was cast in the brilliant aftermath of explosions that shook the ground, boomed deafeningly, but failed to find their original marks. Ryland opened his eyes to a pair of dark, glossy shoes on small feet under a long black skirt. He looked up and was met with the scowling face of Cassian before she feigned a pout. Her appearance explained much. The sudden and unforeseen attacks were orchestrated by the spell shape she deployed to conceal the growth of the Empire, and she was using something like blood iron to halt his displacement cloak.
No surprise or gawking at the woman before you, Light Ryland?
Cassian didn't wait for a reply. She kicked him hard in the face, cracking the bridge of his nose.
I would think that you would be more surprised to see me, Light Rylan.
Cassian punctured her words with 2 more kicks for the ribs and bowels.
You couldn't feel my magic in this city. How did you know what I looked like?
She kicked him in the side of the head. Behind her, flames began to lick at the homes. People screamed from inside. Even those that were trained were unprepared for the assault, and they were cut down and burned before they could raise a defense. Glass was breaking as attackers and defenders were hurled from above the ground floors.
You didn't stop me before, even as I killed your best friend. You couldn't have seen me then.
Cassian wound up for another kick before she was struck in the side and flung spinning off her feet. A shining steel sphere covered with wickedly sharp serrated razors dripped blood as it flew back in the other direction.
Perhaps you're not as clever as you believe, Cassian,
Borvis declared, his voice dripping with haste.
But I thank you for your confession. Now I know which of you wishes to die first.
Imrine ignored the pain and the cold as she scrambled to her feet. Only quick reflexes and awareness saved her life. Her kite shield was up, only barely in time to stop a cleaving overhead strike from a long, shining double-edged sword. The impact was hard and painful, exceeding the limits of her training, causing vibration up her arm to her shoulder. The other jackals closed in on her from all around, but the enemy in front of her drew her primary attention. A Morlik Morinroke towered over Imrine with muscle that strained the joints of his armor. He raised the staying hand to the jackals while he applied unrelenting downward pressure against Imrine's shield.
This one's mine,
a Morlik growled, his teeth bared underneath the ugliest blonde goatee Imrine had ever seen.
She has always been, though she failed to see it.
Allow me to show you how that would have ended.
Imrine angled her shield, forcing his sword to slide along the surface. His overextended momentum forced him to stumble away to her side. Imrine wheeled with an arcing kick to his back that put him face down on the ground. Imrine stepped to finish him, but her legs were caught in the embrace of a black leather whip. A Morlik turned face up and hurled a ball of purple flame at the owner of the whip. The fire struck his face and melted his eyes and flesh to the bone.
She is mine,
a Morlik howled as he stood up.
Now the lot of you, stop loitering and remove this reeking city from the map.
A Morlik's arm lashed out with another ball of flames that struck Imrine's legs with enough force to topple her. He stepped forward, winding back his sword to skewer her head. Imrine made a crude roll to the side, barely evading the end of his blade. His fire melted and fused her greaves to the legs of her hauberk. The burn seared through her trousers and scored the skin on her shins. She kept rolling, avoiding repeated downward cleaving. Her face was stung by sprays of broken cobbles and bright sparks. Only the cold slush gave her any reprieve. Imrine always imagined fighting a Morlik would be little different than fighting him as a child. In those days, he showed no sign or desire for learning. But now, he had learned. In the years that he was absent, something changed him. She always felt it to a subtle degree, but she never imagined it would be like this. Now, a Morlik was an animal, a raging beast in combat. He capitalized on Imrine's weakness, hammered after her vulnerabilities, and used the entirety of his arsenal to do it. He was a monster possessed by his stolen powers. After a dozen hammering blows that met the cobbles, a Morlik hurled a throwing dagger that grazed her burned shin, finding the gap exposed beneath her greaves. Imrine's limbs locked with numbing cold in the instant of the cut. Of course the blade was poisoned. Why should Imrine be surprised? He was the son of that snake of a queen. The poison seized Imrine faster than she could assess it. Fates, what was it? It worked itself into her blood with terrifying speed. She couldn't move, and she only had seconds to cure it. It would kill her if she didn't remove it fast. A black shadow dashed at a Morlik with 2 crunching impacts that blasted him sideways, off his feet. Imrine fought her blurring vision as the now still figure resolved into Jorikin. The Knight Captain looked down at Imrine as her mouth gurgled to speak. Jorikin didn't need more than that to understand. He knelt by her.
Do forgive me, Lady Takea.
Jorikin apologized as his hand reached down inside her hauberk. He rummaged through her trouser pockets until he found the bulge he was looking for. This was one piece of information she was glad she shared with him. Jorikin found the emerald flask that Rylan gave to her and unstopped the lid while the Morlock stood up. It was a boon of foresight that Rylan insisted on this enchantment when it was clear they were going to war. The black wind put the top to her lips and poured a large amount of mithridates into her mouth. Imrine struggled but managed to swallow. The sweet taste of honey and the potent mix of 54 ingredients set against her poisoned veins like a cold, determined battalion in her body. Jorikin gave her more than usual when he saw the foreign speed of the poison. Imrine gasped and coughed as she sat up. A Morlock was already up on his knees. There was no time to remain sitting. Black liquid oozed out of her cuts from her body's rejection as she stood up. She stood side by side with Jorikin. Her kite shield and saber were at the ready as they squared off against the Emperor of the Golden Rose. Borvis held a steel-shaped spear with a sword-like blade as he rained blows against Cassian. The Chronomancer defended herself with a long, black iron staff she shaped from the blood of her fallen allies. Rylan moved in to join against Cassian with his displacement staff, but Borvis stepped in the way and cut him off.
The people need more time to rise and defend like Rylan,
Borvis shouted without looking away from his cutting barrage against Cassian.
Go make that Legion of You shape and give the people time to rally.
Rylan nodded and stepped back. He hated to admit it, but Borvis was right. While Rylan wasted precious time with the traitor, the people were being cut down in bed as their homes burned. They only needed a few more minutes to arm and organize. Rylan stepped back over a heap of jackal corpses and melted in the concealment of a narrow, dark alley. He couldn't rely solely on the mimics or the multifold displacement. He needed both. He needed to close away the difference in numbers and spread his versatility through the city. Rylan was seized with a chilling paralysis that toppled him into a stack of wooden crates against the wall. His lungs froze and locked, and it was minutes before the crippling effects subsided. His legs burned below the knees, and he looked down to find his pants and shins blackened. The skin was mottled and steaming, with a black and red webwork of cooked flesh. There was also a wetness against his shins that had nothing to do with the snow slush. Imrine sustained wounds and nearly died from poison. Rylan shoved his way out of the broken pile of wood and picked up his staff. He coughed and took in a gasping breath of the frigid air. He quickly shaped a mend over his burned legs. A jackal shuffled into the mouth of the alley, his black-bladed falchion dripping with fresh blood. He eyed Rylan with an eager gleam, seeing the Chronomancer struggle to stand. Rylan thought, shaped a displacement cloak that tripled his speed. The jackal's fingers popped with sparks before a ball of red flame filled his gloved palm. Rylan moved faster than the jackal's next strike. His emerald staff blurred visibly, but being visible didn't allow the jackal to defend himself. Rylan's staff crushed the jackal's knuckles and fingers before he could raise his weapon. The falchion clattered to the cobbles and the fire dimmed. Rylan shattered the jackal's kneecaps in 4 low strikes. As the jackal fell, Rylan launched a stasis sphere that caught his brain and cut it off from the blood flow of the rest of his body. The jackal's neck bulged like a swelling blister before the fresh bursts in blood sprayed and splattered the ground, pooling around his head and torso. Rylan took several measured steps back and slammed the end of his staff to the ground. A burst of green temporal light filled the alley. A thin dome of stasis barrier created a small circle of space around Rylan. The temporal burst also held enough infused force to clear away slush and debris. Rylan pulled a small leather pouch from inside his coat. He loosened the drawer and emptied the contents into his palm. There were 4 well-cut emeralds the size of his thumb, and a dozen gold pieces molded into the shape of the simulacrum sigils. Rylan theorized years ago that it might be possible to copy his mind onto an object and double his mental capacity. He discovered he was right. These golden sigils were the result. Their effect would not be permanent, fading after the magic they were intended, and the gold would reduce to pebbles and dust. Ryland knelt and placed the sigils and emeralds on the ground in a circle inside the barrier. Ryland sighed as he stood up straight. The ritual infinitum. Let's see if my theory is correct. Borvis's breathing was labored, but it wasn't from simple exertion. He crouched in a forward stance, the large-bladed spear tight in his grip, pointed at the traitor of the Order. Borvis struck at Cassian repeatedly for several long minutes, determined to cut down his wife's killer. She already sustained 2 deep gashes to her right calf and left thigh in the last exchange. Her dress was torn, her right upper arm was cut deep into muscle. Hot blood ran a thick stream that seared against the exposed nerves on her arm. She had a long cut below her sternum, and the front of her bodice was wet and sticky. That wound came from barely leaping out of the way in time to avoid a lethal lunge to the heart. She defended herself with her disgusting weapons. Her eyes were wide with alarm as he pressed a relentless barrage fueled by his hatred for her. Even with the endless current filling her, fueling her every move, she could not match the reckless speed he poured against her. Cassian couldn't shape the blood iron armor, as she had against Isha. The Polymancer gave her only enough time for crude defense. A group of jackals thought Borvis was distracted as they crept to a door to the left. Borvis's arms shot in their direction, launching a fanning spread of daggers at their heads. Their helmets were too little protection against his piercing force. Their brains and skulls crunched before the jackals fell. Cassian seized the moment to attempt 2 slinking steps away from Borvis, but that only redoubled his fury. He launched at her, completely berserk. "Oh no! You have a conference with the Silver Reaper to attend!" Borvis shouted as he pressed her back further, with a rapid series for her chest and legs. She took a long, slicing cut to the side of her face. Cassian couldn't speak. Borvis's widowed fury was too great for more than a hasty defense. She tried to parry his raging momentum, but his recovery was instantaneous. She could not deflect or redirect his wrath. There was little endless current moving towards him, but his will was bolstered and possessed by his all-consuming desire to cut her to tiny pieces. His strikes frequently changed targets, making it more difficult to defend with each passing second. One thing was becoming clear. He would drive her back to a wall. When that happened, Cassian would have no space to defend herself. When that happened, the Polymancer would crush and obliterate her. The strange tint of Ryland's temporal current gradually flooded the air. He built a massive spell away from prying eyes. If no one stopped him, he could counter the entire assault. There was nothing Cassian could do for that. Fighting Borvis was not at all as Cassian imagined it would be. She thought it would be banter, followed by a quick exchange of blows before spell shades were hurled with escalated effort. She didn't think his fury and hatred would turn him into something so primal. Cassian was terrified of the beast he was before her. Borvis's teeth were clenched and bared. His eyes were wide, and if that wasn't enough, he howled roaring words at her. "I'll kill you!" Imrine crouched behind her kite shield, with her saber held low and ready. Jorkin stood behind her, tensed and poised with both blades pointing at the hulking form of a Morlik. Behind and around the self-proclaimed Emperor, much of Tilzen burned in conflagration that heated the night. Beneath his close-trimmed goatee, his teeth and lips were upturned into an eager grin of bloodlust. Homes and livelihoods burned. Smoke choked the skies. Jackals shouted while people screamed in fear and pain. A Morlik reveled in all of it. A Morlik wasn't just a lumbering behemoth either. Imrine and Jorkin were pushed into a defensive, while he struck with swift and powerful blows. Imrine's shield was marked with deep impressions and her shoulders arched nearly to the point of dislocation. Several times he pressed her down to one knee. She would have collapsed to the ground without Ryland's men to the legs. Each time Jorikin launched into a flurry that shoved a Morlik away from her. But Imreen and Jorikin were sweating, gasping heavily for air, and standing on wobbled legs. A Morlik wasn't even breathing heavy. His large steel sword remained unblemished, even after repeated force. The Emperor didn't wield his full arsenal, for the time being, content to overwhelm them with only his sword. A Morlik spared a meaningful glance to Jorikin. When he looked at her, she inclined her eyes low at a Morlik's legs and charged the direction to his upper body. But turning away from a Morlik was costly. He hurled one of dozens of throwing daggers at Jorikin's head. Then he wound his arm back and hurled another ball of red flames at Imreen's midsection. Jorikin slapped the poison blade away with the flat of his longsword. Imreen caught the fist-sized blast on her shield. The metal surface heated and burned through her bracers and onto her forearms. Her shield would be soft from superheated impact, allowing one more blow before it was useless. Imreen dashed into a low slide with her shield raised over her head. A Morlik played into the diving maneuver with an overhead strike. The blow to her shield split the wooden metal. The power of the blow cracked her shoulder in a loud pop. She fought the pain, clenching her teeth until her entire jaw ached. It was a brief split second for a Morlik to be overextended. It was also all that Imreen and Jorikin needed. Imreen's saber ran a deep cut along the bottom of Morlik's belly. Jorikin lodged his dagger between the Emperor's eyes and held on tight. He slashed at a Morlik's neck, cutting deep into his throat before he kicked and flipped backwards off the hulking figure. Imreen stepped back. A Morlik's grin broadened. A stream of blood-flecked spittle leaked from the corner of his mouth and dripped from the coarse blonde hairs on his chin. The etchings on his steel blade flared with crimson light. A Morlik chuckled with madness as blood and organs retracted back into his open flesh. Muscles and bones made a sickening display of knitting together, and his wounds closed. It only took seconds to repair the fatal damage. "Fates and blighted creation!" Jorikin swore in a gasp.
Call your freak, Imreen.
A Morlik laughed loudly.
I have unfinished business with him.
Worry not, Morlik. If he were truly needed, he would already be here. There is no doubt that 2 Phoenix Legionnaires can dispose of a reeking midden such as yourself.
Imreen spat. A Morlik's confident grin changed to seething rage as he rushed at her, howling. Ryland sat cross-legged, eyes closed, floating 7 feet above the ground. The alley was livid with blinding green light and a gale that tossed debris every which way. The 4 emeralds were still hovering in front, behind, and to his sides. The gold sigils blazed with matching fire and spun into a blurring orbit several inches from his head. His hands rested palm up on his knees, while green glowing lines of energy shaped patterns in the air. The stasis barrier maintained an egg shape around him. The geometric and mathematical equations formed all around Ryland, traced by his thoughts. His mind was as clear as crystal, and as linear as a beam as the sigils infused his brain with 12 times its capacity. He understood then what the final temporal arbiter meant when he proclaimed his ignorance to the temporal current. At so many times more than his mind was capable of on its own, he could only grasp a fraction more of the full numerical complexity and depth of the temporal current. Many of its other secrets would take an understanding of worlds beyond Provis. Isho battled Macellan's forces in the shape of elemental incarnation, a form possessed of expression and the passion of the living world. In a way, this was his tribute to her. Ryland would face the same empire as a Chronomancer, in a shape that embodied thought and intellectual drive. It seemed only right that the 2 of them faced these times at the peak of their respective crafts. Simulacrum-infused chronomancy and the locks and cogs of the temporal current were laid bare before Ryland's mind. A pillar of the bright green lights burst upward from beneath him, blasting high above till Zen. Ryland opened his eyes, and they were filled with a bright bluish-green light. The city fell into silence as bits of snow lifted. As was true with the duel with Xenon Roll, the storm clouds peeled and recoiled from the city, revealing the stars and half-moon that were absent for days. The air wavered and warped with mirage-like temporal influence. No one dared to move, their eyes entranced by the pillar of light and the revealed skies. A bright green eldritch shockwave burst out from Rylan. There were thousands of fully formed versions of Rylan standing at the ready throughout the city. The strain on his perception was easily dispersed among the amplified potency of his mind. He was aware of the city of Tilzen from a perspective that could only be called demi-omnipresent. Rylan was at every besieged home all at once. Green bursts of haste fire found their controlled marks in the ransacking jackals. The temporal current granted displacement cloaks to the city's rising defenders. Entire legions and squads of dust mimics took to the streets in phalanxes and columns. They shoved the jackals back with their speed in overwhelming numbers. The entire night assault was driven back by a massive force spawned from thin air. The jackals burned to vapor in fires they couldn't comprehend. The infinitum forces were soon joined by stormers, militias, and every citizen to recently take up training. Rylan located a Morlick and Cassian several times, but they were fleeing to the west edge of the city. The retreating army was cut, burned, and bludgeoned down at every turn where the jackals proved too slow to withdraw. They attempted to hurl poison blades, chemical vials, or spheres of flames at the pressing wave. It was met with dust mimic defensive speed, or the well-placed stasis spheres of the infinitum. Some of the jackals failed to find the entry road, or the siege bridges that gave them entry. These unfortunates fell back into the steel spikes of the deep trench. Their cries sounded from within the pits, their voices gurgling as they were impaled at countless painful angles. Some were pierced multiple times through the arms and legs, as well as several slow-killing holes beneath their ribs and their bellies. Only a few were fortunate to have their skulls crunched into tiny red and white pieces, as their brains were skewered to instant death. The Winterglance armors were not activated fast enough to evade this fate. The last of the jackals crossed their bridges of planks and retreated to a massive encampment of Amorlich's forces. 13 of the arbalests were placed along a mile running from west to south. The defenders of Tilzen halted 50 feet from the edge of the trench. They were tense with anxious trepidation at the squad and Magus-killing machine. No one heard them lumbering into position through the night. It seemed safe to assume they were meld-walked and settled into position. The seated men shoved their feet at the bellows. They turned the musician in canister cranks. The RAT spit rapid streams into the people of Tilzen. The bolts halted in the air above the trench and fell harmlessly with a series of metallic pings. The stormers, once cast out of their homes, raised their swords and roared with triumph. The Golden Rose Empire came to lay new claim to all of them. This time, they were turned around and thrown out. This time, they kept their lives and their freedom. Against the overwhelming siege, they won. Chapter 58. Amorlich stood at the rear of his armies, looking at the partially burned city from the center of a gently rising slope. A cold, malignant grin, as predatory as any on the lips of his mother, formed with knowing. Their assault had some unexpected turns against it, but he had his fun. He tested the strength and skill of his enemies. That felt exquisite considering the humiliation he took at Amrine's hands years ago. He was satisfied. He looked down to the shining blade of Emperor's Thirst and admired the polished gleam as it reflected the lights of fires, moons, and stars. The etched sigils were faded, slumbering in dormancy. With the lethal strike scored by his former betrothed and the ousted Knight Captain, he would have to feed the magic with fresh blood to fuel its power. But he would find no lack of candidates at the palace. Layrian watched the city as she stood barefoot on the plush, soft maroon rug. Her hands fidgeted with excited anticipation. She wore no cloak against the biting cold, another sign of her madness. She would be unclothed if she could get away with it. She turned to Amorlich with a leering grin that proclaimed her current read of him. Amorlich rolled his eyes and tisked with disgust, which only earned a cackle from the Sanguimancer. It couldn't be helped. She earned her fun this night. So far. Her blood magic acquired her inside information from Jorikin that revealed placements, armaments, and likely countermeasures. She warned that this strategy might catch them off guard, but there was a chance they would push back to unexpected effect. She was right, and she was unconcerned about the outcome for it.
Is everything you need in readiness?
Morlik drawled in boredom.
I've had all I need for days.
Larian finished her laughter and retrieved a figurine of a black bird from the folds of her blue dress.
It will be quite the performance. A theater unlike any I've hosted before.
Morlik didn't understand the intricacies of her plan. There was something about the marionettes and dolls being sewn up for none the wiser. It was all madwoman drivel that was lost on him. Cassian limped to stand by Morlik's other side, arriving as if on cue to his flustered thoughts. She leveled a meaningful look at him, made more difficult for the long, deep cut across the left side of her face that oozed blood to her chin. She was in bad shape, and her retreat did not yet allow her time to tend to her wounds, or the state of her now tattered clothes. How did she disengage from whatever wild animal they set loose on her? But her look reminded him that Larian's magic nearly always found its mark, and she was rarely inclined to plan. That last made it worthwhile to allow her to execute her designs. Morlik reined in his consternation and impatience. He would have preferred a counter method of soldiers and forces at hand, of plans and means he was familiar with, but the last skirmish came at a high cost, even with the element of surprise. So what were his alternatives really? He could play at a trial of attrition that both sides were prepared to maintain without end. He could hope Ryland's grandiose efforts created exhaustion and created another opportunity, but the Chronomancer already revealed he was extremely resourceful. It was foolhardy to believe that Ryland would not devise a permanent method on that front as well. All other options would waste time. The longer this took, the greater the chance that the rest of his empire might uprise. And if Larian failed, what would he really lose? 2 outcomes would result in a long campaign, and the third outcome held what he wished. Morlik sighed after sheathing Emperor's Thirst at his hips. He spread his hands with invitation.
Very well, Larian. Entertain us with your Red Theater.
Larian's toothy grin was ear to ear as he acknowledged the title of her spell shape and her plan. She pulled a serpentine curved dagger from beneath her silk sash. One edge was hair thin, the other serrated with hooked teeth. Rubies gleamed in the handle guard. She yanked the blade across the inside of her closed fist with frighteningly little reaction or hesitation. She squeezed her fist over the black feathers of the figurine. Her mad eyes were widened with delight as her blood dripped profusely over the hand-sized bird. The endless current rippled delicately through her as she cooed words in a low murmur. The rigid pull began on Jorikyn's arms and legs. He struggled and fought, trying to retain control of his body. Ever since encountering Larian in the woods, he was barely his own person. Her insane thoughts bled into his brain and drowned his mind. There were moments where she tested her control over him by moving his body in an uncharacteristic manner. It earned suspicious glances from Solus Len, but little else. Larian already knew everything he knew. Being wounded by Rakan Ben gave her all she needed. She tasted his blood, which allowed her to investigate his thoughts. She used his blood to create manipulative spell shapes over him. Then Larian healed his wounds and mended his clothes. She sent him back into Tilzen, appearing as though nothing occurred out of the ordinary. Jorikyn couldn't speak the truth either. He tried to say what happened several times, but his mouth wouldn't move. In the light of the torches, Jorikyn's head was forced to turn and see his battered mentor. She was bruised and cut, her armor broken and ragged, but she laughed in celebration with Borvis and the defenders. Jorikyn's thoughts begged, "No, please don't do this. Everything she taught me was more priceless to me than my own life." Larian knew everything Jorikyn knew. His memories were open to her. Larian knew killing Aimrine was the most swift and certain way to kill Rylan. She knew that only someone Aimrine trusted could remove the daughter of the Takare bloodline. Rylan's magic would never allow anyone else to get close enough. Jorikin's legs shuffled, wooden and stiff, with his struggle against Larian's magic. His weapons were still in his hands. He cursed himself for not sheathing them when it was clear the battle was over. If he was forced to draw them, it might have alerted Imreen or Solus Len. Imreen turned to Jorikin, her face alight with an infectious and radiant smile. Her emerald-hued eyes never looked to his blood-soaked weapons. Fates! Her skullcap was off, leaving her head exposed. The broken links of her hauberk left no protection for her vital organs. Her cuirass had been uncomfortably dented, so she tossed it aside moments ago. Imreen was exposed, unsuspecting, and vulnerable. Jorikin's thoughts continued to beg desperately at Larian. Imreen's arms wrapped around Jorikin in a mirthful embrace. The tip of his sword crouched through the meager links of her armor over her belly. The blade continued its climb through her bowels, tearing through her lungs and impaling her heart. Imreen's lips quaked and stammered, choking as blood filled her throat and streamed out of her mouth. Her eyes looked at his bloody hands, then up to his face with disbelief. Borvis looked at both, stunned beyond words and reaction. Jorikin's dagger hand moved before anyone could muster the wits to stop him. His blade broke through the flesh and bone, skewering her brain between the eyes. The reverberation of her skull shattered to fragments, and the wet squish of her brains reverberated up his weapon and his arm. The sensation found its way to curse him with the haunted memory, and he would never escape. Borvis might have been able to save her life from the sword strike, but the dagger sealed her fate. And Ryland's. The defenders watched in shocked silence. No one moved. Jorikin yanked the blade free, and Imreen Teker fell on her back, onto the wet and bloody cobblestones. Jorikin wished for the moment to end quickly. But that was not to be his murderer's consequence. Each moment played out in slow motion, lasting long enough to sear into his memory for the rest of his life. He prayed it would be short. Borvis whispered in a hiss, "Barinol, what have you done?" The green light of Ryland's pillar of magic disappeared, and the Chronomancer's lifeless body plummeted from the sky. The legion of his conjured forces vanished in one simultaneous blink. There was a shimmer and ripple of air at the edge of the city as the protective barrier also disappeared. The defenders of Tilzen were prone and outnumbered before the forces of the Golden Rose Empire. Amorlik howled with triumphant laughter. After years of the stinking swamps of Narrenmore, of kneeling in subservience in his mother's shadow, he won. His enemies of half his life were dead, and he was the absolute immortal ruler of the continent. He would claim the rest of the world in due time. That's what immortals had, an abundance of time. "Outstanding, Lady Larian," Amorlik commended. "Truly a performance to be recorded in our eternal archives, General," Amorlik shouted. Several black-plated men approached from the rear of the ranks and columns. Amorlik wrapped one arm around Larian's shoulders and ignored her revolted wince. "Our sorceress has removed the last notable resistance from the city. She and Lady Cassian will remain with you until this city is banned from existence. You will begin by expending all our AT munitions into the city. Spellshapers and Arbalists will throw to their limit after that. Then you will send detachments of infantry and cavalry to sweep through the streets and cut down anything that moves. Those forces will haul the remains into heaps outside the city, removing and staking all the heads before you raise Tilzen to its foundation. When the city is black and leveled, place the staked heads all around the edge of the city and burn the rest of their remains." Amorlik grinned as he placed his other hand on Cassian's sliced shoulder. "I will borrow an officer trained in meldwalking to return me to my throne. When your work is complete, return to the palace with utmost haste. We will celebrate and plan your futures. I am inclined to grant you palaces and lands to govern, as you see fit." Borvis turned his bulging eyes to the dark hills outside the city. He heard the whomp at the bellows and the squeaking of cranks as the siege weapons ready to unleash their poisonous steel barrage. "Run for cover!" Borvis shouted as loud as he could, even as he turned to run into Tilzen. First came the shouts of panic as the defenders scrambled to get indoors or down low. Footfalls were accompanied by the hard slamming impact of bodies after the siege weapons coughed bursts of thunder into the darkness. Borvis was surrounded by the sound of crackling stone, and the zipping bolts as they dashed around the air at every angle. People screamed for only a brief instant before their wounds inflicted sudden paralysis and painful death. Borvis couldn't explain to himself why, but he dragged Jorkin off the street and into a warehouse. They were followed by 3 Tilzeni defenders, 2 women and 1 man. They crouched down low behind the towering stacks of heavy crates, panting from their run.
"I have to go get my husband and son," announced a younger Kitani woman with a bruised and gashed face.
Borvis closed his eyes and winced in empathy pain. Right now, the jackals were obliterating the last of Tilzen's meager defenses. It might not be long before they dispatched forces to wipe away the rest of the people. Outside, beyond the labored breathing in the warehouse, the sounds of screaming and shouting sounded, accompanied by more booming coughs from the killing machines. The bodies of the brave defenders were already mingled and contorted among the slain jackals when Borvis fled. There would be mounds of the dead and bloody by now.
"How did it all go so wrong?"
demanded a young Tyrillian man on the brink of shouting in tears.
"We shoved them out. The time sorcerer. He can't be dead."
Borvis shook his head sadly, and when he spoke, his voice was low and dejected.
"The lights of the Order are not immortal. We can be killed."
He pointed an intense stare at Jorkin. Borvis already reasoned that the swordsman could not have been acting under his own accord. He had been acting strangely for some time. Borvis wanted to focus his anger on him, but that was because he was angrier with himself for not taking the time to assess what was wrong with him. "The Stormers, they say he came back from the dead twice now," the Tyrillian offered, desperate for a hope to cling to.
"He'll return."
Jorkin lowered his head with guilt.
"Morinroke knew Light Ryling's one great weakness, and he struck it. He can't come back from this."
A round of coughing in the dusty, stale air answered Borvis as they exhaled forlorn.
"Right now, we need to save as many of our own as we can. They are using those things far outside the edge of the city, but you can wager for worse. A Morlik doesn't care for any of these cities, so it's safe to assume Tilzen will burn again."
"Some of the city is already in flames," the battered woman reminded Borvis.
"We resisted. He'll want nothing but ashes and corpses when it's done."
He couldn't believe he could surmise so much about Morinroke now, but he learned a lot from Rylan and Imreen, and had a fairly accurate portrayal to work with. Borvis paused to listen. The sounds of dying were less, but the machines persisted on trying to kill those in hiding.
"I can meldwalk us to the central plaza by the statue. I want each of you to gather any survivors and meet in the Katani Quarter. It's far enough away to take time to reach, and the Dark Granite can take the brunt of their damage. From there, I am going to meldwalk groups into the hills east."
"Then we can regroup and plan a counteroffensive?" asked the Tyrillian.
Borvis shook his head. "From there, we leave Stratia forever. Perhaps if Timur Kol is given enough time, he can pit a new army against the jackals. But we stand no chance."
The surviving band of defenders accompanied Borvis into his meldwalk. They ran into the homes and inns that were not yet caught in the steadily consuming blaze. Bodies of jackals and citizens congested the walkways and entries. The air was choked with smells of smoke and blood. Borvis raced into the closest of the 2-floor homes, a dome at the mouth of the Pirali Quarter. He despaired when he rushed into a heavily cluttered den layered with shattered furniture. He continued to run and leap, tripping twice as he bounded up the stairs. He ran the length of a narrow hallway and shoulder slammed through the furthest wood door. No one was there. Borvis dashed back into the cold air and snow melting in the fires. He charged across the plaza into a Tyrillian inn that provided its barracks for the stormers who had no families. Doors hung askew, and rooms were ransacked. No one was there either. Borvis walked back into the night and found his weary band standing with bewildered eyes under the towering bronze statue. "I found some of the dead from earlier in the attack," the Kitani spoke. One eye was beginning to swell shut. "But so many are just gone." Borvis took that in, but focused his hearing beyond the crackle and roar of the burning buildings, trying to listen for survivors. There must have been some who were trapped. But the morning was quiet beyond the flames and the distant obliteration at the edge of the city. There was too little time to comb through the city scrying. The absence, at the time that could be called cataclysmic, filled Borvis with the dread of a bad omen. Was this band all that was left? The sky was beginning to brighten with the bluish-gray light of an overcast sunrise. The air warmed enough to change the snow to rain. There was a flash of white light, followed by a hiccup of the endless current a little way to the northeast, along the Pirali main road. It was so quick that Borvis almost missed it, especially since it flashed from inside a second-floor window. That was just before the peals of thunder rippling across the sky. The clouds darkened anew, shuttering out the morning light entirely. 13 angry, jagged lances of lightning blasted down into Tilzen, so close that the ground trembled with the crackling booms of thunder. It was centered close, somewhere around the buildings of the Tyrillian Quarter. Borvis squinted against the blinding flashes, watching as a solitary figure stumbled drunkenly out of an alley. Most of the moldy cells were too cramped to do anything but stand elbow to elbow. The smell of sweat and bodily waste was a heavy reek, a miasma that consumed what breathing room they had. The men, women, and children were naked and clustered without regard for priority or reason. There was no distinguishing by age, nationality, or even status in society. The only thing in common, the only presence heavier than the stench, was the despair of having their homes stripped away, the shame of being reduced and degraded, and the fear of how their lives would end. They heard the screams time and again. It was after the soldiers opened a cell, extracted one or more people with no time for discrimination, and hauled them deeper into the halls. Always the screams would cease abruptly. Some of the people were brought down here with feet bloody from deep gashes and wide blisters. Standing in the slimy layer of maggot-white fungus only brought on infections and fevers. Many of them did not need to be hauled away like the others. The soldiers would come randomly, find these standing corpses, and declare they needed to be dropped into the oubliettes. But there was a long pause, days since the last prisoner was pulled from a cell and dragged to their death. Something must have changed in the palace above, but no one could guess what. They could only continue to stand in the near darkness, accompanied with quiet weeping of children and infants wailing. They were never brought food or water to begin with. The children and babies were often the first to die from neglect in the harsh conditions. There was no way to differentiate night and day so far away from the light of the heavens. No one knew how many days passed when bright white light flared to life in the halls between the cells. Everyone pressed back in fear, and those closest to the doors shielded their eyes. The halls were filled with a synchronized screech and a click of metal before all cell doors opened wide. The prisons didn't dare to move or speak as they looked at head-sized balls of white light hovering at chest level. A voice spoke then, coming from each glowing ball and echoing along the lowest floor. It was male, and while it sounded young, there was a reassuring confidence to it. It was filled with soothing compassion. "I need all of you to come forward and touch the light. I can promise to get you all out of here safely, and no more harm will come to you, but you must hurry. Time is running out for us all." There was an urgency in those last words that didn't set well with some of them. After being manhandled and carted away to the end of their lives, they would not trust easily. "Please, I beg all of you, come quick," the voice pleaded. But this only solidified the division among them. Children were the first to come, wrestling away from their mothers and fathers. All of them were weak from thirst and starvation, but the children had youthful energy to help them break free from the protective grips. The children touched the orbs and were whisked away in flares of consuming light. With nothing left to lose in the absence of their children, many men and women soon followed. That still left hundreds more crouched and huddled against the walls of the now spacious cells. The voice sighed, and when he spoke it was with sad regret.
Very well. I had hoped to save all of you, but I cannot fault your misgivings. I will pray to the fates for a kind end and a place in the silver fields of bliss for all of you.
There was no last-minute rush of people, and no movement as the lights flared one more time, then vanished. Borvis followed the wobbling figure at a careful distance. A sheer sense of warning invaded his belly, so he kept Jorikin and the defenders behind him. There was no logical reason for this fearful instinct. There were no signatures in the endless current, and the figure zigzagged on weak legs, ignoring everything he passed. There was no reason to believe this was anything more than a crazed survivor. There were whispers and murmurs behind Borvis, and he gestured for total silence. This earned baffled looks, but it was the wrong time to explain. The Knight Captain boyishly tried to move ahead of Borvis twice, and each instance earned a hard, sharp, reprimanded glare. The fires obscured the streets with clouds of smoke. The spitting machines sent their rounds long ago, and the jackals would send their next form of attack any minute. Borvis knew they were the last living people until Zen. It had been too long. No one emerged from hiding in that time. There was no longer a reason to stay, except the war of dread and curiosity. No, it was more than some trivial impulse to discover for himself. In the foreboding signs, Borvis was singularly obliged to know this truth. He quickened his pace but remained silent and close to the edges of the street. He crouched low behind piles of toppled supply crates, trying to get ahead of the figure for a closer look. The approach took them west, directly to the edge of the city, within sight and striking distance of the jackals. What was this fool thinking? The rain and thunder helped Borvis stay hidden, and he got a closer look at their back. He did a double take on his quick assessment. Bare-chested, lean muscle, and dark skin filthy with soot, trousers, low boots, and shoulder-length black hair. When Jorikin came close enough to see the details for himself, Borvis was quick to cover the Knight Captain's mouth. Borvis gave him a grim warning stare and slowly shook his head. Borvis mentioned that he would get in front and try to be certain of what they were seeing. His instinct screeched panic at him, and he had already been foolish enough to ignore them for Jorikin the night before. He would not allow ruin to teach him with regret again. Borvis continued his smooth, low crouch to get ahead. The more he looked, the more he believed it was Rylan. How could that be? Amreen's death should have been his as well. It was, wasn't it? That was why the Empire turned Tilzen's victory into a crushing defeat. There was no other way to interpret what he knew. When Borvis was finally far enough ahead, he looked. It was Rylan, shirtless, coatless, and unarmed. Borvis believed he must be seeing a ghost at first. He had the same wounds that ended Amreen's life. There was a hole in his belly where blood stained the front of his trousers. There was a gaping hole in his head, revealing cut and mangled brain matter, while blood and white chunks mixed in the rain pouring down his face. And Borvis recognized the empty stare, rimmed with disbelief and numb shock. It was a stare Borvis resonated deeply with. It was a stare of loss that was not seen with his own eyes, so he would not be compelled to accept it as reality. That denial was likely to be the most favorable stage for anyone to approach, but it would not last. A golden gleam caught Borvis's attention as it dangled from Rylan's neck. The Polymancer wiped away a layer of rain from his face and shielded his eyes to see better. Then Borvis's hand fell limp to his side and his jaw gaped. Pieces from hundreds of mysteries came together in a parade, one after another. There were too many answers for him to process at once, but process he did. Borvis's eyes were round and wide, while he was frozen with dread. His heart sank to the bottom of his gut, and the world fell away from his mind, leaving him alone and tiny before the enormity of what he saw. Borvis thought back to the dream, the visit from his beloved wife. Her attempt to speak gained clarity then. She spoke one word: Aimreen. It was a warning to protect her at all costs, and he failed. What he saw was the beginning of the consequences of that failure. Rylan was wearing a familiar, depthless black gem. The seams of its flat facet were lined with gold. It was a new warden snare, a required initiation piece for the Order of the Void Triangle. How did he acquire one? He never had such a terrible artifact before. Looking at the state of the Chronomancer, he realized it must have been placed on him in his resurrection. The rumors were all true. Rylan was the Void Disciple that appeared during the apocalypse, the one who eradicated the entire Kassaran invasion force in a night. Isha must have discovered this for herself. That explained her behavior in the last week of her life. After the supper at the Takara estate, she knew all of it, and she was deliberating on her own. When Rylan passed far enough ahead, Jorikin approached Borvis. The knight captain was about to run and greet his longtime friend, but Borvis's arm shot out quick to bar his way, as though trying to prevent him from walking into a den of venomous snakes. Borvis did not trust the weather to hide his words, and he silenced Jorikin until Rylan was far enough away from hearing. Borvis gave the three defenders an impatient and rushed gesture to come closer, waiting until they were within a few feet. Their lives were now his first concern. "We need to get out of this city right now! We are leaving!" Borvis hissed. "But Rylan is here! We have not lost!" Jorikin protested with a quiet, incredulous laugh. Borvis's gaze snapped hard as he fought the impulse to shout. "We are leaving Baranol! If you wish to survive this day, you will do exactly as I say, and trust that Tilzen is lost, along with the valley that shelters it. In a short while, anyone stupid enough to remain here will find this valley converted into a living hell." Thoughts of Moral's vivid, screaming descriptions of his nightmares, shared while he slept, echoed in Borvis's head, even as other revelations vied for recognition. First, Borvis would get these men into the woods of southern Khatan Shah. He would hurry and find Maravith, and all of them would rush to get clear of the coming devastation. Where on Provis that would be, Borvis didn't know. The combat-battered men and women ran from the center of Tilzen, uphill, into the Khatani quarter. Borvis looked back, down at the place where lightning struck and resurrected Rylan. The insignia of the Void Triangle burned in the alley and street, where the Chronomancer was raised from the dead. Its fires were seared into the walls and cobbles in a way that could only be seen from above and at a distance. Chapter 59. Rylan shambled in the streets on legs that refused to cooperate. The world tilted like a ship on violent waters, tossing him from side to side as he zigzagged on the wet, slippery cobbles. More than 5 times, his feet slid on the slick stone, threatening to give out beneath him. It was miraculous that he did not fall. Everything was a disconcerting haze to look at. Fire blended with shadow and bled into the drab colors as lifeless as the heaps of corpses. Was he dead too? Was all this some purgatory constructed of brittle memories at the end of his life? He could not smell the death, smoke, and rain all around him. The cold that saturated his being had nothing to do with the weather or the autumn air. An unknown destination insistently pulled at Rylan. It might have been one of the only starkly defined sensations to this nightmare parody. There was something about it that was familiar and haunting as it nagged at his mind to remember. It was connected to before. But wasn't that what all this was? Wasn't that why he was surrounded by caricatures of a life that slipped off his memory? There was also something after this, before the flashing light. It shouted to be noticed as the most relevant fact, but eluded Rylan. There was a sound in the air, a sound that stirred memory. It lasted for a split instant before a hard shove against his body. He looked down to find several unsettling discoveries. The first was that the shaft of an arrow lodged deep into his flesh just below his sternum. The second was the gaping hole that bled on his leg from several inches below his navel. The blood was marked with cut pieces of his entrails and gobs of his liver. How was he still standing and unconcerned with such obvious injuries? The fatal nature of the wound sparked a blasting memory that exploded into every crevice of his mind. He was sitting, floating, watching as he pushed against the jackals and cast them out of the city before... What? That was a nebulous, an empty place in his memory. There was another vivid sensation in the surreal walk in the ruins. The chain and gleaming gem were a cold weight against his neck and chest. While his chest had a hollow sensation, the facets of the black gem caressed the skin of his torso, teasing him with the memory of touch. There was something about touch that tugged at the haze in his mind. Touch was important to him, but he didn't know why. Two jackals wearing studded leather and carrying black-bladed falchions spotted Rylan from further down the congested road. They spun their blades and approached him at a run. The first one to intercept Rylan attempted an angled downward cut. Rylan's instincts and reflexes were lethargic, and the edge sank deep into his left shoulder below the neck. The bones and muscles were split, and the force of the blow shoved them wide into an open V in his shoulder to his chest. Rylan's expression was bemused as he looked at the blade. He didn't feel anything. He knew he should. He waited for blood to soak his shoulder and chest, but it was like the arrow in his abdomen, and unlike the wound in his belly. There were no red fluids, and no pain. He looked at the incertitude in Jackal's eyes, and felt only a twinge of annoyance at the inconvenient intrusion on his body. Rylan wrapped his hand around the middle of the blade and squeezed his grip until the black iron crumbled in his fist. He yanked it out of his shoulder and shoved both the weapon and the wielder away. The jackal arced high above the rooftop and landed far ahead in the street. In the downpour, the crunch of the jackal's bones was still audible and loud. He didn't get up again. The other jackal took prudent steps away from Rylan. Rylan fought to remember, to wrestle with images and sounds that refused to fit together. Nothing cooperated until he emerged into the west entry of the city. His clumsy legs wobbled and slipped on the blood-slicked cobbles and layers of thick carnage. He tripped and fell to his knees over the body of a man riddled with thin silvery bolts. He crawled on his hands and knees as the bolts found their new home in Rylan's palms and legs. When Rylan found Aimreen lying on her back, all the wayward memories flooded and slammed into every foundation and depth of his mind. He saw the gaping fatal wound above her hip, matching his own, and found the wide hole between her eyebrows. Rylan reached up to the center of his own forehead and found an identical opening. They both died. The moment after, before the lightning, 3 spirits were about to depart from the living world. Rylan was with her. Their spirits were entwined as they felt the warm and loving call of the silver fields of bliss. After all this horror and pain, they were called home. Everyone they lost waited for them. Rylan's mother and father, Marcellus and Beryl, Ernick, Marol, Terranin, and her husband and son, along with hundreds of others. They could join them. They could exist in eternal peace. Rylan and Aimreen held each other, looked at each other, and smiled. Their pains were at an end. They had forever, and they had each other. Then he came. "This is not acceptable." Negistrissus's quiet voice dimmed the light around them and chilled the ether of the spirit world. "You would depart into eternal levity, while tyrants thrive as immortals, free of accountability as they drink from the blood and spirits of the blameless. You would abandon them?" Thunder cracked ominously into the dimming light.
No! The conditions have been met. The time to pay your debt has come.
Ryland's soul was forcefully torn away from Aimrine, ripped from her embrace. Aimrine flew after Ryland, chasing to keep his soul in eternal peace. His emerald eyes were fierce and pleading. She reached ahead with both hands, desperately trying to grab him.
We are one forever. He is mine. You cannot take him like this.
Those words echoed in his head as he pulled the body of his wife into his arms. He brushed aside strands of her brown hair from her face and closed her eyes with one hand, forever sealing away the sight of her glimmering emerald eyes. He couldn't feel her now. The bond was gone. Why shouldn't it be? Her spirit was not in this world, and he was alive, if that's what you could call this. Without her, the emptiness in Ryland was maddening. Why was he in this wretched world without her? She was his anchor, his strength when he was weakest. Her voice and intuition were a guide when he was lost. Her love for him was a constant reminder of the good in the world he was trained to fight for. Now he was alone. Everyone he loved was gone. They were taken, either one at a time or in great numbers that broke his entire world. If he had Aimrine, he could endure a planet crumbling around his feet. He had love, and he had purpose. Ryland bowed his head over Aimrine and his tears came. He didn't fight them. He cried, he shouted, and wailed into the darkness. He had been wrong moments ago. He wasn't in purgatory. He was in hell. I can't be here! I'm dead! Ryland shouted at the black skies. Negistrissus spoke, not in his mind, but as a circling invisible entity. We touched the Book of Worms. They imbued me with 2 powers. I was permitted to claim you at the time of your death, and I was permitted to sever your bond with her. You were reanimated by a crude variation of the repulsing wards. It was a shape in haste as you were already dead, but my predecessors never mastered the immortality spell shape. Because of this, you are not living, but you are also not truly one of the living dead they are so fond of creating. Then why not take what you came for? Ryland shouted. Why not push me aside? You may still leave if you wish, Negistrissus offered. The power I was gifted can be released. Then do it! I have no place here! Not yet. I brought you because of my purpose, as it has always been justice. It would be unjust to simply impose my will. You must see, and you must choose. Ryland looked down at Aimrine's body. It was wrong that she should be marred by the wounds that caused her to die. He couldn't bring her back, but he could restore her flesh. He shaped the mend spell, and 2 angry wounds drank back in her drying blood and sealed shut. Now, she only appeared to be sleeping in peace. What could you show me that could possibly compel me to do anything you wish? Ryland growled. If you could succeed in the temporal step, would you attempt to set this all right? It had been a while since Ryland pondered the forbidden spell shape. He opened his mouth, ready to dismiss the idea almost of reflexive habit. At the time, Ryland thought the Day of Poison Light was too much loss for anyone. Looking at the state of Provost now, it would be an even better reason for it. There was little left for anyone. But Aimrine's words rang true even now. If he departed these events, this world and its tormented people would still exist in him. The only word to call it was abandonment. And that was where Negistrissus brought Ryland a cold truth. The horror was far from over for the helpless and the blameless. Death might have been acceptable for Ryland if there were no more tyrants and cruelty, or no other choice. Both these things were present. — Ryland looked at Aimrine, then to the layers and heaps of corpses around him. He wouldn't leave her unattended and prone to desecration. He found the emerald flask, used to save her life once before. He cleared his mind of all thoughts but one image. The endless current answered him, and his hands weaved in transmutation. The flask brightened, its material stretched out and took on a new shape. The mithridates within the bottle disappeared as the previous enchantment was removed to make way for new enchantments. It shouldn't have ended like this. Ryland's thoughts reached for Aimrine in a prayer. We were supposed to live out our long lives in the woods in Malkinor, in our little cottage. Our families were supposed to visit us, and so was Ishel, Borvis, and Meriveth. We were supposed to have our own children. They would play with Mary. The flask grew and shaped itself to wrap around Aimrine's body, containing her and lifting her up. I fought. I paid with my soul so that we could have that wonderful world. The light changed its hue to bright green as the temporal current soaked in the stone with stasis magic enchantments. It was a waist-high sarcophagus. Inside, Aimrine now wore an embroidered blue silk dress, like the one she wore in the days when they first met. Her hands were clasped on the handle of her saber over her chest. The magic would promise her remains would be forever sealed away from intrusion or decay. When it was done, the resting place of Aimrine Teker broke the immediate darkness with a permanently enchanted green light. Ryland's eyes lingered on the resting body of his wife, his first and only love. As he did, one terrible fact struck him and forced a scowl on his lips. As a chronomancer, a light of the Order of the Enlightened Sun, he was deceived, beaten, and robbed of everything he held close to his heart. Elysian once told him that he could better Provis by walking the path of the Enlightened Sun. He lied, if inadvertently. His efforts to stop Ryland from straying from the path were a possible catalyst for all that occurred now. Worse still, the Aspect knew about all of this. As Ryland scoffed, self-righteous and blind, the Aspect tried to save him from the pain. It was exactly as he said. While he lives, she will suffer. Everyone will suffer. But you will be forced to watch her pain. No amount of strength or power from either of you will change that. At every turn, the Aspect was right. At every turn, he held the solutions where the Enlightened Sun did not. So the Aspect, Negistrisis, was still right. Amorlic continued to live, and everyone continued to suffer. If returning to any point in time was acceptable, it would have been the day when he was prepared to kill all the tyrants of Malkinor. He might have been put to death after, but so many people could have happily lived to their old age. It would have been his life measured against hundreds of thousands on a world with a scarce enough population to begin with. He could have gone to his grave content with that sacrifice. Could he hide from the truth that his complacency in his path caused a fear of doing what was needed? Ryland's fist clenched with hate-filled white knuckles. These nobles, these highborns, they were living long past their due. They were living on borrowed time for a decade, festering on the surface of Provis, creating infections and death on every living thing they touched. It was all because Ryland lacked the will to do what was needed. Just as his Aspect of Vengeance had, he despised all he was for it. Ryland stood up, staring into the glow of Aimrine's casket with a dark resolve setting over him. He could not hear the screams of Aimrine's soul echoing out of limbo, desperate to change his mind. The green star of light at the west road of Tilzen created a longer uneasy stillness in Amorlic's men. Cassian felt the familiar strange hint of Ryland's chronomancy, and she turned to shoot an accusing glare at Larian.
Dead, sister of mine? He's supposed to be dead!
Cassian growled through clenched teeth. Larian was nonplussed.
He is! I killed him! We saw him die, fall, and break like glass! Well, you didn't do a good enough job of it,
Cassian screamed furiously.
Now we must get over there and finish it. Meld walk us closer.
Did Larian just swallow back a childish sort of timid fear? That angered the Chronomancer enough to give Larian an open-handed slap on the back of her head. Larian glared balefully, but shaped the meldwalk that put them in a broad courtyard at the mouth of the west street. It was ringed with acorn and oak trees with branches still burning from the blazing rooftops close by. The downpour did little to halt their cremation. It was difficult to see much of the ground as it was covered with blood and mangled bodies. It was an ideal spot for Larian to shape bloody attack spells, but Cassian viewed it as a colossal waste. She could have crafted and created with so many living subjects, but they were much less used to her when they were dead. Ryland stood bare-chested and unarmed, filthy, and riddled with RAT bolts in his hands and legs. His left shoulder was split down the middle of his collarbone. His back was turned to them and he looked down on a glowing crystalline green sarcophagus containing the remains of that silly Takare woman. He was completely oblivious to their presence. And he was mumbling something to himself. Had he gone as insane as Larian? I have avoided my obligation for too long, and I watched you suffer and die for it. It ends now. Cassian looked herself over and compared herself to Ryland's bedraggled state. Cassian was mended and rejuvenated from the mad clash with Borvis. Even her clothes were free of tears. Ryland shouldn't even be standing with as ravaged as he was. She laughed loudly with the sheer ridiculousness of it. This would be a swift matter.
I am so weary of rotting garbage getting in my way, Larian. Bloodhold him and end him with a great deal of pain.
The endless current flooded Larian. She was bolstered by all the blood around her. She smiled eagerly and raised her hands, aiming her palms at Ryland. But the bloodhold didn't finish sinking its grip on Ryland. Cassian felt the energies of her sister, and they were frozen yards away from him. Cassian looked at her with expectant impatience.
Can you not finish this one simple task?
Cassian growled low. Larian's arms trembled before her knees wobbled and buckled. She fell to her knees. Cassian's expression changed to askance before she circled in front of her sister. What was wrong with her? Perhaps it was the rain, or the intense heat of the partially burned city, but Larian's face was bathed with a thick, glistening layer. Her eyes bulged so open and round that it raised the jagged veins around her irises. Her breathing came in rapid hyperventilation. Her lips quivered and quaked as though trying and failing to speak thousands of words at once. Ryland broke the wordless silence. I claim your truths as my own. Larian's eyes were terrified as she pushed several squeaking words between her hurried breaths. Her magic was being reversed on her.
Eclipse!
Larian wept in the most stark and lucid fear Cassian had ever seen from her twin.
Void Hand!
Larian struggled against invisible pressure to turn her helpless eyes to her sister.
Run, Cassian!
Larian's face stretched and bulged forward. She screamed in an agonized pain that was alien to both sisters. Her voice distorted as her neck and chest bulged as well. There was an unseen magnetism that stretched the Sanguimancer's body. Tears ripped down her flesh and split her dress at the seams. Blood leaked out of the opening in her skin. Larian tensed, closing her eyes against the intense pain. Her teeth clenched once, before she opened her mouth in a nerve-wracking shrill scream that filled the courtyard. Every bone in the Sanguimancer's body was torn forward and away. Wet, ripping flesh sounded. Her skin and muscles burst in a forward explosion, spraying gobs of her that streamed against Ryland and showered everything around him. Her bones dumped her entrails, her heart and lungs. All the viscera landed in a loud, wet plop in a gruesome heap of gore. Larian's empty, blood-slicked bones clattered on the ground several feet away from Ryland. Only her skull still held the brains and the eyes. Cassian watched in fascinated horror as patches of pale discoloration appeared and spread on Ryland's back. The bolt slipped out of his body in tinny metallic rings, followed by several spurts of ichor-like poison. His split shoulder knit and closed. He stretched out his arms. Shadows and ashes peeled away from the darkness and the dead, shaping on his arms and torso. It created a new black longcoat. He opened his right hand and a pool of inky black liquid opened beneath his feet. The darkness of that pool came to his hand, thinning and lengthening, hardening until it took the sturdy look of a staff. The darkness of its length drank the light around it. And Cassian gaped. Fates! His feet were well above the ground in the layer of corpses. A halo of black fire wreathed his body with cold. The ground chilled with a layer of frost that spread out from him. His floating figure turned around, and Cassian beheld the visage of a nightmare myth incarnated before her. His eye color was gone, leaving small black dots to shift in orbs of white. His skin and lips paled to a drowned and sickly color. Cassian laughed defiantly, more to banish her own belly-gnawing dread.
You believe your power excuses you from what you are, Light Rylan. Look at you. How are you any different from his greatness?
A cold precipice force struck Cassian's brain. The pain was arctic, snatching away her concentration and bringing her to her knees, gripping the sides of her head. She didn't see the floating black-booted feet halt directly in front of her. He loomed over her with his hand aimed at her face. Tendrils of glossy darkness slithered out of his palm and wrapped around her neck. The grip constricted and lifted her up, turning her around to look at the armies in the west. The green light of Aimreen's grave cast their shadow at length on the ground before her. She struggled to loosen the strangling grasp, but she was as helpless as a small animal. When Rylan spoke, his voice was cold and quiet. How could she hear his voice so well? Does your power excuse you to drain the blood and energy of children and the elders? Does it excuse you to cast out the last remains like waste? He paused with a quiet chuckle. I am not like Rylan. He is gone now. When he spoke next, his voice thundered across the black stormy sky, echoing off the nearby mountains and hills. There was a heated wetness as Cassian's ears bled to the sides of her neck. I am Kriaten! The declaration was followed by another terrifying sound. It reverberated far beyond the valley of Tilzen. It was a sound that ripped free of the rocks and soil to pierce the clouds and lighten the heavens above Provis. It was the wicked cackling laughter of a raspy and human voice. The King of Hell laughed with triumph and paralyzed every living thing on Provis in cold terror. Cassian kicked and thrashed, struggling to break free, to breathe. Was he just going to choke her to death? Only one thing was quickly becoming clear to the Chronomancer now. Isha was right those months ago. The evoker said that Cassian started them all on this path. She didn't realize it would be the vengeance of Rylan for the death of his family and friends. Negistrissus spoke again, as the tendrils loosened only slightly enough to breathe. Blatkarak! Cassian's eyes widened. His voice was deep, gravelly, and guttural, far outside of human ability as it thundered across the valley. Rain of perdition! There were no warnings in the endless current. There were no precursor energies. The black skies brightened with an unnatural bloody glow. The rain ceased at once. Everything yielded to a heavy silence that pressed into her bleeding ears. A subtle sound broke the stillness. Sss. What was that? Sss. Cassian couldn't turn her head for a better view. She shifted her eyes in a frantic search. She found it on the studded leather jerkin on the corpse in front of her. Tss. It was a drop of strange red liquid. The hiss was the sound of it steaming and sizzling as it bored through the armor and through the body that wore it. It consumed a straight hole in less than the count of 3. It was obviously chemical. All Cassian had to do was connect her magic to it and... Cassian's magic did not connect to the substance. Her mind could not penetrate and fathom its creation. How was she failing? She should be able to connect with any substance on Provis. One drop landed on her left cheek. It burned its way through her face and into her bone, creating a bloody hole to her skull. She screamed and thrashed anew as it flared in her nerves with hot, stinging pain. As though her screams broke a dam, the red liquid became a downpour within seconds. The rain soaked and consumed the heaps of corpses, sparing only the body of Aimreen and her glowing resting place. The spikes in the trenches, the weapons and armor, and the bodies of the dead melted and dissolved in bloody pools. In the hills to the west, Amorlik's men filled the landscape with dying, agonized screams as they were also caught in the storm. There were more than several thousand men left to see the demolition of this new Tilzen. Many were positioned within a mile of the city, while thousands remained in reserve camps at the rim of the valley. The corrosive rain left nothing of them. Their screams were unified in final pain. It seemed impossible, but the entire force was wiped out in minutes. Those cries were lost on Cassian, as her body broke down in bloody bits. Her hair was long gone, and her scalp slogged off her head in chunks. Her eyes were streaked with blood as they oozed down the bones beneath the cheeks in gelatinous streams. Behind them, far beyond the lonely emerald light, the support foundations and rooftops groaned in gigantic brief protest before creating bursting splashes and pools of acid. The trees cracked and snapped as the hellish rain consumed them. Only Negistrissus and Aimreen were unscathed. His hands wrapped around the spine in Cassian's melted neck. He held her up, exposed to the rain until her skull fell from above his hand in fragments that sizzled and vanished below his feet. He squeezed his hand one more time, feeling her spine collapse into coarse gristle in his fist. The rains of the condemned blood stopped. The ruddy glow remained for Negistrissus to see what was left beyond the emerald illumination. The bottom of this valley floor was a shallow lake of blood, stretching for miles in every direction. All signs of residence, all trees and growth, all of it was gone, leaving a flat red surface rippling slightly in the breeze. There were no signs of the armies that fought and died here. They were all gone as well. The mountaintops and hills were no more than bald protrusions from the ground. Negistrissus opened a pool of darkness beneath him, a gateway to travel through Sulphurist. He would next attend to Aimreen's killer. No one would escape paying their debts this day.
Chapter 60. Borvis watched the clouds of mist that dutifully hovered between his hands. A series of images were transmuted into the mist, a passing landscape from a steel sphere flying high above and far away. He was tense, anxious, and terrified. The other 4 survivors huddled around a crackling fire for warmth. Their shelter was a colossal hollow redwood, in the aftermath of Tilzen, and that bone-chilling laugh that sounded from everywhere. No one possessed the courage to speak. Borvis couldn't deny that he placed some of the blame for these events on Jorikin. Maybe it was spawned from the anger he felt for himself for not trusting and acting on his instincts. Maybe it was the giddy, almost childish way the captain foolishly clung to the hope that things would right themselves. His blind optimism nearly rushed them all into death in the streets of Tilzen. But as Borvis looked at Jorikin, glancing up from his search for Meravith, he felt a pang of sorrow for him. Looking at the guilt and regret in his lost dark eyes, Jorikin wasn't just looking for some happy circumstance to come and wipe away his mistake. He wanted to wake up from the saddest and most horrible nightmare of his life. It wasn't so simple to pardon the swordsman of his role and responsibility, though. As a child, Borvis was on the receiving end of 1 or 2 of Larian's blood spells. He had an idea of how they worked. If she gained any of his blood, she could peer into his thoughts. That was a given. But there were several other shapes that came down to a contest of wills. As a child, Borvis only risked fainting if his will was too great for her to control. But Larian and her powers had matured. She and her sister could do so much more than Borvis remembered from them. The result of resisting without sufficient strength might be as severe as a coma or death. Borvis redirected his thoughts and sight to his search. It was already more than an hour since the weary band fled from Tilzen. The silence threatened to pull them into sleep, but even the patter of forest rain and the fresh, cool air could not pierce the fear in the images in their mind. It would be worse if they saw Ryland put an end to the aggressors. If they were witness, as Moral had been, sleep would have been a long time coming. The turbulent weather that covered Stratia didn't help Borvis in his search. His scrying was already crude compared to other solas, not much different than searching with his eyes. But the snows they experienced in the north were a ceaseless monsoon over the vast desert of the southern peninsula. In a less rushed time, Borvis might have waited for better weather, but every fiber of his being screamed at him that time was running out. It was odd that those instincts were not as insistent that he locate his daughter before then. Fates! Where was Maravith? This seemed like the only logical place in the south to send her. Her survival skills would be a good fit for it, but there were no fires, current spheres, or makeshift shelters to speak of. He couldn't find her by tracks. The rain had long since washed away any such traces. Thank the fates that there were no solitary figures roaming the muddy hills of sage, cactus, and flat rock. The chill in the air deepened then. Even Borvis's quiet and shallow breaths misted heavily. The rain didn't turn into snow, though. That was strange. If the air was getting colder, shouldn't the falling moisture change too? The hair on the back of Borvis's neck stood, and he smelled a faint, foul odor like rotten eggs. His eyes widened, and he picked up a branch, transmuting it into a straight length of silver as he stood up. He was afraid this might happen. If he already warred with similar thoughts then, of course Ryland was of the same mind.
All of you, run! Get out of here and run as fast as you can! For the love of the fates, don't look back!
Borvis ordered as he lowered into a defensive stance. The 3 militia fighters obeyed, but Jorrican only stood. His eyes looked resigned. Borvis shouted a roar.
What are you doing, Baranol? Get out of here! Go!
The fire dimmed as a layer of frost crackled over the inside of the hollow. It was barely the flicker of a candle before he entered, floating away from the thickening shadows, peeling out of the darkness. The man who levitated in front of them was a far cry from the man Borvis knew. He knew he should be terrified, but he only held a dull, consuming pang of pity and sorrow for him. He knew he was the wrong Solus, the wrong man to look at him and judge him this way. But this wasn't just a new incarnation of the bringers of genocide. When Borvis looked at the black clothes, the light-devouring staff, and the cold, hollow countenance, it only hurt him. Borvis experienced a change in perspective about Ryland over the years. He always believed he was impulsive, sometimes thoughtless, and these were bad flaws to combine with powers like his. But Borvis came to regard qualities of sincerity and compassion over the years. Borvis believed he could abandon his concerns about Ryland because his strong will would always accept guidance to do the right thing. But Borvis sadly berated himself for not seeing this sooner. A void hand that swept away a threatening army simply to save as many Stratians as possible? An imbalanced nature born of a desire to address the pain of his loved ones and punish those responsible. Whatever else didn't match up at the time, the motives spoke entire volumes.
Leave now, Borvis Len.
Ryland's voice was cold, and the quiet of it was colder still. But Borvis could not ignore the scowling blue lips and the killing intent that filled the whites of his otherwise colorless eyes.
I have a matter to be settled with Jorrican Baranol. I can't do that!
Borvis tightened his grip on the silver staff and fought his inner turmoil, allowing the flood of the endless current. The vibrations slowed as they neared Ryland. One of Ulyssian's private journals mentioned an effect like this, but it was mentioned only as a theory then.
The murderer of Ishel Len has been sentenced and executed.
Ryland spoke of it in a flat, matter-of-fact way. "You may thank me by standing out of the way." Borvis laughed with incredulity as a tear threatened his eye. "The murderers of Isha, then? Do you listen to yourself? She wasn't just my wife. She was your best friend since she could walk. Is that how much her friendship means to you, Light Ryland?" Ryland looked to be biting back an obvious retort, but pressed his original point. "Do not stand in my way, Borvis Len." "I know now, Light Ryland. The last days of her life after that night." Borvis continued the reminder, trying to break through this mass murderer. He voiced the pains and memories that were too much for him to convey before, facing them to appeal to Ryland. They were wounds that must be opened wide and free to bleed if he would have any chance. "Her thoughts were for you. I didn't want to say it. I was jealous. She thought of you in the end, instead of me. But I restrained because I am her husband, and you are her brother." Borvis sighed, fighting down a quivering sob. "I've not always liked to trusted you, Light Ryland. Fates know you are reminding me of why that was. But I must beg you, please don't do this. You were one of the few treasures she left behind to remind us she was even here. I must preserve that. Please, Light Ryland, if anyone knows your pain right now, you know it's me. But put that aside for the sake of the memory of the women we love. They wouldn't want this. Let's just do as two widowed men were meant to do since the dawn of time. Let's put down our weapons and drain our tears along with our tankards." To Jorkin's credit, he knew to keep his mouth shut through the exchange. It might be his fate in question, but it was already too late to do anything but stand there quietly. "Light Ryland, don't hurt her anymore. You know she can't help but watch, even now. Seeing you this way can only tear her apart." Ryland remained silent and unreadable as Borvis tried to reach him. He had to swallow his pride for this, but there had to be a way to reach through this monster, to find one of the few sources of light that marked the world that once had Isha. But the words that came from Ryland's mouth were the final dagger Borvis could withstand to his heart. "You are mistaken. Light Ryland is gone." Borvis bowed his head to hide the tear that slipped free from his control. "Forgive me, Isha. I tried. I know how much he means to you, but he's too far gone now. I can't bring him back, and I can't take any more of this world ripping away your hope, your light. I can't let Maravis see the broken man her father has become. It's too much." "Leave, Borvis Len," Ryland ordered. His voice was so flat that he didn't seem to notice or care how badly he crushed and shattered Borvis's heart. Borvis sniffed back and wiped away his tears. Whatever else, he still needed to be what he always was. "I told you before. I can't do that." Borvis tightened his grip on the staff and clenched his throat against the sobs that threatened to crack his voice. "You may not be Light Ryland to care, but I am still Solis Polymancer Borvis Len of the Order of the Enlightened Sun." It was the one time that issuing the formal challenge cut Borvis with pain. The Void Hand's lips quirked in an ever so slight smirk, and Borvis confirmed it was only a monster before him now. Ryland was no ideal friend, but Borvis did respect him. He didn't want to fight against him on opposing sides of an ancient war between the two orders. "I am Kriaten, Negistrissus, of the Order of the Void Triangle." Borvis inclined his head to the warden's snare dangling around Negistrissus's neck. "Am I to be your initiation into their ranks?" "No, that is far too great a punishment and injustice for your near blamelessness." Borvis chuckled with low irony. "Those are quite the words born from a beast soaked in wrath." Borvis aimed a lunging pierce with his staff into Negistrissus's chest, but he deflected it as his black staff trailed purple hellfire. The black weapon melted straight through the silver, and Borvis recoiled before Negistrissus could strike back. Borvis gathered as much endless current into his being as he could withstand. His hands fanned out, and 10 razor-edged balls of steel covered in hot orange fire appeared in an instant orbit in his hands. The endless current increased his already blurred speed, but Borvis was close to his limit after so much fighting and so little resting. He hurled the spheres at Negistrissus as fast as his fading will would allow. Negistrissus batted the weapons out of the air with a precision that was precognitive. There was no way to tell how much power was in him now, but Borvis knew he was at a severe disadvantage even before his first strike. The spheres burned through the air in trails of fire as they cracked against the inside of the giant tree. The end of the duel came without words and without warning. Borvis was grateful for that. He was tired of seeing the good people of Provis die before his eyes. He was lonely, broken, and racked with heartaches that never ceased. Every day since the day of poisoned light only brought more pain to Borvis. It was clear now that he couldn't change what was coming. He couldn't stop Rylan with words, and certainly not with powers. He stood against the Order of the Void Triangle because it was instructed and ingrained that he should do so, even if it was never openly stated. But he wasn't delusional. There was no way he could win. This is what that accursed order was after all along. And they had it. It was a mercy to Borvis when Negistrissus's blood gauntlet powers slipped around his will with a speed that defied expression. With a twisting, jerking motion from the Void Hand's thumb and index, Borvis's head sharply turned, and the bones in his neck popped loudly. Borvis Len, once the jovial polymancer who loved his wife and daughter with all his being, was allowed to die without pain. He was dead before his body tilted to fall over, and he was grateful that he was finally free of his broken heart. Jorikin didn't move. He didn't even ponder his weapons now. In the silence and the flashing lights of the storm outside, he thought back. His head was bowed before the Void Hand he once knew as Rylan. He was ashamed that it ever came to this, and he allowed the blame to settle completely on his shoulders. All the inconvenient messages of cold and fatigue from his body were meaningless now. Jorikin accepted these to be the last moments of his life. There was no point running from it or hoping for any other outcome. From a coward's perspective, it could have been argued that Labrian had control over Jorikin, that it was her hand that killed Aimrine, not his. But that reasoning was a weak escape, and a lie. There was a moment after Labrian read Jorikin's thoughts, just before she settled him into her puppet strings. It was a quick instant where he could have fought her. His blood resisted him then, and it would have torn him to shreds from the inside if he struggled. Every vein and artery would have ripped open inside him. He would have drowned in his own blood. Jorikin stopped fighting and allowed Labrian to have the control she sought. Why? Negistrissus asked in the silence, though his voice held no more emotion than before. Something of the question must have come from Rylan. But there was nothing in those colorless eyes to say as much, and Jorikin realized Negistrissus saw into his soul and knew the answer. He knew it because of the way his gaze left him feeling peeled and exposed, open, and readable to the piercing sight. Jorikin was ready to claim that he was long since accustomed to fighting to keep his life by then, that it was an action born out of habit and reflex. But that was also untrue, and a waste of his last words. Negistrissus replied with a cold and knowing smirk. It was clear now that Jorikin was on trial for his crime. No, not trial. This was a confessional. I was already so weary of fighting, what I could not see or understand. I'm so tired of death being the toll when the stakes are so unknown. I was tired, and I let her have what she wished. I gave up. Negistrissus floated closer. You gave up when so many lives counted on you. There was no point in evading or deflecting. Jorikin breathed a quivering sigh.
We lost so many to what we could not see. I could not stand that I was being offered up next.
You forced them to pay the price for you. Negistrissus looked into his eyes from inches in front of his face. He looked down, glaring with judgment and contempt. The tiny black dots, once surrounded by deep blue, filled Jorikin's sight. Those colorless eyes made Jorikin's blood run cold. Everything he said wasn't stated as a question or phrasing to better understand. It was simplifying it into the accusation and crime for which it belonged. And Jorikin knew better than to deny it. Borvis was the last to pay that terrible price in his place. The poor, grieving widow that was thrust into this obligation had been forced into it without regard for his pain. As Jorikin watched Borvis die, he realized death for one's conviction was preferable to living as he did.
It was easier to let go and live than it was to fight and die.
There was no relent for honesty. Negistrissus floated, circling Jorikin, glaring as his icy gaze bore into him. And now the coward wishes to die, to escape whatever is next to come. You wish to see your mentor and beg her for forgiveness after betraying her with your weakness. Negistrissus pressed without mercy.
You won't.
Negistrissus released his staff and it floated beside him. He reached his hand out to his sides, his fingers tensed in an animal mimicry of claws. The shadows flooded into his palms, absorbed through flesh and into his being. The lightning outside intensified, and there were sparks in that outer darkness as trees were struck by descending bolts of electricity. The shadows moved to Negistrissus like dual streams of black oil in thunderclouds. Then, the gathering darkness halted. Negistrissus aimed one palm at Jorikin, and a cloud of darkness seeped out of the void hand and into Jorikin. It invaded him, ignoring his flesh to violate his being. Every iota of his spirit was doused and marinated in the greasy cold. It was filthy and intrusive, leaving him stripped and debased as it claimed him. And it changed Jorikin. His soul was sickened with a deadening numbness, spilling it in a grotesque waves that permeated his body. When it was done, Jorikin couldn't move, and his mind drifted into a fugue haze before an invitation to sleep. Live forever, die forever, but you will never find peace, Negistrissus proclaimed. The ground parted back away from Jorikin's feet. He was only vaguely aware that he was sinking into the soil deep beneath the hollow tree. The embrace of the dirt was close. The heat of his breath filled the confined space. He was too drained to care or fight when those confines closed in, and he was buried alive. He was trapped with the curse of the now perfected repulsing wards. He would live and die thousands of times, condemned to his immortal grave.
Chapter 61. It was mid-morning when the normally gray autumn clouds became black and blocked out light over Palanzer. Lightning flickered and flashed, strobing in the darkness. It rippled and licked at the writhing, inky clouds. Winds howled along the glossy black slopes that once held the merchant streets. Every soldier patrolling the bristling grounds of the palace stopped in their steps, looking with frightened bewilderment into the darkness outside the light of the current spheres and torches. Their shaking hands reached for their weapons. Their cuirasses and jerkin-clad men were not prone to fears, but the darkness beyond night stirred those innate and primal terrors from deep in their blood. They might have trained without end to know no fear, but now, fear knew them. The soldiers scanned beyond the light, hoping to find a target, anything to kill to put an end to the formless thing that stirred their buried fears. Even those that sat in the placement of the RATs looked apprehensive. The immediate darkness yielded to silence. The winds stopped, and even the lightning reduced to flickering light high in the clouds. The silence congealed and tensed, a living, expectant presence that prowled the barren grounds. Measuring the awakened and infused men,
In the gaze of that dark, formless beast, they were stripped down, laid bare, and revealed in all their fragility. It started with a wide celestial lance of jagged electricity. It speared the ground 100 feet east of where the front gate of the palace once stood. Chunks of obsidian were blasted in a skybound spray 20 feet high. It was followed by another, then another, until a wicked barrage of electricity struck in a circle over 30 feet wide. It called the attentions of these guards called jackals. It invited their sight and aggression, daring them to strike that location with the entirety of their arsenal. The wheels and gears of the RATs swiveled round and squealed as they turned to aim their munition sights on that spot. Infused soldiers linked their will to each other to gather more endless current. It hesitated, so they had to drag it through them. Crossbows and longer-range arbalists clicked and clattered as their bolts were loaded and trained on the flashing location. Then the glossy ground rippled as though it were made of liquid, like the disturbed surface of an oil-slicked pond. And Negistrissus slowly rose out of that fluid darkness. A miasma of brimstone washed over the parapet and snare pits of the palace in a wave. It was so thick and rancid that many of the men flinched and fought down a surge of bile in their throats. The revulsion gave him time to completely emerge from the cold abyss of Sulphurist, but they were quick to attack. Streams of gleaming, poison-wet silver were caught in the parallel glow of hurled orange flames. Crossbow bolts were loosed with impunity. Panic filled their eyes and the creases in their faces as they sought to wipe away their greatest fear from existence. Unending primal shouts accompanied the roar of flames and the strident efforts of the RATs. The obsidian stone ground of the barren ruins became cracked and pockmarked with shallow craters. The volley of killing rounds were fueled by the raw emotion of their nameless ancestral terror, but like the quivers, energies, and bolt casings, it was eventually spent. The clouds of dust were drawn to a point, swirling with bits of rock, absorbed into a hidden singularity. All the evidence of their efforts vanished, devoured into a horizontal sheet of darkness. The devouring maw also vanished, leaving Negistrissus levitated and unscathed. He raised the black length of the staff of the abyss high in both hands. Et fleos! Negistrissus' voice thundered across the palace walls. Behind him, a 50-foot wide pillar of purple hellfire split the ground and parted the black clouds as it pierced the sky. Negistrissus hummed out a slow, drawn-out chant from deep in his throat. Blisserac! The words were filled with the essence of stillness as the cold void filled his body and spilled into his lungs. A dozen pairs of narrow, beastly, glowing green eyes flared from within the infernal pillar in answer to the call. Pairs of large, clawed, fiery prints were burned into the ground, leaving molten orange steaming impressions. Negistrissus pointed his staff in a sweeping gesture at the palace. Kill! With that one word, pairs of waist-high trails of blue fire streaked up the hill, on a course for the jackals at the wall. The infused never saw them coming until the green eyes flared several feet in front of them. Their cries were shrill and terrified even before they were lifted in unseen hands. The demonic grips hissed, steamed, and blackened anything they touched. But the low animal growls came even before the screams. Now, it was followed by chilling, gravelly laughter in the darkness from the demonic marauders of the inferno. They toyed with their helpless victims, dangling them in burning grasps, flailing them in the air negligently, like filthy wash rags. The jackals cooked in the grasp of the Blizzarac, leaving smoke trails in their wake. To the fear-paralyzed forces, it looked like their fellows were tossed about in a violent wind. Negistrissus continued his forward glide to the palace. He was soon approached by 10 men in black cuirasses and armed with black curved scimitars. Negistrissus smirked. This wasn't much of a difference from the last visit to the palace. He was only slightly surprised when they charged and surrounded him. They did not wait to take their turns to strike. They came at him all at once, determined to cut him down in one go. But he had already had enough of a measure of their souls to anticipate their movements. The Staff of the Abyss currently favored the Hellfrost of Sulfurist. He deflected the lower blows with his staff, and quickly layered the ground with treacherous black ice. Their high blows could not reach his neck and head, and he redirected many of the thrusts and cuts off his staff, giving them new purpose in severing neck arteries, while others crunched through skulls and skewered their brains. The fallen jackals made the slippery ground twice as dangerous for footwork in their own spilled blood. Their balance would be otherwise exceptional, but the bodies and pools of blood made it impossible for the remaining jackals to avoid slipping. 2 more of them were impaled and sliced open, leaving only 2 alive and on their back. Negistrissus reached deep into the rivers of blood, on the islands of mangled bodies in the bowels of Blat Karak. He reached deep, his power hooking and tearing into the wretched figures of 10 condemned souls. He gave them a twisted caricature of bodies as he dragged them out of damnation. The ground heaved and split as they reached with bony hands and arms, pulling themselves up from the lips of the red chasm. Those skeletal thin arms were covered with a dripping layer of bloody slime. Their fingertips were stripped bare to sharpened claws. Their ghastly, wheezing cries precluded their emergency. They slowly stood up. Their bodies were frail. Nothing more than skin and bone covered with more of the dripping ooze. They were bald, almost faceless, except for the holes for their toothless mouths. Their eyes were no more than sunken depressions. They shambled toward the fallen men on wobbling legs. Their footprints in the blood streamed with caustic acid against the obsidian ground. Their haunting cries raised in desperate fervor as they reached for the jackals with thin, imploring arms. They descended over the men and wrapped themselves around them. They lowered and raised, trying to absorb the warmth of life, to take in the painless sensation that came with living. It was a desperate attempt to escape their damnation. The skin and muscles liquefied and stuck to the wretches, leaving sticky trails between them. Their eyes were pulled out of their heads and melted in the air between their attackers. In moments, there were only puddles of streaming slime and slick gore where the jackals once were, and the souls of perdition stood up in the search of new victims. The jackals on the wall soon discovered they were not out of the reach of the marauders. Claws burned in melted stone as they quickly scaled the granite surface. The jackals aimed their crossbows down but fired blind and aimless. Most of their bolts flew wild, falling to the ground, but it wasn't long before they noticed the marauders' hide was unusually thick and hard as they bounced off or failed to make meaningful punctures. What few jackals were not hurled headfirst from the wall were flailed about from on high. They were released only when their bodies were so stiff from the burns that they exploded into black clouds of ashes when they were slammed. The swivels on the RATs were slowly turned to face the threat on the walls, but they could not compete their turns in time. The marauders were upon them, incinerating the placements and arbalists with double the speed and rage they struck their previous victims. A group of infused jackals clustered on the ground level on the closer side of the snare trenches. They were in the process of uniting their wills for a greater spell shape against the marauders. Their methods were more predictable than the Kassaran Havoc guilds. Having trained for so little time, they had little battle experience with sorcery. They might know how to combine their strengths, but under pressure, they relied on exciting the vibrations of the endless current until it created fire. It was the most simple and effective method they had. They didn't see the tiny beads of crimson liquid seeping up through the cobbles directly beneath their feet. It oozed and bled, growing and melding to become one puddle. It was too late for them when they heard the hissing and felt the burn of acid as it ate through the bottom of their boots and consumed their feet. Their concentration shattered. The endless current left them. "Blat Karak!" Negistrissus boomed. "Accept mine offering and grant exchange. I give thee trade for 1 Goliath of the bones." By the time the ground shook beneath them, their feet were dissolved up to their ankles. They were on their hands and knees, though they were fast losing those too, and they broke down into bloody chunks and paste. Their screams would have been pitiable to anyone but Nedistrissus. They were lifted out of the acid blood for only a minute as a mound ascended free of the flesh-eating portal. It was not as big as the abyss worm he summoned against the Caesarans, but the mouth alone was as big as 5 men combined. It was skeletal, but covered in mottled pitted muscle that hung as limp as willow branches. Its blazing red eyes were as big as round shields, flaring from within the dark pits of a skull. It had 2 pairs of upward curved horns, one on the sides of the crown, the other protruding from the top of its jaws. Its gruesome exposed bones looked incapable of hunger without organs, but it opened its mouth and allowed several jackals to fall in as it stood straight. The remains of their dissolved arms and legs thrashed desperately as they wriggled outside of the Goliath's teeth. It had a height of more than 40 feet. It crunched through their flesh and bone with deliberate slowness, drawing out their screams at length. Their blood and bits smeared down its chin and dripped below. Even as it chewed and crushed them, little at a time, it reached down in one-handed swipe. Its bony hands ended in claws as sharp and long as spears. It skewered 6 jackals, while its grip crushed 3 more. The sound of the shattering bones was lost in the din of pain and demonic growls. The upper body swelled and rounded before they burst and bathed the top of its giant fists in the splattered remains. Nedistrissus offhandedly noticed that he was nowhere near the limits of his abilities. Even with Ryland's growth, the Chronomancer had limits. Some of those were known to him after he pulled him back from death. Ryland was nearly spent then. His ritual infinitum was a calculated risk that could have blasted Stratia into the depths of the Maelstrom and Stone Seas. While he was stronger in his resurrection, the strength was mostly raw and physical. The energies he wielded to transmute the flask in Mende Marine were crude and grating. But the essence of stillness howled with a fury beyond cosmic as it dragged the unmanifested force of hell into his being. If anything, Nedistrissus estimated he was capable of at least 10 times his abilities during the Caesaran War. The souls of the jackals were an easy read on only a glance. Their spirits advertised their every move, minutes before their muscles tensed. This was no battle for Createn. This was a display, a performance, and he was the only one permitted to know the script. Even now, he felt a Morlock in his throne room. His celebrations were cancelled, and he stood at the window staring through the stained glass windows. He watched as hell was unleashed on his armies and palace, gripping his puny little toy in his white-knuckled grip. For the false ruler, they were in the courtyard in a time more than a decade old. He remembered the beating he received then, and he relished a chance to revisit it, believing he could somehow change the outcome in his favor. Nedistrissus lifted his hand palm up, and the ground around the east wall and trenches quaked and crumbled. The obsidian split and widened, permitting the bloody glow of Black Karak to pour into the black skies. It was accompanied by the cloying stench of blood and the desperate, tormented wailing of trillions of souls. Long, jagged cracks spread out from the opening pits, and mottled round lengths blistered up from below. These lengths were wet. They were slimy and red where it wasn't necrotic and black. They were writhing in the places of the red, and it thinned to reveal a blood mucus-like membrane. It was torn as hundreds of bony and bleeding hands pierced free of the confinement. The ground continued to fall and open a wider pit as several towering, jagged shapes emerged. They were grotesque facsimiles of trees. Their branches ended in pointed spikes, far longer than spears. Their trunks were black with tiny white spots and red strands. A closer inspection revealed the spots to be human teeth, still attached to their bloody roots. There were many other bones, too. They were protruding from the obsidian and teeth bark at random angles to resemble large and deadly thorns. In between the bones, thousands of eyes shifted alive from the macabre bark. Faces boiled from its surface from time to time. Their shrieks agonized as blood spilled down their countenance. As they emerged, towering far above the heights of the outer walls, the jackals were pulled off their feet and dragged toward the trees by unseen and inexorable forces. Their bellies were ripped wide open, and their entrails were yanked free. As they met the gory roots, their hands clawed and scratched, leaving deep, bleeding cuts. Their entrails slithered up their torso and wrapped around their necks with more to spare. The men were lifted into the air until one of their intestines wrapped branches of the trees. On their way up, they were scraped along the surface of the trunk, where thorns and mouths waited to sink and tear large pieces away from them. They were not released into death, and they hung by their innards and stretched arms. Their hands were impaled by the bony thorns. They coughed and spasmed gouts of blood from far above ground, raining their gore. Hundreds of men hung like ripe fruit from the trees. Their mangled and bleeding bodies spasmed and writhed from the boughs and branches as they dangled helpless and pitiful. Negistrissus raised an eyebrow as more infused and whip-wielding jackals rushed through the remains of the east wall to battle him. More of them fell into the red chasm at the base of the trees, descending into the hell alive. Several abyss worms waded far into the chasms. Their mouths were open, and they eagerly allowed the jackals to fall into their maiming appetite. The Goliath of Bones continued to swipe and chew on them, its body gaining greater speed and durability with their cries of anguish. Their crushed and mangled corpses fell out of the skeletal abdomen, plopping to the ground in piles of bloody pulp. The unforeseen fiery marauders of the Blizzarack continued to flail and burn any living thing within reach. There was no shortage of fear quickening their heartbeats. They all knew they were not going to simply die. This wasn't even a battle or a defense. They were rushing out to end their lives in the most bloody, horrifying, and painful ways imaginable. Of course, Negistrissus would not allow them to flee anyway. Most of these fighters were filled with the vital energies of women and children. No mercy was permitted for the helpless then. He would grant the jackals none now. But the ignorance of fear and the continued stream of combatants did need to end. The children of nothing were brutal, but their lengthy sadism was time-consuming. There was an alternative close by. It would be swift and thorough. It would serve justice in its irony. Negistrissus' smirk was a little more noticeable. He found what he was looking for quickly. The pits and heaps of dust were so contained, so removed from the desire to force them to remain worthless, that the winds barely stirred them. He reached deep beneath those discarded heaps and dredged deep into Blat Karak. There were thousands here. The lightning of the storm flashed thrice as angry and rapid as before. Only the crimson glow of the wide chasm beneath the Fruit of Agony provided any constant source of light. But with the realm of cruelty already present, the dust responded in startling speed. It congealed into the naked and desecrated shape of the people that were left there in death. They were dry and ghoulish in appearance, with golden eyes that reflected in the dark. Unlike the revenants that took deliberate time in tearing Macellan apart, these were possessed with the all-consuming desire to kill. They did not shamble or walk. They charged, either at a run or on all fours, swarming over the palace in a wave from the west. They climbed walls and each other. They shrieked and howled their fury and hate. In seconds, hundreds of the berserk dead fell on their murderers at the east wall. They ripped away limbs and plunged their arms deep into torsos, breaking through ribs, tearing through muscle, and piercing every organ they could reach. The blood of the jackals painted the top of the palace's outer wall in soaking splatters. Already pressed with nightmare death at the broken wall, the palace soon filled the darkness with the screams of dying men. The defenders were too preoccupied with the threat in front of them to prepare for their crushing wave of vengeance that slammed into them from behind. The revenants tackled the jackals, burying them under the press of anywhere from 10 to 20 of the undead each. The dead ripped, pulled, gouged, and pummeled without end, and reveling in the pain that sounded. The discipline of the trained fighters and soldiers began to crack against the onslaught of nightmares. The palace was their central place of operations, and the dead invaded it inside and out, like maggots festering in rotting meat. 20 men charged at Negistrissus with fire-wreathed falchions. He shaped a ward of grinding will as he did with Cassian. They slowed and faltered as their motivation and mental clarity were sapped out. In a snapping gesture from his free hand, their armor and skin were ripped away, leaving screaming men naked with bloody and exposed muscles. After flaying them, he shaped the thin, vertical blackness of the devouring maw. It dashed over the black ground, swallowing rock, dust, and shredded bodies in its endless hunger. Its vortex winds pulled everything into the nothingness within. Every minute spasm seared the exposed nerve endings of the skinless jackals. They couldn't move and escape when the devouring maw yanked them off the ground and ripped them to small chunks before they vanished. The jackals were buried under the onslaught of the undead and demonic, with no chance to approach Negistrissus as he floated toward the decimated front gate. The pupils of his eyes were locked onto the heavy steel doors before him. A Morlock must have thought to replace the old doors with something more of an obstacle. Negistrissus aimed his free hand at the entry. 2 jackals in black armor with long pole arms lowered into a defensive crouch on either side. A stream of purple and green hellfire enlarged as it spewed from his open palm, twice as tall and wide as a man. Everything within 2 feet of the stream was melted into hot slag, including the jackals by the door. The blast continued 40 yards into the marble corridor, melting stone and leaving a reddened tunnel. One of the jackals sat back on the ground in what used to be an artful courtyard. His eyes were wide, and he scuttled back on his hands and backside. His breeches were wet from soiling himself in fear. It wasn't the fear that drew Negistrissus' attention. Please, the jackal begged, stammering. Be merciful. But Negistrissus took a measure of the man's soul already. He was infused with no less than 3 families. He was present and ready to receive, while mothers and children were paralyzed and strapped down to empty their life force into his growing strength. The fathers were placed last, knowing that the dying screams of their loved ones would fuel greater awakenings of pain and rage in the men. Their blood was drained to make this jackal's enchanted weapons and armors. All his victims begged and wept for mercy, and this jackal ignored their desperation, partaking of the forbidden harvest all the same. There would be no mercy. He only feared because he knew the time had come to pay his toll, and that it was a truly steep price. Negistrissus splayed his hand at the jackal and invited the rage of Etphleos into his being. 5 ribbons of hot ruby-colored hellfire lanced out of his fingertips, piercing through the soldier's arms and legs. The man screamed as the cauterized holes cooked and sizzled. Negistrissus then pulled the condemned blood of the crimson oceans of Blat Karak. He pulled it up to take form in the jackal's lungs, simultaneously drowning and dissolving him from within. His gurgling attempts at screaming only caused his jaw to fall into the widening bloody hole in his chest. Before the jackal could die, Negistrissus opened a liquid pool of shadows beneath him. The jackal began to sink as though it was soupy mud, while clawed hands of bones and shadows reached up to pull the new victim into the lightless realm of Soul Fearist. He couldn't scream, and his attempts only caused the acid to spread faster in his torso. He tried to thrash and break free, but the holes burned in his arms and legs, while hellfire reduced his struggles and brought more attempted screams. He disappeared in seconds, screaming and disintegrating. Negistrissus entered the cremated front of the palace. Beyond the molten tunnel, it was near silence. The fury of the revenants and the screams of their victims were distant now. All the decorations and excess of Macellans were crushed and torn, shattered into pieces, littering the halls among the dismembered remains of the jackals. Blood splattered and smeared every surface at every possible height. Chunks of flesh and viscera dripped and oozed from the walls and high ceiling. A vague memory of well-lit halls and bustling servants sounded from Ryland's childhood. The image of then and now overlapped in a sad and bleak duality. But Negistrissus gave the nostalgia no more than a scoffing chuckle as he floated to meet his enemy. There was no light in these halls. All the good men and women who served Malaric Morinroke were dead. Everything about the good king's rule, honoring his family tradition, was gone. Negistrissus felt the presence of a Morlic Morinroke not far away. He was the mistaken mess that Createn should have wiped away years ago. He was a disease and infestation that consumed and decayed everything he laid his hands on. It was time to burn away the memory of the usurping emperor. What would happen after that was a mystery to Negistrissus. But he knew how this confrontation must end. A Morlic brought death and pain to his empire with the belief that it was a fates-given right bestowed upon him for his superiority. Superiority. That's what all this was. There was only one way to remove the stain of that ideal. A Morlic Morinroke needed to be eternally humbled. Chapter 62. Cassian taught a Morlic that his connection with the Endless Current would forewarn him of any shaping spells. He didn't feel anything when the massive iron double doors of the throne room were blasted open with enough force to imprint them into the marble walls to either side. Jagged cracks spread outward from the impressions left in the marble wall. The figure of Ryland floated several feet above the ground, his free hand lowered as he passed through the opening. Everything about the dark and ostentatious figure advertised power wasted on the unworthy. Just like a Morlic's father, those born to power never appreciated the struggle to claim it. The blood-red glow in the east outside shone through the stained glass windows. The ancestral vague images of his father's time were gone. In their place, giant golden-hued roses stood in a backdrop of red that nearly matched the ambient glow. Everything appeared tinted in blood and gold. Only one throne sat on the two-step dais. Only one ruler would ever be needed for this empire. Yet despite the bloody hue of the throne room, Ryland was an image of indomitable black. His staff consumed what little light there was. His robe, boots, and trousers melded with the shadows of the black fire wreathing his body. He wore a gaudy gold chain clasping a black gem lined with gold inlaid facets. It was the tackiest thing a Morlic ever had the displeasure of laying eyes on. What sort of cheap trinket was that? There was one thing that infuriated a Morlic just looking at his longtime enemy. While he demonstrated a grand level of power in that hovel pig called Tilzen, and the rumors of him concurred with this power before the arrival of the Golden Rose armies, this form of Ryland looked to have a great deal more power at his command than that. Why would he not simply enter any battle with it? The motives were impossible to read in such colorless eyes. The black pupils locked with gimlet apathy at a Morlic. In answer, a Morlic tightened his grip on Emperor's Thirst, and the blade raised up while he widened his fighting stance. That was a ploy as he reached into his maroon doublet and hurled one of his many daggers coated in Orchard's Dream. The gleam of the polished steel blade flashed in the flare of lightning as it spun end over end. Ryland didn't move and didn't react. Amorlik watched the poison blade sink to its handle guard into the center of his exposed sternum. Negistrisis watched the ignorant fool with a still and cold scowl on his chilling countenance. This emperor was a far cry from the imperialist dignity of Timur Kal. Amorlik continued to wear garish, gold-embroidered velvet, but the long, shining leather coat was new. It only lent to his brutish thug appearance. The very same look was exaggerated in his thin mustache and goatee, as well as the small tail of blonde hair below his neck. But Negistrisis also saw that it was not so different from the truth within Amorlik's soul. As a boy, Amorlik was a coward and a bully, little better than a mindless brute. But Mayselin's stench was thick on him now. Something in their relationship trained him to change from a thug to a monster. It wasn't something Negistrisis would pardon in some ill-placed pity, but it was wise to know something more about his enemies. It came as no surprise when Amorlik threw a poisoned blade with unerring precision. Negistrisis was only surprised he didn't do it sooner. He didn't move or flinch. He already located a murderer in Sulfurist who would be used to take the wounds for him. After a moment, the dagger slipped free of his chest. The blade was clean and polished as it fell to the ground in a clatter. His chest wound closed, and he swished a mouthful of poison, tasting it to identify its ingredients. Pieces of Marrowleaf's schemes were becoming visible now. This poison was made using a spider that mutated from the exposure to the Void Triangle's hellish magics. So many of these troubles began in Narrenmoor. It was beginning to make sense. Negistrisis spit a mouthful of poison on the marble column. The glossy surface hissed and steamed. Amorlik rushed at Negistrisis. He could only manage to strike at the target below the hips. He wound back his sword in a two-handed grip, ready to cleave at the knees. Negistrisis stopped the blood magic sword with a low, one-handed block. Amorlik immediately bulged with muscles that ripped through his doublet and strained his breeches before he leaned into a powerful shoulder charge. The blow caught Negistrisis with enough force to send him flying back out of the throne room. He arrested his backwards flight several yards into the corridor. The halt was just in time to see several balls of orange flame hurtling at his face and chest. Negistrisis quickly changed the staff's ability to Hellfrost in time to deflect the large fires. They were turned to fragile orbs of ice that shattered against the walls. Amorlik tailed his own attack, leaping and spinning with his blade in a very Kassaran jump cleave. Negistrisis angled his staff to allow the sword to slide down and away, forcing Amorlik to stumble to his side. Negistrisis turned and struck Amorlik 3 times. His staff trailed green hellfire as it burned a line below his gut, singed off a swath of his hair and scalp, leaving blisters and extracting a scream as it burned behind one knee. Negistrisis followed his assault with a sulfur-covered sharpened bone through the floor. It speared into the heel of Amorlik's other leg, extracting an even louder scream of pain from severing his Achilles tendon from below. Amorlik turned, his face snarling with fury as he hissed through clenched teeth. Several deep red sigils flared with fire along the length of his sword. The ruby in the center of the handleguard flared with magical inner light. The healing that came over Amorlik was no surprise to Negistrisis. He detected Larian's amateur blood sorcery in the blade long ago. There were plenty of options to get rid of it. The Emperor paused with a manic grin, while his burned scalp and belly pushed away black flakes of dead flesh in favor of a natural color beneath. "They call you a hero, but look what monster you are, Void Hand," Amorlik laughed. Negistrisis remained cold and emotionless. "The only truly monstrous thing Rylan ever did was in allowing you to live so long." Amorlik laughed again, this time with incredulity. "Is that it now? You absolve yourself of all wrongdoing by talking about yourself as though it's another person?" Negistrisis would not bother to explain the absence of Rylan to Amorlik. He could think what he wanted. His life was about to end anyways. Negistrissus moved in the instant the lightning illuminated both combatants. He put a secondary focus on imposing his chilling field, slowly bolstering it with particles of hellfrost. He continued a rapid exchange of blows with Amorlik, his staff blistering with crimson heat. He toyed with the Emperor a while, deflecting his attacks and randomly searing him with burning hits from his staff. As he expected, the sigils of his sword were dimming with each wound it healed. It required blood for its magic, and Negistrissus adamantly would not give it yet. But also as expected, the strain of Amorlik's movement combined with the heat of the staff and his growing obsessive fervor to score one cut, however small. He might have magic about him now, but Negistrissus read how sick his soul had become. The magic fed his desire to rule above all others. It gave him a proxy version of immortality. But life revealed how weak he was, how small. His thirst for the power to overcome that perception. Amorlik needed to draw blood, to cut and stab. He was far beyond having control over himself and his magic. He would press with his single-minded obsession. He wouldn't feel the growing cold or see the breath mist in front of his face. When did he receive blood? He wouldn't know the difference. A layer of glittered frost formed around the two fighters. It found its purchase on the marble ground and pillars. Amorlik ignored each burning wrap on his body and waited impatiently for Emperor's thirst to mend each blackened patch of flesh. He couldn't be inconvenienced by this now. Not when his lifelong nemesis only deflected and invaded by the thinnest of margins. He swung his blade into another arcing slash at his hips, hurling his might into the blow as he shouted. Ryland floated out of reach at the last instant, and Amorlik's edge bit deep into a pillar, cracking stone and spraying debris. Like some child's tutor, Ryland's staff slapped the broad side of Amorlik's lower back, while his weapon was still buried in the stone. Amorlik yanked his weapon free, taking a noticeable chunk of the marble with his blade. He didn't try to waste his momentum to strike Ryland with a sword that was now twice as heavy. He paused after breaking the stone against the ground with a powerful downward swing. He took a moment to clear the red haze that filled his thoughts and vision. Until now, he wasn't viewing this duel objectively. He was making the same mistakes he had as a child. The fact of the matter was that he almost struck him on numerous occasions. The magic of Emperor's Thirst waned while he bullheadedly pursued that one connecting strike. Meanwhile, Ryland struck him multiple times from a myriad of angles. Ryland was toying with him, baiting him into a rage. Amorlik smirked. Two could play at that game.
You do all this because of her. Is that what you tell yourself? Amorlik challenged. Yet how easy it was to discover she was your deadly weakness. A woman. Truly, you let her be the end of you, just as I did back then.
Ryland's response was infuriatingly statuesque. The only voice to answer Amorlik was the distant inhuman shrieks and roars, and the screams of dying men.
Is that your only response?
Amorlik scoffed with disdain.
A true sign of your loving devotion to her, then. I find nothing surprising about that. From the very beginning, you allowed her to take the brunt of the blows meant for you. Not very honorable or gentlemanly, I'm afraid. I thought it was just a weak little boy hiding behind a young girl's skirt, but it was a sign of you, wasn't it? I came to that dung heap Tilzen to settle with you, to take the great hero of Thrywold, and what do I find? I find the great sorcerer is flying away while his woman fights for him.
Amorlik guffawed with a rowdy peal of laughter against a backdrop of booming thunder.
You should have let Stratian know that you couldn't have slain the Titan of the East. The truth could only be that she stepped into that duel as well. Maybe, if everyone knew, they would have afforded her the protection you were too frightened to give.
Amorlik waited for the furious charge he earned. He waited to capitalize on Ryland's rage, to turn the years-old tables on him. But Ryland didn't charge, and he didn't shout.
Cease your pointless nattering and die.
Ryland moved at a speed that barely left a Morlock with enough time to raise his sword into a broad block across his chest. His staff trailed a wide stream of blood and bits of viscera as he swung without regard for the waiting defense. The power of the blow was gigantic. Ryland's two-handed swipe crushed the blade against the Morlock and blasted the wind out of his lungs before the Emperor flew across the throne room. The strike cracked his ribs and spine, but his back was further damaged when he crashed against his throne. It broke into pieces that burst every which way. Emperor's Thirst flashed with a flicker of dim red as it struggled to heal multiple wounds. Before a Morlock could wonder why the change to a bleeding staff, a spray of sharp, pointed bones flew at him. He rolled to one side and avoided most of the bones, but he still felt two. One sank under his ribs, biting into his kidney. The other lanced deep into the back of the right shoulder. The pain threatened to loosen his grip on his weapon. The blade's glow of sigils was barely visible, and he bled for a time after he yanked the bones out of his wounds. If the blood magic didn't retrieve his fluid and stitch his flesh faster, he would be too weak to withstand whatever Ryland hurled next. But the magic required more blood to heal faster. A Morlock could give it some of his own, but his cuts were not small. As depleted as the weapon was, it would drink from arteries in the cuts in his torso. The volume of blood loss would be enough to cause him to faint or die. A Morlock's vision blurred as he clumsily pressed his will and hurled a ball of orange flame from his kneeling position. Even as Ryland floated, he formed a black hole in the air with a twist of the wrist. It wasn't enough to do more than swallow the fire, but that was twice as insulting. The reaction and shaping were predictive and negligent. A Morlock was fast running out of options. Ryland moved 2 steps ahead of his entire arsenal. Poison was useless, and Ryland's healing was completely unexpected. It was also infinite compared to the limits of Emperor's Thirst. A Morlock was desperate. He couldn't directly strike Ryland with any hope of success. He gathered his will and stood on wobbled legs, tired beyond his endurance. Emperor's Thirst fell from his hands and clattered to the floor. His biceps and forearms tensed before he stretched his hands forward. The mucus-green lightning shot out of his fingertips and licked the marble pillars and walls. Chunks of rock burst everywhere, and clouds of dust created a thick haze. The sickening, rancid smell of rot made it hard for a Morlock to breathe without retching. The walls and pillars groaned under the strain as they were softened. The upper floors growled with angry protests as collapse was quickly impending. A Morlock's bowels and chest constricted with an overwhelming wave of cramps. The lightning fizzled and waned from his fingertips. His breath burned its way out of his throat and nose like caustic vapor. And only in the grip of that pain could a Morlock see his anguished breath releasing wintry clouds of steam. Now that he wasn't moving, he felt the bite against his fingers and toes. His face numbed with needle pricks of frigid air to the skin, while his tongues and nostrils seared with acidic waves. What, by the blighted fates, was happening? He looked around in the ruddy, dim glow and saw a thick layer of crackling ice as it crept over the surface of stone and decay without prejudice. His throne room was soon invaded by an insidious grip of cold, far beyond the freeze of the snowy weather, and it began to devour his hands and boots with equal insistence. Negistrissus watched a Morlock as realization found him. The strike of Blot Karak was all he needed, really. Larian's magic wasn't unfamiliar to him. It was a crude, manic, and often primitive form of the blood hexes and transmutations practiced by the blood gauntlets. The magic in a Morlock's sword was nearly depleted. While it thirsted, it was too graceless to differentiate on what blood it drank. When Negistrissus struck the sword and dealt many more injuries, Emperor's Thirst was quick to drink condemned blood. The blood was channeled into a Morlock when it attempted to heal him. It wasn't much. The corrosive effects would need a little more time to consume him from the inside. but the contamination took hold. That by itself was deadly, but Negistrissus intended to visit much more pain on a Morlic. So, he invaded the throne room with Hellfrost. Not only did the force of Sulfuris cast its chill and slowly erode his mind and will, but it counted as the second hellish force to lay claim to him. Not even the ancient Void Disciples could survive combining two realms in one living body and soul. Now, Sulfuris tried to wipe away the warmth of a Morlic spirit, while Blot Karak broke him down from the inside. Even as a Morlic doubled over, his arms crossed over his bowels and his skin wriggled and writhed. The white freezing ice covered his skin and clothes. The invasion over the Emperor's body gained momentum as the Hellfrost stripped his will. He was allowed to look up at Negistrissus, his face contorted with pain before the ice froze that final expression onto his face. The layer of Hellfrost over a Morlic gave the sound of a small crack, and a tiny fissure appeared just below his right shoulder at the bicep. The crack widened, and a wriggling strand struggled to break free. It was bloody, and as thin as an earthworm. It emerged and stood up from a tear in his frozen skin, dancing in an undulation. The crack lengthened up his shoulder and down to his elbow as the writhing strand broke free of his arm and the imprisoning frost. Another crack began at the side of his neck, splitting and widening as the jagged divide climbed above his jaw and chin to invade on his cheek. The front of his left thigh soon joined in, as another bloody strand of muscle ripped from his neck and face. A Morlic's muscles revolted against his frigid body, tearing free in varied widths and lengths. When more than 50 protruded, their ends reached down to the cracked layer of frozen skin. They pierced with points as fine as needles, and yanked pieces of the hard coating away. Blood dropped onto the rotten marble before it showered into thick sheets from his arms and legs. His body surged with hundreds of rebelling muscles, and he was ripped apart from the inside out. Createn watched with veiled satisfaction as the agonized eyes of the ice statue were torn free of his head in shards. Judgment was satisfied as the stain of Ryland's calamitous mistake was removed from the world of the living in cathartic and gruesome demise. His internal organs were no more than tiny bits, and his marrow cracked and crushed his bones into slivers on top of a heap of carnal fragments. Negistrissus held up the warden's snare in his left hand and pulled a roaring wave of darkness into his being. His eyes sought the confused and disembodied shape of a Morlic spirit, his ghost directly in front of Createn, futilely attempting to beat him with incorporeal fists. Createn spoke in a low intonation, a chant. "Thy hated and wretched soul do I see before me." This was acceptance of what was intended. "With thy form I renounce shape and all its blight." There was no turning back once this was complete. The truth of the Order of the Void Triangle would be his. "With thy offering and thy removal from eternity and the Great Mother, I declare mine hostilities." The lightning and thunder cracked far beyond the fury of the storm as it had been before. The palace shook and trembled. The screams and howls stilled into sudden intense silence. Half of the anticipating quiet was the greatest of terror, a certainty that a dark force beyond imagining had emerged into the chaos and blood. It was a certainty that true evil was about to change the face of Provis forever. The other half was the demonic, rapturous ecstasy of the unholy and profane destiny come to its moment of fruition. This would be the time of the destiny of the Void Triangle. "And forever do I sacrifice thee, and make ornament and trophy of thee about my neck." The gem of the warden's snare awoke, flaring with bright, blood-red light that filled the throne room. A Morlic spirit understood the danger then. He ran in the direction of his shattered throne. His scream sounded across the veil of limbo as the layer between was torn by the magic of the snare's light. Wind raged between the world of life and death, dragging a Morlic Morinroke into the crushing and maiming prison that waited for him. In desperation, His hands clawed into the stone floor and pillars as he fought against the vortex. But like the devouring maw, the hungry force was patient, limitless, and implacable. His feet lifted into the air, drawn to the bright source of crimson light. His struggles only delayed the inevitable as he was pulled little by little. In a moment more, even a spirit could not hold against the snare's wind. Amorlik's ghostly hands failed, and he was pulled into the terrible light. His shape diminished to a point no bigger than the end of a needle as it was pulled close to the gem. He was condensed and sealed away. The contorted pain on his face was no different than countless others that were drawn into the warden's snares in ages gone by. He was packed, without mercy, into that tiny space. Then, Amorlik Morinroke was gone, and only oppressive silence filled the air. Negistrissus held up the gem for closer inspection, appraising it as he pondered revelations that flooded his mind, truths far beyond the shining facets of his prize. Everything deepened into the tense silence in that moment of consideration and reflection. It wasn't simply Palantir, Stratia, or even just Provis. This was a time of collected assessment, of judgments and verdicts. Every star and world that lay in the cosmos knew they were at the mercy of his metaphorical gavel. Negistrissus continued to float, hovering, staring at the gem with its imprisoned emperor. And he pondered. Chapter 63. Tamor Khal, Emperor of the Crimson Empire, also stood in quiet contemplation. He stood at a massive red sill window in his now empty throne room, staring into the capital city, Tezzeret Ra. Many of the artful towers and domes burned brightly in a night obscured by demon fire. Clouds of smoke poured into the velvet darkness and shut out the light of the moon and stars. Demon fire burned unchecked now. Up until the previous night, the Purifier's Guild met each incursion, barricading the threshold and windows within lines of salt before settling them to the Imperial torch. Many of his courtesans and functionaries were set to purifying flame, and that wasn't even why he was alone now. When the Red-Robed Magi were done with their work for the night, they returned to their guild houses. Some of the leaders made their immediate formal report to him, and he didn't ignore what he saw. Their eyes were always bloodshot and tired since the attempt to purge Stratia. That was made worse in the last couple of months, when the demonic infestation climbed to numbers never recorded before in the archives. Oddly, that was the same time when the agent of the Crimson Imperial Flames, Varkateth, returned alone and bloody after the loss of a squadron of Ka-Tarak. He returned with a report of Stratia yielding to self-destruction. Oh, they believed it was the dawn of a new empire, but Tamor Khal's predecessors taught a very different lesson. This insurrection was caused by unbridled greed, ambition, and arrogance. These were all ingredients to the premature demise of many of his ancestors. Such an imbalance was always volatile. But the night before, the Purifiers wore haunted, frightened expressions. Tamor Khal read it plainly on their faces, even so late at night and with the customary distance from the throne. Whatever happened out there, it formed a despair so great that they could not voice it. The only hint was that every demon was completely oblivious to the salt lines. They crossed as though nothing stopped them. Possessed citizens charged out of burning homes and went into berserk rage, tearing throats they bit and yanked, like the ancient recounting of the blood drinkers. In the afternoon, a discovery was made that chilled the Emperor and caused the hairs on the back of his neck to stand. The Purifiers never reported another day of cleansing work. The Magi chosen to protect the Imperial Palace from the intrusion of the ever-increasing demonic possession did not appear for their duty that day. Karak officers were sent to collect them for their duties. The Karak returned with faces as pale white as Strati and Parali. They reported that the entirety of the Purifier Guild was dead from mass suicide. They leaned onto each other's daggers, cut each other's throats, and spilled blood in a layer that covered every inch of ground. But they were careful not to spill randomly on the walls. those were reserved for the messages smeared in bloody fingers. The time is now. They were right all along. He is here. As the bloody messages were repeated to Tamor Khal, laughter unlike anything mortal or living filled the ground and skies. It was raspy, malevolent, and brimming with spite as it reverberated against the horizon. No one dared to move, and many courtesans wept and trembled in terror. Tamor Khal smoothed his golden robe and crimson silk tunic and trousers, collecting his resolve. He gathered his wits to assess and decide. This was not like the beginning of the Black Decade. That was only preluded with a wave of darkness that engulfed the Crimson Empire as the Void Triangle advanced. This was a time of forbidden omens. This required greater attention, and there wasn't much time left. The Emperor stood up, looking to what remained of his armies, his court, and his officials. He looked at them thinking about obligations and priorities, assessing theirs and his.
All of you in attendance, this will be my final decree to all of you.
Tamor Khal took advantage of his cavernous audience chamber to carry his voice.
Should chance and time permit it, spread this edict. Consider gathering recent events. I hereby renounce all your official duties to the Crimson Empire. I dismiss you all with one humble request.
Tamor Khal paused, taking a moment to absorb the bewildered and stricken look at their gazes. He was dismissing them for their own good. He would not be so fortunate. His entire life pledged to his empire and his throne. It wasn't just a title, it was a marriage to him. If it was to be her last moments, he would kneel at her deathbed and hold her hand until the light vanished. But maybe those who aided in service to the Empire would be rewarded for their loyalty. There were strange lights and disappearances all over the city. Maybe the missing citizens were alive. Maybe they died sudden and mercifully. It had to be better than what his instincts warned was coming.
I want all of you to return to what you cherish the most. Hold it tight with all your passion. Tell them anything that would cause regret if left unspoken. Then, pray to the fates for a swift and painless end. Henceforth, you are no longer my vassals, and I am no longer your emperor.
It required a couple of hours of convincing, but they did leave him eventually. The forlorn and lonely darkness of the audience chamber was only broken by the glow of the burning city. Tamor Khal stood before that sulfuric firelight as it dimmed in his empty, massive courtyard. There were no lanterns, torches, or current spheres to illuminate, adding depth to his solitude. Tamor Khal, Emperor of the Kassaran Empire, sighed with sad resignation in knowing. He felt it keenly. It would be soon. The end of his empire and all its strength. Its proud history, a knowledge that stretched back to a few recordings 90,000 years old. They had knowledge of a world long forgotten. Soon, it would all come to an end. So he watched these last hours. He watched the sun, that wondrous ball of daylight and warmth, as it passed into the west. Its golden light of sunset was majestic and beautiful, as it glistened on the waves of the Maelstrom Sea. It made dark outlines of the towers of his city, even before the demon fires began at last light. He watched as the sun dipped lower, casting the clouds in pink, orange, and purple, while a few stars dotted the eastern skies. Tamor Khal watched daylight fade from his city for the last time. It was an exquisite time, melancholy and gorgeous in its simplicity and mortal solitude. This was a memory of the world he knew, that he could embed in his soul as he took it to his grave. It would give him peace.
Chapter 64. The Darkening.
Negistris thought and reflected at length, hovering in silence as he stared into the warden's snare. At first, he only thought of Ryland's life and his collected losses, but that was selfishly insufficient. He thought instead about the taste of the poison on a Morlick's throwing dagger. The Reaper Mite venom was a component he used to amplify the effects of the poisons of peach pits. The spiders, like the aggressive Black Wanderers, were mutations resulting from prolonged exposure and breeding in the meeting areas of the Void Triangle areas located in the crypts of Narrenmore. And the unusually hostile snakes were instrumental in Maysellin's twisted childhood and her violent blend of elitism. They were allowed to take place because Narrenmore was abandoned by law in the Order of the Enlightened Sun after the destructive inquiry that made the consuming bogs deeper, burying more forbidden secrets. The Narrenmore inquiry happened because the last Obsidian King discovered the relic Storm Harvest. It could be a coincidence that he located the ancient evoker relic centuries after the Black Decade. It was more likely that the relic was nudged into his hands to create a conflict that would reduce Narrenmore to a lawless swamp where anything could happen. And that included family butchering twin sorceresses. And it was also no coincidence that the Order of the Void Triangle was under no direction to train and prepare in the age-old crypts and catacombs. Not only was it an ideal location, teeming with troubled, restless spirits and darkness, but it was also viewed as a strategic staging ground for much of the future to come. Negistrissus was forced to look at the abilities of Merriweave and view how the Hell King manipulated these events, these greater actions, to engineer his desired outcome, his prophecy. All of it was set into play, and it promised that Malkinor would one day be ruled in cruelty that birthed Rylan and forged him with massive will. These steps were made in the shadows of history and current events, specifically promising the coming of Negistrissus. As a Chronomancer, he knew the temporal current should deviate based on people in the living world. Yet this prophecy was immutable in the temporal current. Furthermore, the temporal current answered directly to the Fates. Then it could only be surmised that the Fates allowed it all, allowed the creation of the dark prophecy caused by the machinations of the King of Hell. They knew most, if not all, of the events of Ryland's life would play out exactly as they had, and knew how he would react. Many thousands of people died needlessly, and the pain of loss could not be easily measured with it. And all along the Fates, the most powerful known cosmic force in Provis, stood back and allowed it, knew it was coming millennia ago. Of all the injustices that Negistrissus sentenced, all the tyrants, this crime against the people of Provis was the worst. And so, Negistrissus understood why Merriweave and the Order of the Void Triangle were certain he would come to share in their nihilistic belief. It could be argued that the King of Hell was at fault for this, but his comprehension of the karmic design only allowed him to exploit an already flawed governance over soul and destiny. If he didn't seize advantage of it, it was only a matter of time before someone or something did. The fault was not in Merriweave or the Void Triangle. The fault was in the entirety of creation, in all its broken monstrosity. Negistrissus released the Warden's snare, allowing it to dangle against his chest. His tiny black pupils moved, surveying the wreckage of the throne room. Like all Palantir and Stratia, he remembered it as the beautiful place of marble and plush red it once was. Now it was hideous. Beneath the preserving hellfrost, the slime and rot brought by the last two rulers infected every possible surface. It was a testament to their lives, and the tyranny that was protected by fate. They poisoned everything they touched. All the while, Ryland was forbidden to wield those vast powers of time, to go back and set events back into a utopian course. Yes, this was the true ugly visage of fate, and its regard for creation. The only cure was to burn it all down and sweep it away. There was a pressure in the quiet, as Negistrissus tilted his head to look up to the high ceiling, dripping with icicles of frozen decay. The sounds of dying men ceased, and the demons halted. Even the wind dared not intrude now. A circle of red hellfire burst close around Negistrissus. It blasted and disintegrated its way through the floors of the palace as it made its unerring path. It formed a vertical tunnel that ascended into the sky. The darkness of the clouds broke within that space, revealing the clear blue of noon. Negistrissus lifted into that tunnel of crimson flames. He climbed high, far above the highest tower and parapets of the palace, far into the skies, until he dispersed the hellfire pillar. With a furious burst of raw will, he shoved the black clouds that were drawn by the arts of the void. The sky brightened to each end of the horizon. Negistrissus looked like a frightful black star in a clear daytime backdrop, to what few people were alive to see it. He released his hold on the revenants and the children of nothing before daylight could burn them to ashes. The day for the end of the children of nothing would come, but they would prove to be useful weapons in his arsenal until then. As he did with Jorikin, Negistrissus gathered the cold malevolence of Sulfurist and saturated every minute iota of his body and spirit, binding them with continually self-restoring darkness. His dim vision turned to a deeper black as the repulsing ward settled over him. He repeatedly stitched it through himself. It was never that the repulsing wards were difficult for the Shadow Eternal to shape, but the binding of flesh, spirit, and darkness had to be driven by the most patient and exonerable of wills with methodical precision. Negistrissus spent a long time within Ryland pondering and calculating this. A black wave passed over Negistrissus's body, drawing a gasp. It disappeared, taking the limits of his mortality with it. Now, he could do what he needed to without concern of restraint. Negistrissus looked to the blue skies and the blinding glow of the sun in its zenith. It should be this way. It's why he banished the dark storm. He wanted to see them, to understand what was happening to their world. The Cassarans might not see this, as it was still night over their continent, but anyone alive would know in time. He released the Staff of the Abyss. He retained its connection as it floated at his side, reaching for much more of Sulfurus than he had before. The ground quaked, and the essence of stillness created a visible dark strand from the ground and into his feet. His hands moved in slithering gestures, while his voice was a hiss as it whispered. But those whispers gained volume, reaching into every living thing capable of hearing. There was a dark spot on the far western sky. It spread, taking on the look of an oil dripped onto a pane of glass. Another dark spot soon accompanied the first, staining the blue sky in the north. Like rain, it started slow one at a time, until it gathered momentum. At that point, black stains began to appear and spread across the sky. It also shut away the burning warm light of the sun. This was the first of the apocalypse arts developed only as a theory and conjecture by the Order of the Void Triangle. It was called the Sunblight. It would banish the light of the sky forever. The land below succumbed to a dimming of the sun before the last rays and warmth were closed away. Negistrissus felt the creeping fear of the people below. Across the world of Provis, people watched in fascinated horror as the sun, moon, and stars vanished for the last time. Those people who were still alive held a breath that arched for release. They held it with the fear that it was their last breath. Negistrissus would not wait that long. He reached higher into hell, at the colossal tongues of myriad-colored inferno. He reached and gathered, congealing all the hatred and anger Ryland ever felt for anything, and turned his being into a beacon for hellfire. His voice changed, becoming harsh, low and grating, dripping with inhuman rage. His hand snapped and whipped in the air as his fingers raked in tense claws and clenched into white-knuckled fists. The ground miles directly below Negistrissus quaked anew before great chunks of land fell into a chasm of intense fire and molten fury. Flames licked up and out of the opening, casting the landscape in their ominous light. Negistrissus's pale face was etched in eerie definition of detailed lines and hollows, while his lips were drawn tight into snarling and spitting words. The fires of the pit began to rise, changing to all the colors of the rainbow as they started to twist and entwine about each other. They continued in their climb to reach him, and twisting became spinning. Like the sunblight, this unusual sight was slow at first, and the flames were a tightly wrapped cylinder. But as the top of the flames reached for the one who summoned them, they quickly towered over the highest mountaintops. Negistrissus snapped his clawing hands into a position of one aiming high, palm facing up, and the other aiming directly below. The hellfire was quick to answer the locked posture. His arms trembled with the channeled fury as it immediately shot far above the darkness and the inky black clouds just behind him. It spun and widened out as it reached far above the clouds until it was a gigantic funnel of fiery tornado shape. The twisting mass was composed of a blue, green, red, yellow, and purple flames that cast the land in a kaleidoscope of dancing colors. It spit tiny, candle-sized flames into the air, sending them into the wind for thousands of miles. In that moment, Criaten marveled at the different hues and shades of the myriad of colors in the inferno. The fires were a force of beauty and destruction that drew hundreds of practitioners to the hellfire-imbued sect of the Void Triangle. Even now, in the face of cataclysm for their planet, the people of Provis were transfixed by the hot fireflies that whipped and swirled around them in the dark. The people did not know that those fires of hell were a myriad of colors to enable them to scour away the souls of all the species in all the planets in creation. Many of these flames held many times more than the heat required to spiritually annihilate a human soul. For a while, Negistrissus held this posture, allowing the flames to spread in the air. The cyclonic hellfires were several miles wide at the ground level, melting and disintegrating 2 extra miles of stone and soil around it. It was nearly 20 miles wide at its highest point. Then the wind stopped, the firestorm tensed tight, waiting. When Negistrissus spoke, his already grating voice reverberated and echoed off every peak and valley on the face of Provis. Those next words held a terrifying finality that would never be forgotten by those who survived the day.
At flails, burning scour.
In that terrible instant, the hellfire cyclone erupted into a flame break, coupled with a blasting, ceaseless gale that swept across the entire planet. It howled and roared as the wind and the hellfire consumed and obliterated everything in seconds. Trees and grass were gone in the first fraction of an instant. Animals were given the briefest moment for their pitiable cries and shrieks before they were flash cremated. Their ashes were also disintegrated only a few feet to the wind. The buildings and implements that once marked civilization were crushed and hurled in the initial second, but they lasted only a blink more than the now extinct animal life. The fiery winds engulfed the entirety of the air of the planet's surface. Rivers and lakes boiled, steamed, and evaporated. They would not get far enough to become rain, ever again. The maelstrom and stone seas also boiled, lasting only slightly longer because of the Arctic poles. These melted, but they were never given a chance to flood, as the seas vaporized and receded far below the shores and reefs. The fish, algae, and oceanic growth were baked to paste before it all vanished within the waters. The mountain ranges of Provis also felt the warmth of the burning scour. The apocalyptic wind heated stone and soil, even after it wiped away all the forests and meadows. It burned deep into the caves and crags, the constant barrage of the superheated winds, and eventually reddened and softened all but the most enduring of the peaks. The mountains melted and leveled fast. Their slag was picked up in the planetary gale and obliterated. When Negistrissus was certain Provis was burned flat, he relaxed his arms and eased the posture. Within moments, the fiery wind slowed, and the hellfire vanished from the air. The great chasm rift that opened into Edfleos darkened and sealed. The constant hiss of the sizzling planet and the rising smoke remained a while longer. He deliberately concentrated the burning scour to leave the people unburned, both the living and dead. Now they were naked as the day they were born, cowering and curled up into protected balls, laying in red embers in the ashes of the world they once knew. The surface of Provis was illuminated by a dim orange-red glow of dying coals. The people were too afraid to acknowledge their pains of fresh burns as they lay weeping in the fading embers, covered in smears of soot. The fear that this was their last moment of life gripped them in a vice that left their hearts thundering. For many of them, this would be their last day alive. Negistrissus reached deep into Blot Karak, into the seas and rivers of blood, into islands formed of writhing and maimed corpses, wailing in eternal agony. He reached into the hanging trees, where the condemned withered and choked forever. And he pulled! Negistrissus drew the anguish and the desire to inflict it into Provis's immolated surface. He drew the thick coppery stench of blood and the rancid miasma of rotting meat as he pushed it out onto the wind, from the ash-stirring gusts far below to the cloud-shifting winds. The essence of damnation saturated the air as it rode the wind across the scorched planet. It would also remain on Provis forever. The foul winds filled the lungs of those still alive on the surface. In those that did not hold the innate will for the endless current, the effect came quick. Their bodies undulated with heaves of nausea, and their attempts to contain it were futile. They opened their mouths against the rising bile in their throats, trying to ease it with air. When they vomited, it was gushes and sprays of blood. They convulsed as the deadly sickness took hold in their retching. Their blood was soon filled with bits of their stomach and liver tissue, followed by the heart and lungs, before they died laying in mounds of their own wet gore. What few people remained looked on in horror at the initial effect of the enslaving winds. None of them were prepared for what transpired next. Those that died to the enslaving winds were the first. Their corpses twished and thrashed. Many of them struggled to stand, their faces empty of emotion, as they stood up on legs wooden with jerking movements. In many others, their top teeth elongated into sharp, pointed fangs, while their eyes clouded over in blood-red orbs. In a much smaller number, their eyes shone with animalistic golden light. They were not the only ones to rise from death. The enslaving winds found many intact corpses remaining on the surface of Provis. In unmarked graves and dying places, every human carcass was claimed by the three forms of living death. Their souls were pulled from eternal rest and placed in bodies of cold thirst, agonized hunger, and boundless hatred. Those that lived were too slow to acknowledge the presence of the danger. The blood drinkers pounced on their prone victims like animals at hunt. Their fangs bit through flesh and found every pulsing artery. They found their marks in arms, thighs, and the sides of the neck. Naked and defenseless, no one could keep these undead from finding their fronts for drinking. Even with those that struggled the most, the blood drinkers simply clamped onto their victims, wrapping them in their arms and legs. They drank with a fervor determined to empty the last pumping blood from their hearts. The blood of their prey mingled in a black sludge in the ashes of the dead planet. It was the only liquid to cool the embers of the burning scour. The wretched ghouls also fell on those same victims in drooling and moaning heaps. They gouged their clammy hands deep beyond the flesh, tearing sinew and snapping bones as they yanked away entire pieces to devour. And when those other two forms of monstrosity could not find their prey, the survivors would cross the path of the manic grins and the golden eyes of the revenants, who would maul them to death and leave them for their fellow undead creatures to consume. But those who were killed by the living corpses would rise in their sundered and bloody state of repose and seek living victims of their own. Negistrissus looked on from the dark height of clouds in a court of wrathful lightning. Even among the haunting howls of the wind and the cracking peals of thunder, the screams of demise and the cries of tortured souls were clear to him. In this darkness, Provis would come to the truth as he did. As he looked on the surface of the dead planet, a single bead of emerald light drew his attention far in the east. It would not have been visible before, but the leveled mountain ranges in the infinite dark caused the glow to stand out. It was the glow of the stasis magic that sustained Aimrine Teker's casket. The enchantment proved to be as endless as it was unbreakable. Not even the fury of the burning scour could intrude upon her remains. The living dead could not breach the protection over her, and the stasis would not permit the enslaving winds to claim her. Negistrissus looked with a wiry grin and a sardonic scoff. It was delightfully amusing what truths were greater than trivial in the end. He looked, knowing that in the end of her life and the resulting events would be forever etched in the place of her grave. Negistrissus chuckled when he realized the truth of the words once spoken by Ryland's mother.
The land remembers when people forget.
It was strange to be reciting such warmth-given words, but he could not deny them before as Ryland, as he could now as Negistrissus. The familiar cold rasp of Merowe's voice came to Negistrissus's mind. His insistence and impatience only drew a knowing grin of ominous wisdom from Createn.
Thy sentence to thy enemies is fulfilled. Complete thy destiny, Createn. With but 2 more of thy unused skills of ending, thou canst put an end to all of it.
Negistrissus laughed. In a rush, are we, King of Hell? Only 1 more of the arts of the apocalypse is called for today. There is no justice in bringing 4 dying stars to begin the grand scour now. Those born of creation do not understand the crimes that the fate have committed against them by bringing them into existence. They must learn. They must see. Pain and death must teach them and show them. Only when the lesson is echoed and embraced on the surface of every planet will it be truly time to shape the grand scour. Merowe was silent a moment. His frustration and disappointment were evident. He must have expected Negistrissus to purge the entirety of the universe the day he embraced his destiny. Merowe spoke with a growling warning.
Thou must possess the sensible knowledge that such delays will only grant creation the chance to defend itself.
There are the last resort plans if life resists and becomes adamant in its denial of the truth. Merowe snorted once, scoffing.
So be it. Do as thou will, be it now or ages from this moment. Thou shalt do as prophesied.
Negistrissus thought back to one of Ryland's memories, a conversation with Aimrine in the firelight. She voiced a question that was often of interest even to Negistrissus.
Why Ryland, your majesty? There were a plethora of rulers and magi who were ever eager to spill blood. Power alone could not have been your only reason for choosing him.
There was a moment where Negistrissus could feel Merowe smirk and chuckle over the matter, relishing the confusion it caused.
Why do I choose one so humble and unassuming? Why one who would nary smite a fly? Why a peasant and not a king? Such people have always been called upon to champion our cause. Createn. It is a repeating cycle, and fate is ever prepared at every turn to meet us with a champion we could never anticipate or plan for. Part of my machinations is to claim that same play as my own. No tyrant and powermonger ever craves the end of all things. That was ever true for your predecessors. They simply want to drink the sensations of unlimited creation. They wish to glut themselves in endless experience. Nay, they are not such that hold the wish to put it all to a silent and perfect end.
A point tugged at Nedistrissus in challenge to Merrowweave's assessment. How could you be so sure that the fates would respond in such a manner? You have only ever encountered this reflexive action twice.
In mine existence and upon the face of Provis, that may hold the truth. But this is not the first planet to feel the shroud of our stratagems. While mine sentience is many times younger than my subjects, I learn much from our shared intelligence. Not all worlds fall to our machinations of self-ruin. There were some that responded to their coming end, with champions selected by fate to challenge our contaminated agents and avert the execution of their species. Their conviction and power were bolstered by the love of their people and their existence. And love is ever the double-edged too. When it is imbalanced, it can lead to the cruelties beyond imagining. It can cause one to fall into despair that hungers for the Great Mother. All things that pervert the Great Mother attempt balance, but only must conclude the duality in doing so. It was true love and compassion, and so it was true for Rylan.
Saying more about it was wasteful. Nedistrissus already spoke at greater length than he wished. Actions would always count for more than words. He turned his attention to the skies and the void beyond the highest clouds of Provis. There were many planets out there, many more suns, more than anyone could count. His work would take him ages to complete. There were worlds hundreds of times more advanced, or radiant with light, or more vibrant than Provis. They would argue, violently struggle against the truth he would reveal to them. But as with the time it would take to finish his work, it was a matter of an immortal's patience and exonerable resolve. Nedistrissus would complete his blood-soaked work, no matter how long it took, or how many battles were required of him. Kriaten swallowed waves of the essence of stillness into every particle of his being, and reached his awareness into the void between worlds and stars. This was called the Chasm Walk. It functioned in a manner like the Meld Walk, but the energy traveling was limited to the planet it started on. A Meld Walk beyond a planet would be torn apart in that endless void, like swallowing into openings that emptied into the Great Mother. But the Chasm Walk would allow travel as swift as the omnipresent dark of the void, and allow a void disciple to hold his being together. Nedistrissus turned and stepped into the darkness. His gait appeared like a vertical pool of oil. The shimmering darkness rippled around him as he walked into the cold and soothing silence of oblivion. And he left Provis behind, forever. His awareness dashed into the void of eldritch starlight, and he looked back to the surface of the now black planet. Strangely, Provis was not a perfectly rounded sphere. A portion of it looked misshapen and indented, as though a hand of immeasurable size pushed down against a part of the surface. Chapter 65. Maurice listened in tentative silence as the rumblings and quakings thundered and growled. Even so far below for a time, he was concerned that the spirits of the Order miscalculated, that they were not far enough away from the global devastation now occurring. The quaking ground so many miles above could collapse, crushing and burying everything below. The Chronomancer worried that Nedistrissus might simply pour waves of hellfire into the molten core of Provis and detonate the planet from within. The heat of perdition would devour the planetary fire with ease. It could happen. Maurice wasn't alone now. There were thousands of people from all over the surface of Provis, those that he gathered to rescue from the impending apocalypse. They were all he could manage to save using Elysian's light step shape. While Provis never boasted a massive population, these were still far from the only living people facing the end of the world as they knew. A rough estimate would put the highest count ever on Provis, somewhere around 8 to 10 million. But that generous of a count had to be thousands of years old. While this city held evidence that Provis might have been larger at some point in pre-recorded history, the catastrophic events that plagued their world always reduced the living number to hundreds of thousands of people. For a world that had so few people to begin with, this was far too much ruin for them. As bad as it was for those who lived this long, it was tragic and heartrending to think about the spirits of the recently dead. There would be hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of souls torn out of their confused haze in limbo and hurled back into their lifeless bodies. They were imprisoned in basic functions and motivations created from pains no living being could fathom. And Maurice could hear and feel them, even now. He knelt and covered his head as a global chorus of wailing and agonized cries pierced the miles of stone and soil to find the only living things that could hear them. They begged and shouted, weeping as they demanded to know what they did that should condemn them this way. They pleaded with pitiable sobs, wanting someone to end them and their suffering. None of them remembered their own names, aside from the hate-spewing revenants. None of them remembered the lives that were taken from them. They didn't have the will to stave off the hunger and thirst of their new existence, and they ignored the pains of their victims as the warmth of life took away a piece of their anguish for a time. Maurice was startled back in a gasp when a reassuring hand touched his shoulder. He looked around and noticed the groans of the surface were over, and he looked at the slight figure who tried to comfort him. As dirty and frail with starvation as she was, Maurice recognized her instantly, though she was clearly not the same woman he remembered. To say that Dagne Talek was lucky was as arguable as it was an understatement. She was one of the very few nobles to survive 2 destructive events to Peral Glay. It was no kindness to her. That much was clear in the jagged veins in her blue eyes and the red swelling in her cheeks and eyebrows. Where her oval-shaped face was once locked in an expression of condescending contempt, there was a haunted sadness and regret in the wan smile she attempted since arriving.
Beatrice Solis. Maurice, wasn't it?
Dagne remained a careful several feet of distance, aware of his moment of sensitivity. Maurice nodded, surprised that she would remember his name. Dagne chuckled, but the guilt in her eyes deepened.
I've had a lot of time to ponder who I was before, Solus. It's ironic that we do this only when we are certain that we're going to die.
Her expression further succumbed to melancholy shame.
I never tried to remember anybody's name. I only cared about wanting this thing or that, never about the people I hurt to get it. It's not so different from those who put us in cages, is it? It makes me think I don't deserve to be alive now.
That snapped Maurice out of his momentary shock, forcing him to see the more immediate pains before him.
I don't know much about what transpired, Lady Dagne.
She smiled patiently and raised a connecting hand.
Please, the Duchess is a woman I hope to leave in the cage she died in. Titles and birth status no longer matter anyway, do they?
Maurice returned the smile.
I suppose they don't. I can't say why you are alive, and I will never claim to know who you should be. But I never believed anyone should die. My only hatred is that so many have lost their lives. But you live now, Dagne Talek, no matter your scrutiny of what sort of person you are. I must have faith that you were given this chance to act on what you learned. We may all need that in the daunting times ahead.
Dagne's new nature was already a pleasant turn from Barain's right-hand courtesan. The smile she offered next was encouraging.
So, what might I do to help?
Maurice thought about it, but that answer was quick.
I think we all need to exchange information. The last I knew from the surface, Palinza was in preparation for a grand festival to celebrate a new peace.
Dagne nodded, pursing her lips in a gloomy, distant stare.
The Day of Poisoned Light, as those from Tilzen call it.
That caught Maurice by an unpleasant surprise. There were really many things the spirits of the Order did not know.
Yes, that is the one. Another is why so many of you are clothed in makeshift long tunics.
Maurice pointed to the burlap sack belted with equally coarse thin ropes at the hips that Dagne and hundreds more were wearing. It was a far cry better than the naked prisoners of Palinzer, malnourished and covered in grime. Their bones were sharply defined beneath their skin and appearing very brittle. Maurice would have to spend a while looking for anyone with even a little magical ability. There was so much healing work to be done, so many transmuted objects they would still need. The prisoners of Paral Sen were only in slightly better health, but they were also scarcely fed and sick with the onset of coughing fits and cold fever. A trio of soldiers in battered armor and weapons, covered in bruises and cuts, stepped forward with unveiled interest. But there was also the tiniest hint of reprimand, at least on the Katani woman's countenance.
We could have used your magic until Zen, Solus. We only had 2 of your brothers against an army of magic-powered jackals,
she growled with irritation. Maurice blinked and gaped as the sudden onslaught of questions filled his mind. Magic-powered jackals? His need to know the events of the surface brought one reflex response. He current-read the Stormforce woman. And the horror Maurice found in her memories was staggering. His breath caught in his throat, and his lips trembled. Fates! Mayselin and Amorlik caused so much pain and death. It would take him a long time just to sift it all and compose himself against those terrible and bloody revelations. But siphoning people of their energy to gain power and infinite life? All the people of Stratia were ensnared in events that were haunting in their cruelty.
And I happen to believe you know why we are here, and what that commotion was about. Where are we?
Dagne asked, looking around with bewilderment. As if in answer, a short, breed-thin Kassaran man wearing red silk robes embroidered with gold floral patterns charged into their midst, wide-eyed, gaping, and breathless. Maurice was grateful for the intrusion, as he could not bring himself to speak so soon after the trauma he encountered. A minute or two more, and he could form a verbal response to the questions.
It cannot be!
His Stratian was forced and heavily accented, but Maurice suspected he was an Imperial functionary or a scholar.
I thought this city was a fable for daydreaming children!
He further exclaimed. There was a baffled chorus of murmurs, and the Kassaran muttered in his own language, causing frustrated impatience in the Stratians.
I might be mistaken, but I believe this to be the lost city continent of Mizak. It was a great land swallowed up beneath the floor of the Maelstrom Sea. Legend says that when it was buried, it pulled much of Provis with it, that our planet was reduced in size and altered in shape.
An older Kassaran official began an exchange with him that turned into a heated debate, all in the Kassaran dialect. A young Tyrillian man was quick to dismiss those details as he shouted over them.
We are all far less interested in your old legends than we are about what that sound was, and when we can go home. Many of us have either been kept outside in cages like animals, or stripped of everything before being thrown into a dungeon.
A grizzled-looking rotund Kassaran, with a different accent than the official, spoke in their defense, albeit a bit angry and crass.
Maybe you dung-flinging Stratians like to walk, with your eyes closed in a den of vipers. But we tend not to be so stupid as to ignore the gift of knowledge when it was freely given.
Maurice sounded a low groan carefully in the back of his throat as he pinched the bridge of his nose. There were far too few people left for intercontinental rivalries and conflicts now. Dagne apparently agreed as she screamed loud and shrill, silencing their arguing before she stood between them.
All of the questions and answers are valid, gentlemen. These 2 scholarly men were supplying us with an answer of our whereabouts.
Dagne turned to the Kassaran men.
Go on, please.
Maurice couldn't shake his Parali curiosity either. He had been down here for months, and this was the first he heard of its name. Child's fantasy or not, he wanted to know more. Who built this city? Maurice contained his months of questions no more. Why is there such magic in everything here? Why are we not crushed to death when we are so deep in the soil and stone, far below the ocean floor? The younger Kissaran blinked a few times before answering.
The Magi of the Order have never heard of the legend of the Lost City?
Maurice shook his head. The Kissaran rolled his eyes and muttered a few more words of Kissaran that caused several younger women of his homeland to giggle.
Mizak is a city built by the ancestry of giants and the intellect of dragons. It was a place where all creatures of Provis could coexist in peace.
The young man pointed to the rainbow-tinted rose quartz walls.
These buildings we are in now are a special place for humans. The dragons insisted on its creation so that there would be a place to nurture the human spirit until it was ready to awaken and unlock its full potential.
Were these the first people to call on magic? Maurice asked with barely contained excitement. The Kissaran shook his head.
No, that wasn't until the first incursion of the Children of Nothing. That is really all I know about it. Our folklore scholars tried to find a connection between the lost city, the vanished creatures, and the first incursion, but they had no evidence, and none of them are here to see this.
Well, it was a little more than Maurice knew about the city before. He would accept that knowledge gratefully, but that still left him with questions about the abundant ambient magic and the altered gravity within the city. But that would have to wait as the Tyrillian man spoke next. It's a grand discovery, but may we go home? Maurice braced himself for what he knew he must relay to them. This was going to hurt everyone, especially when they accepted that he was right. We cannot go back. Your homes, anyone you left behind. Everything you knew about Provis is gone. The reactions were mixed in the replying din. Many chuckled and laughed, as though Maurice spoke a jest or was too great a fool to understand the way things were. Others were furious, barely held back from acts of violence as they shouted obscenities at Maurice and demanded that he return them at once. But some of them accepted the truth in Maurice's claims. Their faces sagged, while their eyes went blank with shock. They slowly slumped to the ground, uncaring of the thick coating of ancient dust, needing to sit down to absorb this. Those last were why Maurice dreaded to inform them. The subconscious detachment from their pain was hard enough, but he knew, at night, they would wail and weep. They would know they could never sleep in an actual bed again. They would never again look out their bedroom windows to see the glittering view of stars in the dark night sky. But then came the question that was hardest to answer, asked by a leathery-skinned, dark island Kissaran. Maurice had to current read him to translate his words.
What do you mean by gone?
One of the robed Kissaran men was considerate enough to translate their language for the other Stratians. A Katani man squared his jaw with resolve. Whatever it is, we can go back and rebuild! No, we can't! Maurice didn't see the events unfold, but the spirits of the Order had a grasp of events through the pain and devastation that was unleashed. He would allow the spirits of different elementalists to speak through him, conveying what they knew was left. An Ard Solis Aeromancer was the first to use Maurice to speak. If we return to the world above, many of you would die within seconds. The air has been altered with a horrific spell shape, and breathing it is deadly. After that, those same winds will seek out your soul and place it back in your remains. Your new living death would be endless and filled with agony and hate. Maurice fought with his tears when Solis Baran was the next to speak through him. The pyromancer should be in the silver fields with his student, not in the aftermath of the end of the world. Thankfully, he didn't add his profanity to Maurice's words. Everything on the surface has been burned to ashes. Only the people and their corpses remain, naked and helpless. A hydromancer added to his point.
The fires boiled the oceans, lakes, and rivers. The only water to be found on Provis will either be transmuted or in these deep caves.
Ard Solus Martrone, a geomancer who died in the Battle of Catan, spoke next.
Mountain ranges have been burned flat. There are no grasses, trees, or animals.
Ulyssean spoke next with a bleak finality. And the light of the sun does not grace us with any chance of renewal. There is no light to be found in the skies, except for the lightning. Until now, Maurice did not know the full extent of the damage to the world. His knees buckled and threatened to give out beneath him, but he fought it. He could not let his despair show in his face now, even as he felt the same sad hollow pit in his gut that he knew was in those who first believed his words. He wanted a dark room just then, a quiet place to be alone. Wasn't that what he really was now? Maurice was the last living light of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. His brothers and sisters were all dead. He forced himself to believe the same about Light Ryland to care. After so many years of admiring him, of believing in him, of feeling a kindred meek spirit in him, Maurice could not hold himself together if he accepted the heroic Chronomancer he defended and the monster who laid waste to the entire planet were one and the same. No, Ryland to care was dead and gone, obviously at peace as he rested with his loving wife. Kriaten was somebody else. Maurice told himself this, even as his vision blurred with the wet haze of tears. Everyone was deep in chakra discussion, and Maurice turned to leave the light of the current spheres and the people. He walked into the giant avenues illuminated by thousands of current spheres, fed by what he now knew to be dragon magic. That discovery should have left him awe-stricken, but what was the point if he had no family to share it with? He didn't even know when he would be allowed to rest and join them. That notion was as sad as it was exhausting. Maurice stepped into the empty darkness of a cavernous tower, ringed by a circling staircase. He sat down, slumping against a stone wall, and bowed his head to weep. The spirits of the Order had changed him into a kind of demi-immortal. He could still die, but he had their collective endurance and unlimited longevity, so that he could guide and protect the last of humankind on Provis.
How long?
Maurice asked between sobs.
We don't know. We have no prophecies for champions as the Order of the Void Triangle did.
Is this it then? Are we clinging to life because we fear the alternative? Maurice shouted in his tears. Am I simply shepherding people abandoned by the fates? What are we doing? Ulyssean was the only one to take up that answer, and Maurice's tears ran harder when he heard the crack of weeping in the former Grand Illumination's voice. As much as this hurt Maurice, seeing this happen because of his only student, who had had so much faith in, crushed him.
We are hoping. It's all we have now.
Chapter 66. Smallest Bead of Light. The mists of the in-between world of Limbo were mostly empty now. Ishel never counted how many spirits wandered the gray ether of Provis before, but as she peeled a small patch of the layer between the worlds to see, she realized there must have been hundreds of thousands of recently dead. That count was made impossible for certainty because there was really not a set time for how long a spirit could wander the haze, confused and lost, before they found their way home. At first, she thought it has something to do with the state of their bodies, but she quickly dismissed that notion, as her body was obliterated in the last moments of her life. But while the mists of Provis was empty, Ishel was not alone. Terranin came to her when Ishel first arrived, and she tried to remain with Ishel to keep her company. When she first stepped out of the mist into Ishel's vision, it was a relief to see her spirit in the full color and depth wearing the same clothes as she did in life. It meant the pyromancer was no resident to the in-between. She had no regrets and lived her life as best she could. Ishel wasn't given a chance to speak before Terranin smiled patiently and lifted her hand to stop Ishel's next words.
You have nothing to apologize for, Light Ishel. Do not make me one of your regrets when you have too many keeping you here already.
Ishel nodded, but wouldn't wait to wrap the pyromancer in her embrace.
It is so good to see you again, Lytaranin.
It was interesting that Ishel felt the need to embrace her or took comfort in her presence. Touch and the other sensations as she knew them in life were not the same as a spirit. It was more of a conveyed and given series of feelings and memories that passed in the embrace, and that replaced what she knew of touching and holding. It was why it was difficult for her and Borvis to touch each other in the dreams she visited. He couldn't do it because he was unfamiliar with conveying feelings instead of nerve interactions. She had to touch the part of his spirit that would recognize it and give it the memory and feeling that was intended for it. Taranin came and went often after all. Ishel didn't hold that against her. Taranin had a place with her husband and son in the Silver Fields, a place where she would always be happy and loved. Coming here drained her slowly. It robbed Taranin of color and substance and made her forget things. It was the effect of limbo on spirits. Ishel could only theorize on why that was.
You are the same every time I return here, Taranin observed one day. How is that possible? I think it's a combination of several things. My strength in life, my spirit training, and the reason that I stay far too strong.
Taranin nodded.
I think Annaleth, Ulyssean's mother, believes something like that. She only recently claimed her place in the Silver Fields. She wanted to know where her son will come home, but she can't stand to see Nedistrissus anymore.
Taranin stood with Borvis now, watching Ishel with concern. She sat with her back to them as she continued to watch the living Provis, with Aimreen sitting next to her. Aimreen arrived just before Borvis did, and their reactions couldn't have been any more different. Borvis was silent as he adjusted to the spirit world around him, but Ishel hoped he wouldn't stay. She watched him suffer as he attempted to live his last few months. He was miserable, and his heart and spirit were irrevocably wounded. Borvis was correct to believe Ishel was watching him, but if her fool husband wasn't making her cry, his antics and gloomy new persona made her want to slap the back of his head. She loved him dearly, but fates! He needed to lighten up. But Aimreen was another matter. Ishel felt them on their way to the Silver Fields. For the briefest instant, her heart fluttered with hope. Was their bond so strong that they would elude the reach of hell? But Rylan was pulled back. For the past little while, if Aimreen's stare wasn't wide and blank, and her mouth muttering rapidly, then her screams cut Ishel with raw sadness and pain. Ishel watched Rylan's final transformation into Nedistrissus and heard the heart-rending screams from Aimreen. Ishel knew that Nedistrissus didn't completely sever the bond between Rylan and Aimreen. For a being so driven by an extremist ideal of justice, this was a mark of his cruelty. Rylan's awareness was a wall that shut out Aimreen, but she felt him clearly. It was as though Nedistrissus had no regard for her at all. That pain left Aimreen catatonic, even as a spirit. Ishel felt Borvis as he knelt behind her and wrapped his arms around her. Ishel leaned back into him and savored the love and longing he conveyed. Time in limbo passed the same as the living world, and it was months since she last enjoyed his touch. His long nose caressed and tickled the side of her neck. For being dead only a short while, he was adjusting quite well. She let her spiritual senses sink into him to forget how painful it was to watch him while he lived. Ishel sighed, more of a habit than any need for expressive breath. It was painful to watch all Provis this last little while. She knew it wouldn't get any easier.
You could come with us,
Borvis offered, hoping.
They are all waiting for us. We could be so happy there.
He lowered his voice into an alluring drawl as he kissed Ishel's neck.
There isn't much of anything left, Light Ishel,
Taranin reminded, her hard eyes softening and pleading.
Especially time. I know Light Borvis can hold his memory here for a little while longer, without healing in the Silver Fields. But I must return soon. It will be centuries of healing before I can safely chance another visit here. The ruin of the living world and the emptiness of this world is heavier against me. You should come too.
Ishel looked at Aimreen, who had no response, could not acknowledge anyone.
I can't do that.
Ishel said quietly as she stroked Daemrine's hair at the side of her face.
Take her with us, Borvis pleaded now. Her place is there too.
Ishel pulled away from Borvis and looked at him accusingly.
Think what you want about the state she is in, but she knows precisely where she's meant to be. We'll not take that from her, when she has already suffered so much. They can help her heal from it,
Taranin added. Ishel knew her friend and her husband meant well, but she also knew she would have to help them to understand. It was only fair. They did pay a steep price of their own.
If she goes there, they will help her to forget about him.
Isn't that what she would desire? Watching him must be as bad as feeling him,
Borvis said.
No, my husband, it isn't what she would want.
Ishel thought it was amusing how titles held a merit, like the new form of torch. Not all titles worked that way, but those that had meaning to a spirit while they lived were still marks of who they were. Titles like husband and light were an indelible reminder that carried with them.
She loves him. It would be heartless of us to force her to forget that.
But she will never have him again. He is Griotden now. He is their champion. He won't stop until there is nothing left at all, no matter how many ages it takes.
Ishel didn't want to correct him on that point. Not because she thought he was right, though. The last most painful thing Borvis did in his life was trying to reason with and confront Nedistrissus in the hopes that Rylan would emerge. It hurt to watch him die for it, but she held a pang of guilt because he was doing it for her, and she couldn't help but think it was a terribly sweet gesture. But Ishel acknowledged something that had somehow eluded Borvis, and maybe so many others. They were not walking in dead bodies on the surface of Provis, and they were recently dead. Borvis and Taranin had intact bodies on Provis, exposed and vulnerable, yet their spirits were here. There was a lot to ponder in that truth. Instead, she wordlessly peeled back a layer of the mist world. Thankfully, doing this didn't allow anyone to see her from the living world. Ishel thought at worst, it was what the living attributed to that uneasy feeling of being watched. For her, it was not much different than scrying, though she was not a frequent user of that skill. But this was for her. But finding Meravith in that view was confounding. She wasn't with Light Maurice and the massive cluster of survivors in the underground city. While Ishel could not find her, she could not shake that living feeling in her gut. Was that what it still was? That told Ishel that her daughter was safe and well. How could Ishel feel content that way when she was aware of the events of the living world? At least now, Ishel knew why Maurice disappeared before that day. The spirits of the Order and the Barrier were not aware of many details, but their preparations and contingencies were all but impeccable. But this was all so much to ask of the mild-mannered Elumancer, and they were training him for this since he was a child. Ishel turned the view of the living world to an unusual sight, oddly mystical and enchanting in that new world. It was a vision she could stare at for hours.
We should all go, Borvis pressed one more time. I'll stay as long as I'm able, but how long can you expect to withstand this place?
Ishel gave a wiry smile. She had assessed her strengths long ago, and never noticed any decline in her being. She might be one of the few spirits in Limbo that could hold on to everything she was indefinitely.
As long as I need to.
For Meravith, it was less of a question than an observation.
She will join us. The waiting won't be so bad there. We should go while we still have time. We should enjoy what we have left because all is lost.
Ishel looked at the cave with its narrow entries, and walls lined with breathtaking bioluminescent colorful fungus, casting a wide spread of exotic light. The cave floor was glittering granular silver sand that created a circling beach around an underground lake. The cool waters were still and empty of fish or growth, leaving only a clear view of the silver sands at the bottom of the lake. In the center of the water, a mound of silver sand crested the surface and formed a perfectly rounded slope, an island that glittered in the light.
The island top was 50 feet above the rest of the cave floor. At the highest summit of this mound, a massive black-bladed sword was lodged, point down, with 2 feet of the weapon buried. It had a long platinum gold handle fitted for well more than a 2-handed grip. The guard was shaped as 2 feathery-winged humans facing each other while holding each other's hands. The sword had a history so ancient it was rarely recorded. It was known that it was forged on Provis. The last one to wield it was the first king of Malkinor, Calcis Morinroke, when he defeated the Order of the Void Triangle and ended the Black Decade. The sword hung dormant in the Palantir throne room for 2 millennia. When it awoke to Negistrissus and the Eclipse, it vanished overnight. The sword made its way to the cave Ishel was now viewing. It was a place straight down from the palace, miles below the lowest sublevels, almost as far as the city Maurice found. It was found at the foot of an abandoned temple, one of the 2 missing places of reverence to the Fates. It was the Temple of the Bronze Warrior, the fate of the present moment. Ishel watched the black sword close, the Hell's Bane sword. A tiny spot of the black coating chipped and fell away. The black coating was demon's blood, thousands of them dried and congealed to suffocate the weapon's true appearance and put it to sleep. It was another of Merryweave's schemes. But in that barely noticeable chip in the coating, Ishel saw the true surface of the ancient relic. It was a strange, otherworldly crystal so polished and well cut that it looked like a perfect diamond. Beneath the gleaming surface that was a light as varied as the growth of the cave walls. It constantly flashed and shifted to different colors, shed from an unknown inner source. Ishel smiled with warm patience.
"Now, Lyborvis, all is not lost. But the hope we need is going to require a great deal of time to be born in such darkness."
This has been The Chronomancer in Creation's End, Destiny of the Void Triangle, Book 3, written by Jason Harrington, narrated by Mason Jesse Hamilton. Copyright 2022 by Jason Harrington. Production copyright by Jason Harrington.
The Book of Worms has risen before creation's end. The destiny of the Void Triangle has been fulfilled. However, the story is not yet at its end. Coming soon, Sword of the Void Slayer, Sorcerer of Annihilation, Book 1.